Chapter 166. Warriors who could become the 4 heavenly kings were almost perfect in every aspect. They were ranked on the Divine Wind Nation's Chi ranking and stood at the top of the younger generation of warriors in the Divine Wind Nation. It was not wrong to say that they were as intelligent as demons. Therefore, before seeing the results, they would not make wild guesses. Even if it was a predetermined outcome, they would not speak easily. The 8 great kings were different. They were considered the top in Kamikaze Kenbo, but there was still a big gap between them and the 8 great kings. Their foresight was not as far-sighted as the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, the 8 great kings were discussing. They generally believed that Fong Qin could only blast out 7 small squares at most. It was impossible for him to tie with Zhu Xian's record. The elders' eyes were wide open. They wanted to see if Fong Qin could create a miracle. At this moment, before the power steel, Fong Qin's fist slammed onto the steel. Buzz! A strange sound came from the power steel. In the next moment, the entire power steel burst out with a dazzling light. This dazzling light directly swallowed Fong Qin. Crash! The 9 small squares on the power steel suddenly shook. In an instant, the first small square lit up, then the second small square and the third small square. In the blink of an eye, the 7th small grid lit up. When they saw this scene, all the disciples at the waist of the mountain exclaimed one after another. At this point, Fong Qin could be considered to have completed the first assessment. However, the dazzling light did not stop. The assessment was not over. "Is it going to stop?" the 8 great kings whispered. However, in the next moment, the 8th grid suddenly lit up. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the 8 great kings exclaimed in surprise. It lit up. Haha, it really lit up. Many elders did not care about their image at this moment. They laughed wildly. For so many years, the highest record in the first assessment of the king assessment was 8 small squares. They did not expect that after so many years, such a powerful warrior would appear in Kamikaze Kenbo again. Seeing the 8th small square lit up, Zhu Xian's face turned ugly. It was a record that he had held for a long time. He did not expect that the young warrior in front of him would break it so easily. One should know that Fong Qin was only 16 years old. It was rare for someone to have such a strong physical body at such a young age. When the 4 heavenly kings saw this scene, their eyes lit up. They looked at Fong Qin thoughtfully. At this moment, Fong Qin had a smile on his face. He could clearly see the shock of the outside world. "Looks like I'm going to break this record," Fong Qin thought to himself. Then, Fong Qin shouted in his heart. Then, a strong force passed through his fist and into the power steel. Steel. All 9 small grids lit up. This was something that had never happened before in the history of Divine Wind Sword Mansion. The 9th small square lit up too. The first elder was very excited. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the ordinary disciples on the mountainside went crazy. Such a strong monster had appeared in their Kamikaze Kenbo. "This kid's physical body is even stronger than Zhu Xian's," Sun Tu said softly. "That's right. With his strong physical body, it's not bad for him to be ranked among the kings." "Ha ha ha! Kamikaze Kenbo hasn't had a disciple like him for a long time. No wonder he could send Tong Yin flying with one punch. Yes, I feel that he can pass the king's assessment and become the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbo." At this moment, several kings changed their views of Fong Qin. They had gradually acknowledged Fong Qin. However, there were also a few kings who were jealous of Fong Qin and did not acknowledge Fong Qin. "Humph! What's there to be proud of about breaking the steel's record?" "That's right. Pure physical strength doesn't represent overall strength. You should know that overall strength is the main theme of this world." "That's right. His physical body is strong, but it doesn't mean that his overall strength is strong," Zhu Xian said. Everyone stopped talking when they heard Zhu Xian's words. The 4 kings nodded when they saw this. The first assessment is over. Fang Chen, you really gave us a big surprise. The first elder walked to Fang Chen's side and grinned. Fang Chen, I look forward to your next performance, the other elders said. Next up was the second assessment. The second assessment was the Sword Dao Talent Assessment. Fang Chen was very clear about this. The talent steel here was different from the one when he entered Kamikaze Kenbu. There were also 9 small squares on the talent steel here. Through the first elder's introduction, Fang Chen found out that the talent steel's record was held by one of the 4 kings, Broken Heart, who had reached 7 small squares. The talent steel was different from the steel of power. The talent steel's assessment was more difficult. In the king assessment, one only needed to reach the 5th small square to pass the assessment. Among the 8 kings, most of the disciples had reached the 5th small square. There were also a few who had reached the 6th small square. However, only one of the 4 kings, Broken Heart, had reached the 7th small square. The Steel of Power's previous record was held by Zhu Exan, who was one of the kings who had reached the 6th small square. I bet that he can only reach the 5th small square at most, Zhu Exan said gloomily. The other kings did not respond. Fang Chen had shocked them too much. They did not know if Fang Chen would shock them again. The 4 kings stood to the side calmly and looked at Fang Chen. They did not say anything from the beginning. Fang Chen walked in front of the talent steel and glanced at it. Then he poured all the spiritual energy in his true core into the talent steel. Hiss! The small squares on the talent steel instantly lit up. In the blink of an eye, all 5 small squares lit up. At this moment, Fang Chen still felt very relaxed and did not feel any pressure. I wonder what level my Sword Dao talent can reach. Fang Chen also wanted to know what the limit of his Sword Dao talent was. Therefore, this time, he circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and poured it into the talent steel. Crash! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the 6th small square lit up. At this moment, Zhu Exan's expression was very ugly. Zhu Exan coldly snorted, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as everyone was about to cheer, the 7th small square lit up. When the 7th grid was lit up, the elders were extremely excited. Even the 4 heavenly kings were startled. This kid is not simple. Broken Heart, who had been silent all this time, said softly, even among the 8 kings, he is not weak. Lin Jian, one of the 4 kings, said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was an imperceptible joy on her face. When the 7th small square lit up, Fang Chen finally felt a trace of pressure. However, it was also at this moment that the golden heart began to tremble. In an instant, the 8th small square lit up. At this moment, everyone was speechless. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. The golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy constantly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. At this moment, Fang Chen was a little dazed. He seemed to see a giant golden sword tearing through the sky and piercing his heart. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was full of sweat. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into an illusion. Giant golden sword! Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The reason he crossed over to the ancient sword continent was because the giant golden sword tore through the sky and pierced his heart. Just as Fang Chen cried out in surprise, a blinding light erupted from the talent stone steel. In the next moment, all 9 small cells on the talent stone steel lit up. Whoosh! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Has his sword talent reached the limit of the talent steel? The great elder cried out, What 9 small squares? How is this possible? Zhu Exan's face was full of shock. He felt that this was not real. Heavens, this kid's talent is too heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, even the 4 heavenly kings were moved. They all nodded, acknowledging Fang Chen. When Fong Chen finished his trial, the talent steel was still incomparably dazzling. Only after a while did the talent steel slowly calm down. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Chen. Fong Chen, your talent is the best in the history of our kamikaze kenbo. The great elder was incomparably excited. The other elders all greeted Fong Chen. Even a portion of the 8 kings nodded excitedly. As expected, it's extraordinary, whispered Sun Tuesday. Only Zhu Xian's eyes were filled with jealousy. He hated Fong Chen for stealing the honor that belonged to him. Fong Chen, you've really given us a pleasant surprise. Your power has reached the limit of the talent steel, and your talent has also reached the limit of the talent steel. I wonder if your final comprehensive strength will be able to give us another pleasant surprise. The great elder grinned. Fong Chen's various aspects had exceeded their expectations. If the kamikaze kenbu fully nurtured him, then in less than 3 years, Fong Chen would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly King level. Of course, they had no idea that the current Fong Chen already had the strength of a Heavenly King. Fong Chen, the final trial is the comprehensive strength test. With your ability to send Tong Yin flying with one punch, you'll definitely be able to easily pass. Not bad. You'll definitely become the 9th king. Now we just want to see if you can create another miracle. Chapter 167. At this moment, there was an uproar. All the warriors were waiting for Fong Chen to create another miracle. In the first 2 assessments, Fong Chen had obtained an unprecedented score. He had reached the limit of the stone tablet in each assessment. How terrifying was that? Fong Chen, Fong Chen! On the mountainside, countless disciples were cheering. They did not care about the results of the last assessment. They had already recognized Fong Chen. When Fong Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the comprehensive stone tablet, everyone's eyes were fixed on Fong Chen. Overall strength? Fong Chen was slightly stunned and immediately said, Fong Chen, for the final test of overall strength, you will need to perform your strongest sword technique, the first elder said. The last assessment tested the warrior's overall strength. As long as one could leave 7 sword scars on the stone tablet, they would pass the assessment. Among the 8 great kings, there were a few who could leave 7 sword scars. However, there were only a few who could leave 8 sword scars. As for the warriors who could leave 9 sword scars, only the 4 great kings could do so. At this moment, Fong Chen gently took out the hidden dragon sword. An extremely powerful sword intent instantly filled the entire hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, Fong Chen performed the Tai dispersing sword, which was at the perfection stage. Whoosh! The sky was filled with sword radiance. It carried an extremely powerful aura and directly pierced towards the stone tablet. This sword technique is exquisite, the first elder said in surprise. Not only is it exquisite, but it has also reached the perfection stage. It seems that Fong Chen's talent in swordsmanship has reached a heaven-defying level, the other elder said. As soon as the perfection stage Tai dispersing sword was performed, it caused many disciples to exclaim. They were shocked. At this moment, Fong Chen was holding the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. He suddenly slashed the stone tablet. With a buzzing sound, the stone tablet trembled. Crack! Cracks appeared on the stone tablet one after another. These cracks were filled with extremely dense sword intent. In an instant, 7 sword marks appeared on the stone tablet. Many warriors were shocked. However, while they were still in shock, the 8th sword scar appeared, and then the 9th sword scar appeared. Heavens, could it be that Fong Chen's strength is really comparable to the 4 heavenly kings? Only the 4 heavenly kings can leave 9 sword scars on the stone tablet. Is Fong Chen's overall strength really that strong? Many disciples cried out in alarm. Fong Chen had given them too many pleasant surprises. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the 8 monarchs were completely stunned. They thought that Fang Chen would be able to leave behind 8 sword scars at most. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would actually leave behind 9 sword scars? Although there was only a small difference between 8 sword scars and 9 sword scars, everyone knew that there was a huge difference. It could be said that to be able to leave 8 sword scars on a stone tablet, one could only be considered a peak king. There was still a huge gap between him and a heavenly king. However, to be able to leave 9 sword scars meant that one's overall strength was comparable to a heavenly king. One could even enter the Shangfeng nation's Qi ranking. This was such a shocking thing. Fang Chen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Am I dreaming? The first elder said in disbelief. The other elders also exclaimed as if they were in a dream. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings' faces were filled with surprise, especially Star and Moon. She had entered the dark sky, playing with Fang Chen. At that time, Fang Chen's overall strength was at most comparable to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In just 2 months, Fang Chen had grown to such a level. He must have encountered some opportunity in the dark sky plane. Did I pass the test? Fang Chen asked softly as he looked at the stunned crowd. Fang Chen's voice instantly woke everyone up from their shock. The elders surrounded Fang Chen and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Full marks in all 3 tests. This is unprecedented in the history of Kamikaze Kenbo, the first elder said excitedly. Fang Chen was used to this. If the first elder and the others knew that he had killed Yao Yin, who was on the Qi ranking in the dark sky plane, would they be even more shocked? Of course. Fang Chen was unwilling to say such things. Pass, of course you pass. If you can't pass, then no one can pass the king test. From today onwards, you are the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbo. With the first elder's announcement, Fang Chen officially became the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbo. Of course, Fang Chen did not care about this at all. In just a short year after becoming an advanced disciple, Fang Chen had already become a king. This made the other kings very unhappy, especially Zhu Exin. His potential is very high, but that doesn't mean his overall strength is also very strong. I need to break his spirit, Zhu Exin thought to himself. Upon having this thought, Zhu Exin immediately glanced at Fang Chen in front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, Fang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 9th martial king. Your performance in the trial has shocked us all. As the leader of the 8 martial kings, I hereby challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Hearing Zhu Exin's words, everyone looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Originally, the first elder wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the other elders. They also wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong Fang Chen really was. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said, Good. Then in 3 days, you and I will fight on the martial stage, said Zhu Exin. Why 3 days? We can fight right now, said Fang Chen bluntly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Exin was stunned for a second. His expression immediately became gloomy, and he coldly looked at Fang Chen. What do the elders think? Asked Zhu Exin. Although Fang Chen had already agreed, he still needed the elders' approval. Hearing Zhu Exin's words, the elders nodded slightly. Since the elders have agreed, then let's fight here. Zhu Exin gloomily said, Fang Chen, although your performance in the test was outstanding, I want you to know that the test is not the same as actual combat. As you wish, said Fang Chen indifferently. Crash! Zhu Exin was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Zhu Exin displayed a peerlessly exquisite sword art. Cloud-breaking sword, sword breaking the world. Zhu Exin bellowed. His long sword streaked across the sky in a strange trajectory. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen without any warning. Solitary Void Fist. Fang Chen displayed the Solitary Void Fist and punched Zhu Exin's long sword. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Qin easily defeated Zhu Exan's long sword and forced him to retreat. Seeing this, Zhu Exan's expression became gloomier. He activated the cloud-breaking sword to the extreme. Rays of tyrannical sword light directly emerged from the long sword. "I don't believe that you can withstand it," Zhu Exan roared angrily. Fang Qin seemed unwilling to waste time with Zhu Exan. He clenched his fist and displayed the solitary void fist again. The tyrannical solitary void fist directly bombarded the sword light in the sky. Crack! The sword light shattered, and Zhu Exan was forced back by Fang Qin's punch. Seeing that Fang Qin was about to attack again, Fang Qin tiptoed and appeared in front of Zhu Exan. He punched again and directly smashed Zhu Exan to the ground. Zhu Exan was furious and wanted to kill Fang Qin. "Stop it." The first elder's voice came and directly stopped Zhu Exan's attack. "Zhu Exan, you have already lost," the second elder said. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had defeated Zhu Exan. This scene caused all the elders to become even more excited. To be able to defeat Zhu Exan like this, it seems that this boy's comprehensive strength is comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. The first elder grinned. They originally thought that Fang Qin was at most a king, but now it was different. Fang Qin defeated Zhu Exan so easily. He was definitely a king. At this moment, the other kings looked at Fang Qin with fear in their eyes. The 4 heavenly kings' eyes were also filled with shock. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, it seems that he is qualified to enter the Qi ranking, Broken Heart said. "Yes, our kamikaze Kenbu has another genius." Star and Moon did not say anything, but her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Fang Qin. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. He must have had a chance encounter in the dark sky plane, Star and Moon thought to herself. After a discussion, the elders decided to confer Fang Qin the title of the 5th heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu, and not the previous 9th king. From now on, Fang Qin will be the 5th heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu, the first elder announced. Following the first elder's announcement, all the disciples on the mountain peak went crazy. Looking closely at Fang Qin's growth in Kamikaze Kenbu, it was definitely inspirational. From the most ordinary disciple, step by step, he became the 5th heavenly king. Moreover, he did it within a year. Such a shocking disciple was hard to come by even in 100 years. Even the 4 heavenly kings recognized Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, congratulations on becoming the 5th heavenly king." Broken Heart walked up to Fang Qin and congratulated him. "Congratulations," the other 2 heavenly kings said with laughter. Star and Moon walked up to Fang Qin with light steps. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She nodded at Fang Qin and said, "Your strength has exceeded my expectations." When Fang Qin became the 5th heavenly king, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu went crazy. Fang Qin's matter was discussed by all the disciples. They worshipped Fang Qin and even made Fang Qin their goal. "Did you know that Fang Qin has become the 5th heavenly king?" "What? Our Kamikaze Kenbu has a 5th heavenly king?" "The 5th heavenly king has appeared. This heavenly king is still very young. He has only been in Kamikaze Kenbu for a year." Chapter 168. Fang Qin, who had become the 5th heavenly king, suddenly became the focus of the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. Even the 8 great kings did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Fang Qin. However, although Fang Qin was very calm about becoming the 5th heavenly king, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu were not. One day, the 4 heavenly kings gathered in Fang Qin's courtyard to look for Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, we haven't had a proper gathering since you became the 5th heavenly king," said one of the 4 heavenly kings, Broken Heart. Broken Heart was considered the strongest martialist among the 4 heavenly kings. After Broken Heart was Star and Moon. The other 2 were slightly weaker. At their level, they would not pay attention to anyone unless they had their approval. Fang Qin had obviously received their approval. Feng Qin, my name is Zhu Tian. A young man in white introduced himself with a smile on his face. My name is Yunjiu, said Yunjiu. The 4 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbo represented the top 4 disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbo's younger generation. For so many years, no disciple had been able to surpass them. They were like huge mountains, pressuring the other disciples to the point that they could not breathe. Only after becoming a heavenly king would one understand that the so-called 8 great kings were supreme existences in the eyes of ordinary disciples. However, in the eyes of the 4 heavenly kings, they were no different from ordinary disciples. Feng Qin had jumped over the 8 great kings and directly entered the ranks of the heavenly kings. This was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. At this time, Star and Moon was no longer as cold as before. They looked at Feng Qin with a strange expression. Feng Qin, you really surprised me. You scored full marks in all 3 assessments. This is definitely a first in the history of Kamikaze Kenbo. Zhu Tian grinned. It's just luck, Feng Qin said modestly. Feng Qin, you don't have to be humble. If my guess is correct, your strength is enough to enter the Divine Wind Nation's Qi ranking, said Yunjiu. I'm so happy that 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbo have entered the Qi ranking. In the Sex Disciple competition a month later, Kamikaze Kenbo will definitely be able to hold our heads up high. Who knows, we might even be able to use this opportunity to enter the top 10 sex rankings, Broken Heart said. The 4 heavenly kings had high hopes for Feng Qin. At such a young age, Feng Qin was able to enter the ranks of heavenly kings. In the Sex Disciple competition a month later, Feng Qin would definitely become a dark horse. After the 5 of them chatted for a while, Broken Heart suddenly said, Feng Qin, you have just become a heavenly king. The Sword Mansion will definitely let you go to the Wanxiang Grotto. Yes, the Wanxiang Grotto. Feng Qin was a little puzzled, as this was the first time he had heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. Feng Qin, the Wanxiang Grotto is a secret in Kamikaze Kenbo. Among the disciples, other than the 4 heavenly kings, no one knows of its existence. Even the 8 great kings do not know of its existence, Zhu Tian explained. The Wanxiang Grotto is an independent space created by an earth-shattering almighty in Kamikaze Kenbo. It contains the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. It is said that as long as one can enter it, they will definitely be able to comprehend concept, Yunjiu said. Feng Qin was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the Wanxiang Grotto to have such a great background. Of course, what shocked Feng Qin the most was that the Wanxiang Grotto encompassed all phenomena. Martial artists who entered it could comprehend concepts as they wished, encompassing all phenomena. Feng Qin's face was full of shock as he said this. Seeing Feng Qin's expression, the 4 heavenly kings were full of smiles. They also had the same expression when they first heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. It could be said that anyone who heard of the Wanxiang Grotto would be shocked because the Wanxiang Grotto was simply too precious. The Wanxiang Grotto was the reason why Kamikaze Kenbo was able to grow so quickly into a force that could contend with the 10 great sect. Moreover, the Wanxiang Grotto was also the most confidential matter in Kamikaze Kenbo. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, no ordinary disciple knew about it. The Wanxiang Grotto was designed with too many secrets. Once it was leaked, it would definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Feng Qin, you should adjust your state for the next few days. When the time comes, the elders will inform you, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Have you all been to the Wanxiang Grotto before? Feng Qin raised his head and asked the 4. In the Wanxiang Grotto, I comprehended the concept of wind. Zhu Tian comprehended the concept of fire. Star and Moon comprehended the concept of speed. As for Yunjiu, he comprehended the concept of gold, Broken Heart said as he nodded his head. Feng Qin's eyes were filled with passion when he heard this. After he received the Water Devil's inheritance, he had obtained the water and fire sword art. He needed to comprehend the water and fire intent realm before he could practice it. Before that, he had already comprehended the water intent realm. If he could comprehend the fire intent realm after entering the Wanshan cave, he would be able to practice the water and fire sword art. Once he mastered the water and fire sword technique, he would definitely be able to improve in the sect's disciple competition a month later. Thinking of this, Fong Qin was extremely excited. After the 4 heavenly kings chatted with Fong Qin for a while, they turned around and left. After all, the sect's disciple competition was around the corner, and they needed to prepare for it. When Star and Moon turned around and left, she looked at Fong Qin with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. If the other 3 heavenly kings saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The ice goddess Star and Moon actually had such a moment. 3 days later, Fong Qin left Kamikaze Kenbo and arrived at the imperial capital. This time, Master Tianhe sent him a message and asked him to come to the heavenly elixir hall. Master Tianhe, what's the matter? Fong Qin asked directly when he saw Master Tianhe. Master Tianhe's face was filled with helplessness. He immediately said, Brother Fong, because of the elixir formula you gave us, our soul reversing elixir has an absolute advantage over Elixir Pavilion's life elixir. As a result, Elixir Pavilion's business has been declining. Now, Elixir Pavilion is desperate. They are waging an all-out war against us, Master Tianhe said. Oh. When Fong Qin heard this, he nodded slightly. He was thinking about it in his mind. Now he was tied to the heavenly elixir hall. If the heavenly elixir hall was destroyed, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, he wanted to use the heavenly elixir hall to earn a large amount of spiritual stones. Therefore, he could not let the heavenly elixir hall be in danger. Have you contacted the Protector King's palace? Fong Qin asked. I have, but... Master, Tianhe said. But what? Fong Qin asked. But the Protector King is unwilling to help us. That's why I asked Brother Fong to come, Master Tianhe said. When Fong Qin heard Master Tianhe's words, he understood that Master Tianhe wanted him to persuade the Protector King's palace. Immediately, Fong Qin said goodbye to Master Tianhe and went to the Protector King's palace. After entering the Protector King's palace, Fong Qin found the Protector King, Duan Muin. Uncle Wen, Fong Qin called out. Fong Qin, why are you here? When Duan Muin saw Fong Qin, he was surprised. Uncle Wen, I'm here to discuss something with you, Fong Qin said bluntly. What is it? Duan Muin asked. The Heavenly Elixir Hall is in a war with the Elixir Pavilion. I hope that Uncle Wen can support the Heavenly Elixir Hall, Fong Qin said. When Duan Muin heard this, he fell silent. Uncle Wen, is there something that you can't say? Fong Qin noticed Duan Muin's expression and asked. After a long while, Duan Muin shook his head and said, Fong Qin, when the Heavenly Elixir Hall cooperated with the Protector King's palace, I already knew about your relationship with the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, the Protector King's palace can't do anything about this. Uncle Wen, what's the problem? Fong Qin asked. I don't know what happened, but the Heavenly Fiend Palace lost a few disciples a long time ago. These disciples happened to be the disciples that the 8th prince valued the most. Because of this, the 8th prince was furious. Duan Muin continued. Previously, we weren't able to find out who the murderer was. However, recently, the 8th prince has been targeting the Protector King's palace. Even the Heavenly Fiend Palace is filled with hostility towards us. They are watching us closely. If we help the Heavenly Elixir Hall, they will definitely take the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Protector King's palace. When he heard Duan Muin's words, Fong Qin's face darkened. It seemed like this matter was a conspiracy. When he had killed the Heavenly Fiend Palace's disciples, no one had been present. In the end, he had even destroyed the corpses. No one would have known that he was the culprit. But now the Heavenly Fiend Palace and the 8th Prince believed that the Protector King's palace had done this. In fact, they were just looking for an excuse to get rid of the Protector King's palace. As everyone knew, the Protector King's palace was very powerful in the Divine Wind Nation. Among the many princes with different surnames, the Protector King was the most powerful one. There were a total of 16 princes in the Divine Wind Nation's imperial family. Other than a few princes who didn't care about the imperial family, the other princes wanted to rope in the Protector King. This was because they knew that once they managed to rope in the Protector King, it would mean that he would become the next emperor of the Divine Wind Nation. However, although the Protector King had never expressed his support for anyone, everyone knew that the Protector King had a good relationship with the first prince. Therefore, the 8th prince treated the Protector King as an enemy and wanted to get rid of him. Especially recently, the old emperor's body was weak. When he was young, he had suffered serious injuries that couldn't be healed. As he was nearing the end of his life, the competition between the princes became even more intense. I understand. Fong Qin nodded and said, Fong Qin, the competition between the imperial family is far more complicated than you think. It's better for you not to get involved. Duan Muin said, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, Fong Qin bid farewell to the Protector King and returned to the Heavenly Pill Hall. Brother Fong, how did it go? Asked Grandmaster Tianhe anxiously. Fong Qin shook his head. When Grandmaster Tianhe saw this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Grandmaster Tianhe, how many alchemy grandmasters does the Pill Pavilion have? Asked Fong Qin. When Grandmaster Tianhe heard Fong Qin's words, he was puzzled. However, he still answered Fong Qin's question. The Pill Pavilion has a total of 3 alchemy grandmasters. One of them is a red-haired old man that they invited from outside. Grandmaster Tianhe said, Brother Fong, do you have any plans? Chapter 169. What? You want to kill the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion? Master Tianhe asked in surprise. Master Tianhe, the person behind me will take action when the time is right, Fong Qin said softly. From the very beginning, Fong Qin had suspected that there was a mysterious almighty behind him. Even Master Tianhe believed him without a doubt. Now that he heard Fong Qin's words, he was finally relieved. Do we need to prepare anything? Master Tianhe asked. When the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion are all dead, the Heavenly Pill Palace will start to suppress the Elixir Pavilion. If possible, we will annex the Elixir Pavilion directly, Fong Qin said. At this moment, a bold plan appeared in Fong Qin's mind. All right, Master Tianhe nodded and said. In a tall pavilion in the imperial capital, Pavilion Master Wang sat at the highest position. Below him were 3 old men. They were the alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion. The reason why the Elixir Pavilion could become such a big force was because of these 3 alchemy masters. At this moment, Pavilion Master Wang's face was gloomy. He glanced at the 3 alchemy masters and said in a deep voice, The 3 of you, now is the most critical moment. If we lose this battle, the Elixir Pavilion will cease to exist. Rest assured, Pavilion Master Wang, our plan is very thorough. We will annex the Heavenly Pill Palace's property bit by bit. The foundation of the Heavenly Pill Palace will be unstable, and they will be destroyed in the end, the red-haired old man said with a smile. That's right. This time, the Elixir Pavilion will succeed, the other 2 alchemy masters said confidently. Although the entire imperial capital looked calm on the surface, it was surging secretly. The 2 giants, the Elixir Pavilion and the Heavenly Pill Palace, were accumulating their strength and preparing for war. One day, in a dark night, the imperial capital was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. There was no one on the streets. It was very quiet. However, there was an exception. This place was the most famous place in the imperial capital. There was a restaurant there that was brightly lit. It formed a sharp contrast with the pitch-black surroundings. From the outside, one could hear all kinds of loud singing from inside. From time to time, martial artists would come out from inside. They were drunk, but their faces were full of smiles of enjoyment. In a dark corner, Fong Chin had been hiding for several hours. He stared at the entrance of the restaurant and waited. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the middle of the night, Fong Chin finally saw the person he was waiting for. A gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant. The gray-haired old man reeked of alcohol, and his eyes were filled with obscenity. After the gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant, he didn't forget to look back before quickly disappearing into the darkness. This gray-haired old man was an alchemy master of the pill building. Although his alchemy skills were very good, his strength was not enough. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fong Chin asked around and found out that this gray-haired old man liked to hang out in places like this. Therefore, Fong Chin's first target was this gray-haired old man. Seeing the gray-haired old man leave, Fong Chin quickly followed him. After a while, the gray-haired old man walked on an empty, secluded street. He was about to return to the pill building. However, at this moment, Fong Chin silently appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Who is it?" Seeing this, the gray-haired old man shook his head and shouted loudly. "The person who is going to kill you," Fong Chin said coldly. Hearing this, the gray-haired old man's face changed drastically. He instantly exploded with all the strength in his body and attacked the person in front of him. However, after a minute, the gray-haired old man's corpse fell on the street. After Fong Chin destroyed the corpse, he disappeared into the darkness. The gray-haired old man probably didn't know who he had offended and why he wanted to kill him. The next day, the pill building discovered that the gray-haired old man had gone missing. They searched the entire imperial city, but couldn't find him. In the end, they found out that the last place the gray-haired old man went to was such a vulgar place. Tower Master Wang's face was extremely gloomy. After investigating the restaurant, Tower Master Wang became even angrier. All the signs pointed to the fact that the gray-haired old man had been killed. Damn it! It must be the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Tower Master Wang roared angrily. It seems like the Heavenly Elixir Palace has made their move. Tower Master Wang, what should we do next? The red-haired old man asked. The Heavenly Elixir Palace's next target might be the two of you. You must be careful and try not to go out, Tower Master Wang warned. Don't worry, the red-haired old man said. The death of the gray-haired old man made the pill building even crazier. They went to war with the Heavenly Elixir Palace in terms of business. However, because the Heavenly Elixir Palace had the soul-reversing pill, they could temporarily resist the pressure from the pill building. After Fong Chin killed the gray-haired old man, he couldn't find the time to kill the other two alchemy masters. He knew that the pill building must have noticed something. After a few days, Fong Chin left the imperial capital and returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. This was because the elders of Kamikaze Kenbu had sent him a message, asking him to return because the Wanxiang Cave was about to open. Although the Heavenly Elixir Palace's matter was important, the Wanxiang Cave was even more important to Fong Chin. After Fong Chin heard the news, he quickly returned. Fong Chin walked into the Holy Wind mountain range with ease. After taking a few steps, he met a group of people. There were more than 10 people in this group, and they all had a fierce aura. "Kid, leave your things behind, and we can leave your corpse intact," the leader said coldly. The others immediately surrounded Fong Chin. "Bandit group?" Fong Chin asked. "Since you know that we are a bandit group, hurry up and hand over your things. Otherwise, we will cut you into pieces," the leader said sternly. "If I were you, I would definitely scram as far as I can," Fong Chin sneered. "Kid, are you courting death?" the leader shouted angrily. "You are the ones courting death." As Fong Chin spoke, a wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and executed the solitary emptiness fist. Bang, bang, bang wherever the fist passed. The bandit group's members died instantly. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the bandit group's members were dead. Only the bandit leader was left in a sorry state. "Young master, please let me go. I failed to recognize you. The bandit leader knelt in front of Fong Qin and shouted, "It's too late." Fong Qin bellowed and punched the head of the mounted bandit leader. The mounted bandit leader died instantly. After doing all this, Fong Qin turned and left. However, at this moment, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. "Wonderful, wonderful." The figure in white smiled and said, "My friend's fist technique is really exquisite." Fong Qin turned his head and looked. When he saw the figure in white, he was stunned. "By Yijian!" Fong Qin said in surprise. The figure in white was stunned and asked, "My friend, you know me?" The person who came was Bai Yijian, who had saved Fong Qin from Yao Yin. He was also an expert on the Shengfeng Nation's Qi ranking. "When you were fighting with Yao Yin, I was watching from afar. I was almost killed by Yao Yin, but you intervened and saved my life," Fong Qin said with his hands cupped. Bai Yijian thought about it carefully and instantly recalled the scene from that year. His face was filled with shock. "How is it possible? It has only been a year, and you have grown to this extent." Bai Yijian exclaimed. Back then, he could easily kill Fong Qin. However, when he was watching in the dark, he saw that Fong Qin's fist was extremely powerful. "Anything is possible," Fong Qin said. "However, I still have to thank you for intervening back then." Fong Qin was grateful to Bai Yijian. If it were not for him, Fong Qin would have most likely died at the hands of Yao Yin. "It's a small matter." Bai Yijian laughed. "Back then, Yao Yin and I fought very fiercely. Our strengths were on par. Some time ago, I got a chance and my strength increased tremendously. I went to find Yao Yin and wanted to take revenge. However, I found that Yao Yin was dead. I don't know who killed him." "Yao Yin was killed by me," Fong Qin said. "What?" Bai Yijian's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Yijian flicked his wrist and a sword light shot out. Bang! Seeing this sword light, Fong Qin punched out and shattered the sword light. His body did not move at all. Bai Yijian was shocked when he saw the scene. In just a year, the man in front of him had grown to this extent. If he did not believe that Yao Yin was killed by the man in front of him, he believed it now. "You are really powerful. You killed Yao Yin. You can also enter the Qi ranking," Bai Yijian said as he tried to calm his excitement. Fong Qin nodded and asked, "My name is Fong Qin." "Bai Yijian, Lu Bai," Bai Yijian said with a smile. "What are you doing in the Holy Wind mountain range?" Fong Qin asked. "The horse bandits that you killed previously had a strong background, especially the leader of the horse bandits. His elder brother is a Qi High warrior. I came to the Holy Wind mountain range to look for that Qi High warrior," Bai Yijian said. Oh, Fong Qin was confused. After that, Bai Yijian explained that he had a grudge with that Qi High warrior and wanted to take revenge. However, before he could find that Qi High warrior, he met his younger brother. He wanted to kill him, but Fong Qin beat him to it. In the end, Bai Yijian chatted with Fong Qin for a while before he left. "Fong Qin, I will be waiting for you at the sect competition in a month's time," Bai Yijian said as he turned and left. Fong Qin returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. The elders informed Fong Qin that the Wanxiang cave was about to open. They asked him to prepare himself and adjust his body to its best condition. Fong Qin's eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 170. The Wanxiang cave was extremely important to Fong Qin. On this day, the great elder and the second elder found Fong Qin and brought Fong Qin to the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. "Fong Qin, don't tell anyone about the Wanxiang cave," the great elder instructed. Fong Qin nodded. Then the great elder and the second elder worked together to undo the seal of the Wanxiang cave. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky. Fong Qin's heart trembled. He did not expect the Wanxiang cave to be sealed in the void. This was the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Other than the core executives of the Kamikaze Kenbu, no one could enter this place. Therefore, the Wanxiang Cave was the most confidential place here. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was trembling, a void stone door suddenly appeared in the sky. This void stone door was completely formed by spiritual energy. Fang Chen, go in quickly, the great elder shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and plunged into the Wanxiang Cave. Crash! Fang Chen felt a flash of white light. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Is this the Wanxiang Cave? Fang Chen felt as if he was in a dream. Everything around him seemed illusory and real. He was currently in a cave. Although it was called a cave, it was extremely spacious. Fang Chen stood at the entrance of the cave. It was pitch black outside the cave. He could not see anything. Myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. Fang Chen felt that being in the Wanxiang Cave, he could touch the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. His body felt extremely comfortable. As expected of the Wanxiang Cave, it's all-encompassing. It's amazing, Fang Chen said in surprise. Fang Chen walked step by step towards the depths of the Wanxiang Cave. Along the way, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. For example, right now there was a small lake beside him. Within this small lake, there was a large amount of brook water. This brook water was different from ordinary brook water. It contained a rich aura of water element. If one wanted to comprehend the concept of water, they could enter this small lake to do so. Of course, Fang Chen had already comprehended the concept of water after receiving the inheritance of the water demon. Even so, when Fang Chen passed by the small lake, he could still feel the rich aura of the water element in the stream. Such a strong aura of the water element, Fang Chen said in surprise. Then, Fang Chen saw a metal platform beside the small lake. This platform was the place to comprehend the concept of metal. Next, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. Finally, Fang Chen saw a sea of fire in the depths of the Wanxiang Cave. The temperature in this sea of fire was extremely high. The aura of the fire element. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. Looking at the sea of fire, his face revealed a trace of excitement. The purpose of entering the Wanxiang Cave was to comprehend the concept of fire. Now that he saw the sea of fire, how could Fang Chen not be excited? The Wanxiang Cave will only be open for half a month. We can't waste time, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen resolutely entered the sea of fire. In the beginning, as soon as Fang Chen entered the sea of fire, countless flames frantically wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt extremely hot, as if he was about to be roasted. So hot. Fang Chen began to use the spiritual energy in his true core to resist. His body was instantly covered with a layer of spiritual energy, resisting the heat of the flames. However, as the flames around him increased, the spiritual energy was unable to resist the heat of the flames. At this moment, Fang Chen's Tao body erupted. Although it was a one-star Tao body, his physical body was still very strong. After the Tao body erupted, Fang Chen instantly felt a trace of coolness. It is indeed a Tao body, Fang Chen thought to himself. The eruption of the Tao body allowed Fang Chen to gradually adapt to the sea of fire. The surrounding flames no longer burned Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the Tao body could only suppress the flames for a short period of time. If he wanted to completely resist the heat of the flames, he had to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Crash! Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly and began to comprehend the concept of fire. Due to the experience of comprehending the concept of water, Fang Chen had a slight advantage when it came to comprehending the concept of fire. Fang Chen constantly absorbed the aura of fire elements in the sea of fire. At the same time, Fang Chen was also comprehending the aura of fire elements. After 7 days, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the aura of fire elements. At this moment, Fang Chen could freely travel through the sea of fire without relying on his Tao body. The Wanxiang Cave is indeed extraordinary, Fang Chen thought to himself. If this wasn't the Wanxiang cave, it would be too difficult to comprehend the concept of fire. Fortunately, this was the Wanxiang cave, which was all-encompassing. This allowed Feng Qin to comprehend the concept of fire much faster. Let's try to comprehend the concept of fire in one go, Feng Qin thought to himself. Then he once again entered into cultivation. As time passed, Feng Qin's body was filled with an extremely rich aura of fire elements. This aura of fire elements constantly flowed through Feng Qin's body. At this moment, Feng Qin's mind was also filled with a large amount of aura of fire elements. The flames in the surrounding sea of fire constantly surrounded Feng Qin. However, Feng Qin could no longer feel the scorching heat. While Feng Qin was comprehending the concept of fire, traces of invisible aura in the Wanxiang cave constantly drilled into Feng Qin's body. Even Feng Qin didn't know that the penetration of these invisible auras had caused the aura of fire elements to become crazy. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly, as if it wanted to help Feng Qin comprehend the concept of fire. Every time the Wanxiang cave opened, it would only last for half a month. Every martialist could only enter the Wanxiang cave once in their lifetime. The second time would be invalid. Every martialist of the 4 heavenly kings who entered the Wanxiang cave would be able to comprehend a concept within half a month. Feng Qin's potential was originally much higher than theirs. Thus, comprehending the concept of fire was very easy for him. After 10 days in the Wanxiang cave, Feng Qin finally comprehended the concept of fire. At a certain moment, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the sea of fire. Immediately after, Feng Qin opened his eyes, and a flame shot out from his eyes. Feng Qin's mind was filled with a fiery red aura. This fiery red aura contained a tyrannical power. Concept of fire. Feng Qin said softly. Immediately, a rich concept of fire surrounded Feng Qin's body and formed a strong defense. With the concept of fire surrounding his body, the flames in the sea of fire didn't dare approach Feng Qin. It's a pity that I can only enter the Wanxiang cave once in my lifetime, Feng Qin said with a little regret. If he could enter this place a few more times, he might be able to comprehend a few more concepts. But now that he had comprehended the concept of fire, he was pleasantly surprised. Feng Qin's body was covered in the concept of fire. He prepared to leave the sea of fire, but at this moment, the flames in the depths of the sea of fire formed a whirlpool. Immediately, a tyrannical power came out of the whirlpool. In the next moment, Feng Qin was shocked to find that within the whirlpool of flames, a flame dragon had appeared. This flame dragon's body contained a tyrannical power. Furthermore, the flame dragon's head contained a rich concept of fire. Feng Qin was incomparably shocked as he looked at the flame dragon that had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the flames have given birth to spirituality? Feng Qin asked. Thinking of this, Feng Qin's expression changed. He clenched his fist, and the concept of fire wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, he directly used the solitary emptiness fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Feng Qin's flaming fist smashed into the fire dragon's body, creating a loud noise. Crack! The fire dragon was hit by Feng Qin's fist, and its body retreated a little. However, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames. It directly attacked Feng Qin crazily. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Feng Qin and the flame dragon began to fight. The flame dragon's control of the concept of fire had already reached the pinnacle. In this aspect, Feng Qin was at a disadvantage. But fortunately, Feng Qin's true strength was comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. He was just barely able to resist the flame dragon's attacks. Time slowly passed. Feng Qin and the flame dragon's battle became more and more intense. But neither of them was able to gain an advantage over the other. What surprised Feng Qin the most was that while he was fighting the flame dragon, his control of the concept of fire was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, Feng Qin's entire body was soaked with sweat, but his face was full of smiles. Although he had fought fiercely for 2 hours and was already exhausted, he discovered that his control over the concept of fire had almost reached a perfect level when he clashed with the fire dragon. Boom! Fang Qin retreated. At this moment, the flame dragon attacked again. Fang Qin took a deep breath and immediately clenched his fists. He activated his Taoist body and punched out with a flaming fist. With a bang, the flame dragon was sent flying and disappeared into the flame vortex. Hiss! Hiss! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the flame vortex disappeared into the sea of fire. Then, the sea of fire returned to its calm state. Is this flame dragon here to be my sparring partner? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen left the sea of fire. My control of the concept of fire is almost perfect, Fang Chen said excitedly, his eyes shining. At this moment, there were still 5 days before the Wanxiang cave closed. Fang Chen wanted to try and see if he could comprehend other concepts. Then, Fang Chen thought carefully and prepared to comprehend the concept of wind. If he could successfully comprehend the concept of wind, his speed would increase dramatically. At critical moments, it could produce unexpected results. After that, Fang Chen directly appeared on top of a cliff in the Wanxiang cave. Standing on this cliff, one could feel a biting cold wind blowing towards them, as if a knife was slashing across one's face. This cliff was a place specially used to comprehend the concept of wind. On the cliff, he could vaguely see some small handwriting left behind by some seniors in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Hu. Chapter 171. Wanxiang Cave. On top of the cliff, a strong wind blew past, blowing on Fang Chen's face. It was as if a knife had sliced across his face. Fang Chen felt endless pain all over his body. He was trying his best to absorb the wind element. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There were only 2 days left until the deadline. Fang Chen didn't have the slightest clue about the concept of wind. At this time, Fang Chen's mood was a bit gloomy. However, just as a strong wind blew past, there was a boom. The wild wind above the cliff instantly filled the air and directly hit Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body couldn't resist the wind and directly fell from the cliff. How is this possible? Fang Chen's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the cliff. At this moment, the strong wind on the cliff suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an old figure sitting on the cliff with a hunched back. Who is it? Fang Chen slowly stood up. When he saw the old figure on the cliff, he was shocked and involuntarily cried out, "You're not suited to comprehend the concept of wind." The old voice intermittently entered Fang Chen's ears. "Senior, who are you?" asked Fang Chen. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I understand the concept of wind better than you do." The old figure slowly said, "Why am I not suited to comprehend the concept of wind?" asked Fang Chen. Crash! The old figure extended his hand. A green light directly appeared in his palm. This was the concept of wind. "Although I don't know why, I faintly feel that you're suited to the concept of metal." The old figure said. When Fang Chen saw the concept of wind in the old man's hand, he was shocked. Who was this old man? Why was he hiding in the 10,000 elephant cave? "Senior, who are you?" asked Fang Chen doubtfully. When the old man heard this, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Autumn leaf." Hearing the 2 words, autumn leaf, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? How could you be autumn leaf? Fang Chen cried out. Naturally, Fang Chen had heard of the 2 words, autumn leaf. Back then, autumn leaf could be considered an existence that shocked the entire divine wind nation. The current lord of Kamikaze Kenbo, Fang Chen exclaimed. The current lord of Kamikaze Kenbo, Autumn Leaf, possessed unparalleled skills. Everyone thought that Autumn Leaf was in seclusion. However, Fang Chen hadn't expected to see Autumn Leaf in the Wanxiang cave. Manor Head Autumn Leaf? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The old man nodded. Correct. I am the current lord of Kamikaze Kenbu. Since you were able to enter the Wansheng cave, that means you've already become the disciple of the heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen nodded. The old man continued. When you entered the Kamikaze Kenbu, I began to pay attention to you. Although I can't leave the Wansheng cave, I can see everything in the outside world, including your trial when you entered the Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen was shocked. Just what had caused the Autumn Leaf Manor Head to be trapped in the Wansheng cave. Manor Head Autumn Leaf. Why are you trapped in the Wansheng cave? Asked Fang Chen. Autumn Leaf sighed when he heard that. Then he said, After I became the Manor Head, I wanted to lead Kamikaze Kenbu to the peak. After a series of attempts, I entered the Wansheng cave alone. I comprehended all the elemental auras in the cave, but I failed. However, I thought of a crazy method. I absorbed every elemental aura in the Wansheng cave and gathered them in my body. I wanted to fuse them together, but in the end there was a problem. Autumn Leaf slowly said. His voice carried a trace of vicissitudes of life. Fang Chen was shocked. The Autumn Leaf Manor Head really was crazy. He actually wanted to soften all the elemental auras together. It had to be said that the Autumn Leaf Manor Head's idea was very bold. If it weren't for some of my secrets, I probably would have died in the Wansheng cave long ago. Although I survived in the end, I was heavily injured and trapped in the cave for so many years. I could only struggle at death's door on this cliff, said the Autumn Leaf Manor Head with a heavy voice. After Fang Chen understood the ins and outs of this matter, the shock in his heart took a long time to recover. In the past few years, I've been studying the concept of wind the entire time. My comprehension of the concept of wind is far too deep. When you stepped onto the cliff, I sensed that there seemed to be a powerful energy in your body. This energy is not suitable for the concept of wind, said Autumn Leaf. Fang Chen sank into silence. He did not say anything else. Your talent is very good. I hope you don't bury it, continued Autumn Leaf. Manor Head Autumn Leaf, are you going to be trapped here forever, unable to leave? Fang Chen asked. Autumn Leaf shook his head when he heard that. Then he said, I'm getting older and older, and my body is getting weaker and weaker. If I can't recover from my injuries, I'll never be able to leave the Wansheng cave. You and I have some sort of fate, so I'll give you some pointers, said Autumn Leaf. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Manor Head Autumn Leaf, how can I fuse fire and water? Fang Chen asked. Autumn Leaf was clearly surprised by Fang Chen's words. Then he asked, You want to fuse the two concepts of water and fire? Autumn Leaf had already sensed that Fang Chen possessed two concepts long ago. Fang Chen nodded and said, I came across a sword technique by chance. It requires water and fire to be compatible in order to cultivate. You obtained the water demon's ultimate technique, the water-fire sword technique? Autumn Leaf's eyes lit up when she heard that. Fang Chen was extremely surprised. He nodded. No wonder. Your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to obtain the inheritance of the water demon. This water flame sword art is a miraculous cultivation technique. If you can cultivate it to the peak, its power will surpass your imagination, said Autumn Leaf. I've also studied a few methods to fuse fire and water in the past few years. As for whether you can succeed or not, that'll depend on your luck. After saying that, Autumn Leaf had Fang Chen release the two concepts of water and fire at the same time. Crash! Fang Chen sat on the ground and suddenly released the concept of water. A gentle white light revolved around the left side of Fang Chen's body. Afterwards, a domineering, fiery red light appeared on the right side of Fang Chen's body. The two concepts each occupied one half of Fang Chen's body. Use your will to fuse the two concepts, said Autumn Leaf. Fang Chen followed Autumn Leaf's instructions and fused the two concepts together. However, when the two concepts came into contact, a powerful repulsive force appeared. Seeing Fang Chen's pained expression, Autumn Leaf waved her hand and an azure light directly burrowed between the two concepts to reconcile them. With the addition of a third concept, the two opposing concepts began to reach the limit of fusing. Then, Autumn Leaf waved her wrist, and a large handprint appeared above her head. Finally, with a shout, the handprints burrowed into Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the two concepts of water and fire fused together, forming a very strange light. This kid isn't simple. Autumn Leaf could feel that there was a terrifying aura in Fang Chen's body. She wanted to explore it, but she was directly repelled by this terrifying aura. Moreover, Autumn Leaf discovered that the reason why the concepts of water and fire could fuse so quickly was not only because of her, but also because of the terrifying aura in Fang Chen's body. At this moment, in Fang Chen's mind, the two concepts of water and fire fused together. From the golden heart, a clear stream constantly flowed out and entered the two concepts. One day later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Fusion of water and fire. Fang Chen examined his body and grinned. Then Fang Chen stood up and cupped his hands towards the empty cliff. Senior Autumn Leaf, Junior will never forget your kindness. You are a person of my kamikaze Kenbu. Helping you is only natural. An ethereal voice rang out. Senior, what can Junior do for you? Asked Fang Chen. One day, when you are strong enough, take care of kamikaze Kenbu. Autumn Leaf's voice rang out. Fang Chen nodded and bowed 3 times to the cliff. Then he turned and left. In the outside world, the first elder and second elder had long since arrived at the kamikaze Kenbu's forbidden area. They were incomparably excited. First elder, do you think Fang Chen's cultivation base will break through? Asked the second elder. It should be. The other 4 who entered all came out with breakthroughs in their cultivation bases. The great elder pondered. Before he broke through, his strength was already comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. Now that he's broken through, just how much will his strength increase? The second elder was extremely excited. The 2 of them were very optimistic about Fang Chen. After this trip to the Myriad Elephant Cave, Fang Chen's strength was certain to explosively increase. Time is up, open the Wanxiang Grotto. After about an hour, the first elder said. Then the first elder and second elder joined hands to open the Myriad Elephant Cave. Crash! Fang Chen's figure appeared in the forbidden area. Fang Chen, how was your harvest? The first elder impatiently asked the moment the Myriad Elephant Cave disappeared. I comprehended the concept of fire. Fang Chen answered truthfully. Anything else? Asked the second elder. Fang Chen shook his head. Nothing else. Your cultivation base didn't break through? Asked the first elder doubtfully. No, said Fang Chen. A trace of disappointment flashed across the first elder and second elder's faces when they heard Fang Chen's words. While cultivating in the Myriad Elephant Cave, Fang Chen had only comprehended the concept of fire. His cultivation base hadn't broken through. This made the 2 elders feel a bit regretful. It seemed that in the upcoming sect competition, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to help the kamikaze Kenbu. They could only place their hopes on the 4 heavenly kings. Fang Chen, rest well. There are still 5 days before the sect competition begins, said the first elder. Chapter 172. After coming out of the Wanxiang Cave, Fang Chen began to practice the water and fire sword art. There were still 5 days before the sect competition. If he could master the water and fire sword art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. In Fang Chen's courtyard, he was practicing the water and fire sword art. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, his body was surrounded by the 2 concepts of water and fire. In his hand, he held the hidden dragon sword and practiced according to the chants of the water and fire sword art. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen only took 15 minutes to master the first level of the water and fire sword art. After mastering the first level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Chen's strength increased greatly. He felt that he could easily defeat Bai Yijian, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next day, in a pavilion in the high-class area, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. This aura instantly swept through the entire pavilion. In the next moment, a wild laugh came out from the pavilion. Many high-class disciples looked towards the pavilion. They knew that this pavilion belonged to the leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Exan. Did Zhu Exan break through his cultivation? Did Zhu Exan gain something from his cultivation? That aura just now was very wild. Some disciples whispered. As the disciples were discussing among themselves, Zhu Exan's figure suddenly appeared from the pagoda. Fang Chen, the humiliation you gave me, I will return it to you double today. Zhu Exan thought to himself. Ever since Zhu Exan was defeated by Fang Chen, he had been training in seclusion. Finally, today his heavenly sword art had reached the transformation level. His cultivation had also improved a little, although he had not broken through to the Qi High realm. However, Zhu Exan believed that his strength was enough to be ranked among the heavenly kings, and that he could completely defeat Fang Chen. Zhu Exan aggressively walked towards Fang Chen's residence. Along the way, countless disciples followed Zhu Exan curiously. Look, Zhu Exan is walking towards Fang Chen's residence. Is he going to fight Fang Chen? It must be so. Zhu Exan thinks that his strength has broken through and wants to take revenge. Hurry up and follow them. Zhu Exan's strength has broken through. He might be able to defeat Fang Chen. For a time, this news spread throughout the entire high-class area. Countless warriors rushed to Fang Chen's residence, wanting to watch this classic battle. Even the other 7 of the 8 great emperors had rushed over after hearing the news. Zhu Exan broke through? Sun Tu asked as he stood in front of Fang Chen's courtyard. I don't know. In any case, his aura has become stronger. He should have gained something from his cultivation, the other kings said solemnly. At this moment, Zhu Exan stopped in his tracks. His voice contained majestic spiritual energy as he roared, Fang Chen, get out here and accept your death! This voice passed through Fang Chen's residence and into Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was in the middle of cultivating when he suddenly heard this voice. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked out of his residence. Fang Chen, I thought you would be a coward and not dare to come out. Zhu Exan laughed wildly. A loser actually dares to say such words, said Fang Chen coldly in the face of Zhu Exan's mockery. Fang Chen naturally sensed that Zhu Exan's strength had increased a lot. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. His strength had also increased a lot. Furthermore, he had just reached the first level of the water and fire sword art. He could use Zhu Exan to test its power. Fang Chen, I was defeated by you a month ago because I was careless. Now, I want to formally challenge you. Do you dare accept? Zhu Exan shouted. The surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen. The other kings also looked at the 2 of them. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings also rushed over. Zhu Exan's strength has increased a lot, but I'm willing to bet that he still isn't a match for Fang Chen, said Broken Heart. Fang Chen is a warrior who has entered the Wanxiang cave. How can Zhu Exan compare to him? Zhu Tian grinned. I wonder what kind of intent Fang Chen comprehended in the Wanxiang cave, said Yunjiao. Star and Moon didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Fang Chen. From the beginning, she didn't believe that Fang Chen would lose. The appearance of the 4 heavenly kings made all the disciples extremely excited. Zhu Exan, Fang Chen is the 5th heavenly king. You should know what it means if he fails to challenge a heavenly king, said Broken Heart. Of course I know. This time, I definitely won't lose. The one who will lose will definitely be Fang Chen, said Zhu Exan. Broken Heart stopped talking and looked at Fang Chen. As the 5th heavenly king, no one could force Fang Chen to accept the challenge unless he didn't agree. However, Fang Qin obviously didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to test the power of the water and fire sword technique. Zhu Xian, I accept your challenge, but the result may disappoint you, said Fang Qin with a grin. He wasn't nervous at all. Humph, Fang Qin, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a heavenly king. This time, I'll definitely destroy your reputation, said Zhu Xian. Defeating a heavenly king. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil, added Zhu Xian. All right, since Fang Qin has agreed, the 4 heavenly kings will be the referees of this battle, said Broken Heart. When Zhu Xian heard this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, a wild aura surged from the long sword in his hand. Through sky sword technique. Crash! Zhu Xian displayed the through sky sword technique. But everyone knew that Zhu Xian's through sky sword technique was very different from before. Stage of transformation. Many disciples exclaimed. They didn't expect Zhu Xian's through sky sword technique to reach the stage of transformation. Under normal circumstances, it was already very impressive to be able to cultivate the technique to the perfection stage. Those who could cultivate it to the imperceptible stage were already considered top experts. As for those who could cultivate it to the stage of transformation, unless they were some real geniuses, the through sky sword technique at the stage of transformation brought a lot of pressure to everyone. All eyes were focused on Fang Qin. They wanted to see how Fang Qin would deal with it. Stage of transformation. Fang Qin saw Zhu Xian's through sky sword technique and revealed a mocking smile. Although the through sky sword technique at the stage of transformation was very powerful, it couldn't bring him any pressure. In Fang Qin's hand, the hidden dragon sword rotated. Then the 2 wills of water and fire suddenly surrounded his body and poured into the hidden dragon sword. Crash! There was a wild aura in the surroundings. Many disciples exclaimed. Even the 4 heavenly kings' faces changed slightly. They looked at Fang Qin in surprise. The fusion of the wills of water and fire, Broken Heart exclaimed. It seems that Fang Qin's harvest in the Wanxiang cave is far from what we imagined, Zhu Tian said. What an unfathomable martial artist, Yunjiu said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. She looked at Fang Qin and clenched her small white hands. She was very happy. The first level of the water-fire sword technique. This was the first time Fang Qin displayed the water-fire sword technique. When the 2 wills of water and fire merged together, the first level of the water-fire sword technique was displayed instantly. In the sky, an extremely powerful sword light came out from the hidden dragon sword. The first half of the sword light was a soft white light, and the second half was a domineering fiery red light. The water-fire sword technique originated from the same source as water and fire. When the water and fire sword play was executed, it was so powerful that it made Zhu Xian feel pressured. However, Zhu Xian did not believe it. He roared crazily, wanting to defeat Fang Qin. The facts proved that he was just asking for his own humiliation. Boom! When the water-fire sword technique bombarded Zhu Xian's long sword, there was a deafening sound. Countless martial artists around retreated. Except for the 4 heavenly kings, everyone else was affected. Crack! Zhu Xian's long sword shattered instantly. The sword light of the water-fire sword technique shattered Zhu Xian's long sword with its domineering power and bombarded Zhu Xian's body. Bang! Zhu Xian's body flew out and fell to the ground. He fainted instantly. Everyone thought that this would be a fierce battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Fang Qin defeated Zhu Xian in just 1 move. Even though Zhu Xian's heavenly sword technique had reached the perfection of martial arts, it was still useless. The whole scene burst into thunderous applause. All the martial artists were excited. A few kings who had a good relationship with Zhu Xian helped him away. The others all greeted Fang Qin. Fang Qin, you are getting stronger and stronger, Broken Heart said. After seeing your sword technique, I can't help but want to spar with you, Zhu Tian said with a grin. Fang Qin, it seems that you have gained a lot, Yunjiu said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes blinked. A smile appeared on her face as she looked at Fang Qin. No wonder, he is the 5th heavenly king. This kind of strength is not something that the 8 great kings can compare to. Yes, even if Zhu Xian's heavenly sword technique had reached the perfection of martial arts, he was still no match for Fang Qin. What's more terrifying is that Fang Qin defeated Zhu Xian in just one move. This kind of strength is too terrifying. What do you think Fang Qin's strength is among the 5 heavenly kings? Many disciples were discussing Fang Qin's strength and how strong he was. As for Fang Qin, he invited the 4 heavenly kings into his courtyard. There was a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Fang Qin and the other 4 sat on the stone stools and sipped tea. Fang Qin, you are now a famous person in Kamikaze Kenbo, Broken Heart joked. Fang Qin, shall we spar? Zhu Tian asked. Zhu Tian was a battle maniac. Seeing Fang Qin's exquisite sword technique, he could not help but want to spar with him. I agree, Yunjiu said. Chapter 173. When Zhu Tian saw Fang Qin defeat Fang Qin with one strike, he was very excited and wanted to exchange pointers with Fang Qin. It's just a simple exchange of pointers, Zhu Tian said with a grin. The other 3 all knew that Zhu Tian was such a person. As long as he saw a powerful warrior, he would definitely try his best to exchange pointers with him. When Zhu Tian had just become one of the 4 heavenly kings, he wanted to exchange pointers with the other 3 as soon as he saw them. Because of the difference in strength, he could only defeat Yunjiu, but he couldn't defeat the other 2. Therefore, he felt that it was meaningless to exchange pointers with Yunjiu. Every time he saw the other 2, he would pester them to exchange pointers. Finally, the 2 couldn't bear it anymore. They exerted all their strength and defeated Zhu Tian. Only then did they stop Zhu Tian from exchanging pointers with them. Now that he finally saw Fang Qin's potential, Zhu Tian naturally wanted to exchange pointers with him. Fang Qin, are you willing to exchange pointers with me? Zhu Tian asked. Fang Qin nodded. Since Zhu Tian wanted to exchange pointers, then he would give it a try. Those who could become heavenly kings were not simple people. He might even be able to learn something from Zhu Tian. Well, since Fang Qin agrees, then let's exchange pointers in this courtyard. Remember to stop when you can, Broken Heart said with a smile. In the center of the courtyard, Fang Qin and Zhu Tian stood quietly. The other 3 were sitting on stone benches, watching the exchange between the 2. Fang Qin, attack me with the sword technique you just used, Zhu Tian said. Fang Qin nodded. Seeing this, Zhu Tian's face showed a trace of excitement. Zhu Tian, one of the 5 heavenly kings, was very powerful. His famous sword technique was called the Tianyi sword technique. The Tianyi sword technique was a top 2nd grade technique, but Zhu Tian had forcefully cultivated it to the point where it was comparable to a 3rd grade technique. Furthermore, Zhu Tian had long cultivated the Tianyi sword art to the transformation realm. Its power was very tyrannical. Even Broken Heart and the others did not dare to be careless when faced with Zhu Tian's Tianyi sword technique. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Qin let out a low cry and displayed the first level of the water and fire sword technique. In an instant, 2 completely opposite conceptions appeared around his body. These 2 conceptions quickly merged together and drilled into the hidden dragon sword while everyone was in shock. Fang Qin really isn't simple. He can actually fuse the 2 concepts of water and fire, Broken Heart exclaimed. Yes, his sword technique itself is not simple. The water and fire sword technique has the same origin. This is definitely a superior sword technique, Yunjiu said. Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes. She thought that she already knew Fang Qin better. However, the more she interacted with Fang Qin, the more she found that Fang Qin was like a mysterious young man. She could not see through him at all. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Zhu Tian made his move. when he saw the water and fire sword light shoot out from Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword. A smile appeared on his face. With a wild laugh, he displayed the Tianyi sword technique. Tianyi sword technique. The Tianyi sword technique, which was at the transformative level, was very powerful. A terrifying sword light shot out from Zhu Tian's long sword. This sword light was filled with strong sword intent. Bang! Zhu Tian's sword light collided with Fong Chen's water and fire sword light, causing a loud explosion. In an instant, the two of them quickly retreated. However, before Fong Chen could stabilize his body, Zhu Tian tapped the ground with the tip of his toes. His body moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Fong Chen in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed it at Fong Chen. Ding, ding, ding! Fong Chen was caught off guard. He raised his hidden dragon sword to block the attack. The sound of metal colliding was heard. Then, Zhu Tian's body flashed again. He gave up on displaying the Tianyi sword technique. Instead, he clenched his fist and threw out a punch. Heavenly Void Fist. Seeing this, Fong Chen did not hesitate to display the Heavenly Void Fist and hit Zhu Tian's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhu Tian's body retreated. When Zhu Tian stabilized his body, a helpless look appeared on his face. How can you be so strong? Zhu Tian asked in surprise. Zhu Tian thought that his strength was strong enough. However, when facing Fong Chen, he could not block Fong Chen's fist. At this moment, he could still feel the pain between his thumb and forefinger. This made Zhu Tian exclaim that Fong Chen was a monster. "I'm not fighting anymore," Zhu Tian said helplessly. Although Zhu Tian seemed to be at a disadvantage on the surface, Fong Chen knew that if they really fought, Zhu Tian might not lose and he might not win. It could only be said that a heavenly king was a heavenly king. He was not someone ordinary people could compare to. The reason why Fong Chen could fight Zhu Tian to a draw was because of the water-fire sword technique. If he could cultivate the water-fire sword technique to the second level, he would even dare to challenge Broken Heart. Ha ha ha, Zhu Tian, how is it? Brother Fong is not that easy to bully, right? Broken Heart laughed when he saw Zhu Tian's defeat. I have to say, Fong Chen's body is really strong. He actually dares to fight Zhu Tian, Yunjiu said with a sigh. Zhu Tian's body has reached the one-star Dao body. I think Fong Chen should also have reached the one-star Dao body, Star and Moon said. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Zhu Tian's expression changed slightly. The reason he could reach the one-star Dao body was because he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient ruin, which allowed his body to reach the one-star Dao body. Fong Chen was much younger than him, but he could also cultivate his body to the one-star Dao body. Fong Chen, I admire you. Zhu Tian cupped his hands and said to Fong Chen. After the battle with Fong Chen, Zhu Tian was even more convinced of Fong Chen's potential. As long as Fong Chen was given enough time, even Broken Heart, the leader of the 5 heavenly kings, would not be his match. All right, we won't disturb Fong Chen any further. The sect competition will begin in a few days, Broken Heart said with a grin. In the end, Broken Heart and the other 3 turned around and left, while Fong Chen returned to the pavilion. Time passed bit by bit. In the past few days, the name Fong Chen had been the topic of discussion among all the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. In the past few days, Fong Chen had completely consolidated the first level of the water and fire sword technique. He had also completely mastered the 2 intents of water and fire. Finally, to everyone's anticipation, the great sect competition was about to begin. On a certain day, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu began to gather the disciples of the advanced areas. When Fong Chen arrived at the square, it was already packed with people. All the advanced disciples had already arrived. Fong Chen, you're here. Everyone greeted Fong Chen. When everyone had arrived, the great elder began to speak. Tomorrow is the Divine Wind Nation's sect competition. This time's sect competition is an opportunity for Kamikaze Kenbu, the great elder said loudly. This time's sect competition will be held in the imperial capital. Today, we will head to the imperial capital. I hope you can give Kamikaze Kenbu a pleasant surprise. After the great elder and the others spoke a few words, they led the disciples and headed to the imperial capital. Of course, there were also some elders who were in charge of Kamikaze Kenbu. The mighty crowd left Kamikaze Kenbu and appeared in the Holy Wind mountain range. The Holy Wind mountain range was a dangerous place for the warriors of the outside world. However, for the warriors of Kamikaze Kenbu, it was only a path they had to pass through to leave the outside world. While Kamikaze Kenbu was heading to the imperial capital, the other sect members were also heading to the imperial capital one after another. Antian County, Antian City, in a spacious manner. The sect competition is coming soon. Although my Gu clan is no longer in the top 10 sect, this time my Gu clan must strive to become one of the top 10 sect. This was what the Gu clan's patriarch had said 3 days ago. This time, the Gu clan had selected many elite disciples to head to the imperial capital to participate in the sect competition. On one hand, it was to let the Gu clan become one of the top 10 sect. On the other hand, it was for revenge. Although the second young master Gu was a hedonistic son, he was still the second young master of the Gu clan. The dignified Gu clan's direct descendant had been killed by an outsider. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, the Gu clan suspected that the one who had obtained the Dark Sky Plains treasure might be the star and moon of Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, this time, the 3 major powers of Antian County pointed their spears at Kamikaze Kenbu. It wasn't just the Gu clan. Even Tianyu Lake and Wood Dragon Stronghold had sent their elite disciples to the imperial capital. They wanted to make a name for themselves in this highly anticipated event. People came and went in the imperial capital. Over the past few days, many foreign warriors had poured into the imperial capital. They had all come to watch the sect competition because of its reputation. The imperial family also attached great importance to this sect competition. They had sent the first prince and the 8th prince to co-host the sect competition. Of course, in the eyes of many insiders, this sect competition wasn't just a competition between sects. It was also a competition between the first prince and the 8th prince. The old emperor was about to fall. Once the old emperor fell, the new emperor would definitely be one of the first prince and the 8th prince. Originally, the dozen or so princes all had a chance. However, after so many years of competition, the others had been eliminated one by one. Only the 8th prince and the first prince were left. They had the highest chance of success. This time, the 8th prince and the first prince had put in a lot of effort. They were prepared to rope in the top 10 sects during the sect competition. Once they could rope in the top 10 sect, they would have more to rely on. The first elder of Kamikaze Kenbu led many disciples into the imperial capital and arrived at a manor. This manor was one of Kamikaze Kenbu's properties in the imperial capital. After the first elder made some arrangements, he went to discuss with the other elders about tomorrow's sect competition. As for the other disciples, they were free to move about. Fang Chen, let's go out for a walk. Star and Moon walked over to Fang Chen's side and said in a low voice. Fang Chen glanced at Star and Moon and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have something to do." Another day. Star and Moon didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and turned to leave. After Star and Moon left, Broken Heart and the other 2 walked over to Fang Chen. Zhu Tian gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Fang Chen, you're really something. You even dared to reject the invitation of the beautiful Star and Moon." Black lines appeared on Fang Chen's forehead. He was a bit speechless. Chapter 174. Fang Chen was speechless when he heard Zhu Tian's words. He quickly left the manor. Fang Chen arrived at the Heavenly Elixir Hall and found Master Tianhe. "Master," Tianhe smiled when he saw Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you're here." "Master," Tianhe grinned. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "Master Tianhe, What's the situation recently? Master Tianhe naturally knew that Feng Qin was asking about the competition between the Heavenly Elixir Hall and the Elixir Dispensary. He immediately said, "The royal family is paying great attention to the upcoming sect competition. The royal family has sent a high-ranking official over and asked us to temporarily schedule the battle. Everything will be discussed after the sect competition. The Elixir Dispensary has reached a temporary agreement with us. They will not fight during the sect competition." "Master," Tianhe added. Feng Qin nodded when he heard this. In this way, the Heavenly Elixir Hall would have more time to prepare, and their chances of winning would be higher. Early the next morning, the entire imperial capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless martialists poured into the imperial capital from outside. The royal family attached great importance to the imperial capital sect competition. They set up a strict checkpoint at the city gate to check on the martialists who came from outside. They were afraid that some people would cause trouble. Even so, a large number of martialists still poured into the imperial capital. In the most central square of the imperial capital, there was a sea of people. Countless heads were moving about. The imperial capital square was heavily guarded by the royal family. At the edge of the imperial capital square, there was a large number of iron fences that separated the imperial capital square from the surrounding streets. The imperial capital square was huge. In the middle of the imperial capital square, there was a huge martial arts arena. There were more than 10 resting areas around the arena. In front of the martial arts arena was the rostrum. At this moment, the rostrum was empty. There was not a single person on it. Time passed by slowly. A deafening sound was heard in the imperial capital square. Then the crowd realized that the first prince had arrived. The first prince led a group of people to the imperial capital square. Among them were the protector kings and other princes. The arrival of the first prince brought the atmosphere of the imperial capital square to its peak. "First prince!" Many warriors cried out in alarm. The first prince nodded at the crowd and finally sat on the rostrum. The king and the others sat behind the first prince. Soon after the first prince arrived, the 8th prince arrived at the imperial city square. The 8th prince's formation was the same as the eldest prince's. Behind him were many marquises with different surnames. One of them was the heaven fiend Marquis. "Big brother, I didn't expect you to come so early." The 8th prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest prince on the rostrum with a smile. "8th brother, you're not too late," the first prince said calmly. Then the 8th prince sat on the rostrum. The 8th prince and the eldest prince represented the entire imperial family. They were the first to arrive, which was enough to show how much importance the imperial family placed on this sect tournament. Next, the first to arrive at the imperial city square was Tianyan Mountain. Tianyan Mountain was considered mid-tier among the top 10 sect. Back in the ancient ruins, Tianyan Mountain's top outer sect disciple, Feng Shuashan, had been killed by Feng Qin. Even now, the upper echelons of Tianyan Mountain did not know who had killed Feng Shuashan. The leader of Tianyan Mountain this time was the Mountain Lord of Tianyan Mountain. He exuded a terrifying aura. Behind him were the elites of Tianyan Mountain. In Tianyan Mountain, 3 disciples had entered the Qi ranking. These 3 disciples were also the most outstanding disciples of Tianyan Mountain. "Look, the people of Tianyan Mountain are here. The leader must be the Mountain Lord of Tianyan Mountain. Tianyan Mountain's formation this time is quite big. I wonder if Feng Yun can advance further on the Qi ranking." Feng Yun is the most outstanding disciple of Tianyan Mountain. His cultivation has long reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He is also ranked 13th on the Qi ranking. He is very strong. Many warriors were discussing. Behind the Mountain Lord of Tianyan Mountain, a man in white appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was Feng Yin, the most outstanding disciple of Tianyan Mountain. He was ranked 13th on the Qi ranking. "Mountain Lord Feng, Your Tianyan Mountain is quite early." The first prince smiled and greeted the people of Tianyan Mountain. "Mountain Lord Feng. Fengyun of Tianyan Mountain is even stronger. This time, there is hope for the top 3. The 8th prince smiled. After that, the people of Tianyan Mountain began to sit down. Next, the top 10 sects: Flaming Mountain, Breeze Lake, Spectre Valley, Skyknife Sect, Tianyu Lake with Dragon Stronghold, Tianyu Pavilion, Azure Wave Ridge, and Yuhong Academy all arrived. The most surprising thing was that the Gu clan had come with Tianyu Lake and with Dragon's Stronghold. The Gu clan had not revealed their strength all these years. No one knew the true strength of the Gu clan. Even some warriors in Anyan County did not know. They only knew that the Tianyu Lake and with Dragon's Stronghold, as one of the top 10 sect, were very wary of the Gu clan. I didn't expect the Gu clan to also participate in the sect competition. The first prince narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The Gu clan's overall strength is not inferior to the top 10 sect. This time, they probably want to be one of the top 10 sect." The 8th prince said, "The last force to arrive was Kamikaze Kenbu." The appearance of Kamikaze Kenbu attracted everyone's attention in the entire square. Kamikaze Kenbu was very mysterious in Shenfeng country. Some warriors did not even know where they were located. They only knew that they were in the Holy Wind mountain range. The disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu had been fighting with monsters in the Holy Wind mountain range all year round. They had rich combat experience. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. This time, Kamikaze Kenbu came aggressively. They also wanted to be one of the top 10 sect. As expected, the Gu clan is here. Fang Qin glanced around and found the Gu clan. He also found the other 2 forces in Anyan County. "Let's go," the first elder said in a deep voice. He then led everyone to a resting area in the west. This was Kamikaze Kenbu's resting area. After the 12 major powers had all arrived, the first prince slowly stood up, looked around, and said with a smile, "Today is the day of the Heavenly Wind Nation's great sect competition. This humble one is fortunate enough to host this grand competition. It is a great honor." As soon as the first prince finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause in the square. Then the 8th prince stood up and said, "This time Big Brother and I will be hosting the competition together. I hope everyone can cooperate. This sect competition aims to improve the strength of the disciples. Therefore, during the competition, there can be no intentional killing. Once found, there will be severe punishment. Of course, we can't rule out some unexpected incidents," the first prince said. The 8th prince nodded and said, "Everyone knows the rules of the competition. The 12 forces will each choose 20 elite disciples to fight against each other. Each victory will accumulate 1 point. The one with the highest points will enter the finals. The imperial family attaches great importance to this year's Great Sect competition. After the Great Sect competition ends, the imperial family will rewrite the ranking of the Divine Wind Nation's Qi ranking. Moreover, the martial artists who can get into the top 3 of this year's Great Sect competition will be heavily rewarded," the eldest prince said. After the first prince and the 8th prince finished speaking, a white-haired old man appeared on the stage. He was the judge of this year's competition. He was also a highly respected Qi-Hai realm warrior in the royal family. With him here, he could prevent any unexpected incidents. After everyone had finished speaking, it was time for the exciting competition. Kamikaze Kenbu had already chosen 20 elite disciples. Other than the 5 kings and the 8 kings, there were a few others. One of them was Tong Yin. Tong Yin's strength was second only to the 8 kings in Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, it was expected that he would be chosen this time. After a while, the order of the competition was announced. In the first round, Kamikaze Kenbu's opponent was Flaming Mountain. The huge martial arts practice ring was directly divided into 6 smaller martial arts practice rings. Each martial arts practice ring could hold a match without interfering with each other. When the judge announced the start of the competition, the disciples of the other sect leaped onto the stage. Kamikaze Kenbu's stage was number 1. Their opponent was Flaming Mountain. The first disciple to step onto the stage was Tong Yin. His opponent was also a warrior of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Tong Yin, Huashan. After the two of them exchanged names, they immediately began to fight. Bang, bang, bang. However, after the battle, Tong Yin's strength was clearly much stronger than Huashan's. Under the blinding light of Tong Yin's sword, Huashan fell to the ground. Tong Yin wins. In the first battle, Tong Yin won, earning 1 point for Kamikaze Kenbu. Time passed slowly. The 5 kings and the 8 kings did not make a move. The ones who did were the weaker disciples. Besides Tong Yin, there were 6 other disciples on Kamikaze Kenbu's side. After an hour, these 6 disciples had lost 3 matches and won 3 matches. In this way, after 7 matches, Kamikaze Kenbu had obtained 4 points, while Flaming Mountain had only obtained 3 points. At this moment, in the Flaming Mountain area, the eyes of the Flaming Mountain's mountain lord flashed coldly. He stared in the direction of Kamikaze Kenbu. All of you fight well. Try to win against Kamikaze Kenbu, the Flaming Mountain lord said coldly. Flaming Mountain was one of the top 10 sect. They were very proud and believed that Kamikaze Kenbu was no match for them. The previous 7 matches were just an appetizer. As he spoke, a young man in black walked up to the number 1 martial arts arena in the Flaming Mountain area. Fire Qilin. Seeing this figure, the crowd exclaimed. This person was one of the best among the younger generation of Flaming Mountain. His name was Fire Qilin, and he was widely recognized as the strongest person on the aura ranking this time. Seeing Fire Qilin on the arena, the 8 kings wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Fang Qin. Fang Qin could sense that Fire Qilin's strength was comparable to an expert on the aura ranking. The 8 kings were no match for him. Let me. Fang Qin took a step forward and stepped onto the number 1 martial arts arena. Fire Qilin, said coldly. Fang Qin. Fang Qin grinned. There was no fear on his face. Brett, I don't know you. You must be a nobody. When I, the Fire Qilin, attack, my power is extraordinary. You should admit defeat now. Otherwise you will be crippled. The Fire Qilin said arrogantly. Chapter 175. Upon hearing Fang Qin's words, many disciples from the Flaming Mountain region sneered. The Fire Qilin's strength was at least in the top 5 in the Flaming Mountain region. Furthermore, this time, he was the most promising contender to enter the Qi role. This is ignorance. He actually dares to challenge the Fire Qilin. A disciple said disdainfully. I hope he can be as arrogant later and not lower his head. Humph, are all the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu like this? Fang Qin's words angered all the disciples of the Flaming Mountain region. Even the Fire Qilin, who was on martial arts practice ring number 1, was furious. He squinted his eyes and said, Good, very good. You are the most arrogant martialist I have seen over the years. I will definitely cripple you later. As soon as the Fire Qilin finished speaking, a majestic aura emerged from his body. This aura instantly engulfed the entire martial arts practice ring number 1. Crash! The Fire Qilin clenched his fists tightly. A flame-like aura emanated from his body and gathered on his fists. Fire concept. The Fire Qilin directly used the fire concept against Fang Qin. He wanted to defeat Fang Qin as quickly as possible. He really wanted to cripple Fang Qin. Seeing the fire concept surrounding the Fire Qilin, Fang Qin had the urge to laugh. You are not the only one who has the fire concept, Fang Qin said indifferently. In the next moment, a scorching flame emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. The 2 scorching flames collided in the air. Interesting. Seeing this, the Fire Qilin revealed a sinister smile. He had not expected Fang Qin to have also comprehended the fire concept. "How dare you play with fire in front of me? The fire Qilin." The fire Qilin growled and suddenly blasted out a punch. In the next moment, a tyrannical flaming fist appeared in the sky. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled continuously. The fiery red fist directly bombarded Fang Chen. Solitary void fist. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a low roar and performed the solitary heavenly void fist 3 times in a row. Instantly, 3 flaming fists appeared above his head. The 3 flaming fists merged together and formed a majestic flaming fist. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, the 2 fists collided with each other, forming a stream of air that swept through the entire martial arts arena. Fang Chen and the fire Qilin both took a few steps back. The fire Qilin steadied itself and looked at Fang Chen with a hint of surprise in its eyes. He did not expect a nobody from Kamikaze Kenbo to be able to withstand his attack. This surprised him greatly. "I didn't expect that in Kamikaze Kenbo, apart from the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings, there would be someone like you," the fire Qilin said in a low voice. "However, even if that's the case, you're still no match for me." The fire Qilin's next words were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then his whole body was covered in flames. He clenched his fists, and the flames were running wildly on his fists. Fire God's Fist. The fire Qilin roared and used the fire God's Fist. Its tyrannical power instantly suppressed the entire martial arts arena. In the flaming mountain area, everyone was full of smiles when they saw the fire Qilin use the fire God's Fist. The fire Qilin used the fire God's Fist. "This kid will definitely lose." That's right. He won't be able to withstand the fire Qilin's fire God's Fist. However, in the Kamikaze Kenbo area, the 4 heavenly kings did not look worried at all. This was because they understood Fang Chen the best. "How can a mere fire Qilin compare to someone who can fight to a draw with me? Zhu Tian." Zhu Tian's face was filled with disdain. He did not believe that the fire Qilin could defeat Fang Chen. The other 3 people's eyes were also filled with certainty. With Fang Chen's strength, he already had the qualifications to enter the Qi ranking. However, the fire Qilin did not. Of course, if they knew that Fang Chen had once killed an expert on the Qi ranking, the people of the Flaming Mountain would not be so optimistic. "You only have the qualifications to enter the Qi ranking. I've even killed an expert on the Qi ranking. What are you?" Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw the fire Qilin use the fire God's Fist. At the same time, Fang Chen did not hold back. His figure flashed, and the hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a dragon's roar came from the hidden dragon sword. Roar. Immediately after, Fang Chen used the first level of the fire and water sword technique. The fire and water sword technique instantly appeared. The fusion of the fire and water sword technique shocked everyone. The various sect members in the other areas all looked at Fang Chen with thoughtful expressions. On the rostrum, the first prince and the 8th prince also narrowed their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen. The king behind the first prince revealed a gratified expression when he saw this scene. Back then, he was the one who introduced Fang Chen to Kamikaze Kenbo. He did not expect him to grow to such an extent in just over a year. Boom! The fire and water sword technique collided with the fire Qilin's fire God's Fist, instantly breaking through its defense and piercing straight at the fire Qilin. How is this possible? The fire Qilin's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's fire and water sword technique cut through the fire Qilin's fire God's Fist as if it were vegetables. What? In the flaming mountain area, many disciples stared with wide eyes at this scene. The 2 of them had been evenly matched just a moment ago. How could the fire Qilin be suppressed so miserably in the blink of an eye? What sword technique is this? Why is it so exquisite? A flaming mountain disciple asked. At this time, The Flaming Mountain Lord's expression was gloomy as he stared at Fang Qin. After a long while, he coldly snorted and said no more. On the other hand, in the Kamikaze Kenbo area, many disciples were full of smiles. Fang Qin's victory was already a foregone conclusion. I don't believe it. The Fire Qilin still wanted to resist. He did not believe that his opponent's sword technique could be so powerful. The Fire Qilin was known as the expert with the most hope of entering the Qi ranking in the Flaming Mountain. He was very arrogant and wanted to stand out in this year's sect competition. However, what he didn't expect was that he was going to lose the first match. His heart was filled with angry roars. I refused to accept this. Suddenly, flames burned around the Fire Qilin's body. A tyrannical aura came from his true core. In the next moment, the Fire Qilin once again clenched his fist, wanting to counterattack. It's over. Fang Qin did not want to waste any more time. He once again used the fire and water sword technique. A tyrannical pressure directly suppressed the Fire Qilin. Crash! The Fire Qilin's body was instantly sent flying after being hit by the fire and water sword technique. He fell off the stage. The Fire Qilin's face was pale. He was furious. He roared at the sky and wanted to kill Fang Qin. However, he was stopped by the Flaming Mountain's Mount Master. Enough! The Fire Qilin tried hard to calm his anger. He slowly got up and walked to the Flaming Mountain area. Following the referee's announcement, Fang Qin defeated the Fire Qilin with lightning speed and obtained a point for Kamikaze Kenbo. This made many Kamikaze Kenbo disciples very excited. In the Flaming Mountain area, the Flaming Mountain's Mountain Master said in a low voice, "One defeat is nothing. This kid's sword technique is a little strange. It's not your fault." "Mountain Master, I won't give up," the Fire Qilin said with a burning gaze. The battle between the Fire Qilin and Fang Qin was just a small interlude. Although Fang Qin won in the end, the crowd was only slightly shocked. After a while, a new battle attracted the attention of many warriors. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. 5 of the 8 great kings had already finished their battles. Due to the Fire Qilin's defeat, many Flaming Mountain disciples were furious. They directly sent out their strongest disciples for the following battles. In the end, 5 of the 8 great kings only won 2 battles. Sun too had a hard time winning. However, even so, Kamikaze Kenbo still led Flaming Mountain by 7 points. Kamikaze Kenbo still had 7 disciples. The 4 great kings would definitely be the last to fight. There were still 3 great kings left. Among them, Zhu Xian had the highest chance of winning the battle. Although Zhu Xian and Fang Qin had a grudge against each other, everyone still put aside their differences and gave it their all. This time, it was Zhu Xian's turn to fight. Although Zhu Xian's strength was not as strong as the Fire Qilin, it was not much weaker. The opponent's disciple was obviously weaker than Zhu Xian. After a fierce battle, Zhu Xian defeated this disciple with his powerful swordsmanship. At this point, Kamikaze Kenbo had 8 points and Flaming Mountain was behind with 6 points. However, although Zhu Xian won the battle, the next 2 kings both lost the competition. After 16 battles, the 2 forces had the same score. Next, it was the 4 great kings' turn. The first to fight was Yunjiao. "Are the 4 great kings of Kamikaze Kenbo fighting?" a disciple exclaimed. Of course. They did not know that Fang Qin had already become Kamikaze Kenbo's 5th great king. Yunjiao's opponent was called Hu Jian. Although he was strong, he was not on the Qi ranking and could not be compared to Yunjiao. Although Yunjiao's ranking was very low, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Yunjiao, after this battle, you will disappear from the Qi ranking, and I will enter the Qi ranking in your place," Hu Jian sneered. "You talk too much nonsense," Yunjiao said coldly. "Humph! I hope you can still talk like this later." Hu Jian sneered, and in an instant, a fierce battle broke out and fought with Yunjiao. In an instant, the battle between the two entered a fierce state. With Yun Jiu's strength, he should be able to win this battle, Broken Heart said. Hu Jian's strength is obviously not as good as the Fire Qilin. Yun Jiu wins this battle, Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Fong Chen, and then a sweet smile appeared on her face. Chapter 176. While they were talking, Yun Jiu defeated Hu Jian with a powerful strike on number 1 martial arts practice ring and won countless applause. Yun Jiu was worthy of being a powerhouse on the Qi ranking. Defeating the powerful Hu Jian made the Flaming Mountain even more exciting. The next match was between Broken Heart and the other two. While Fong Chen was watching their match, he was also watching the situation on the other arenas. Zhu Tian's match was against a powerhouse on the Qi ranking who was ranked higher than him, so he lost immediately. Next was Star and Moon's match. Star and Moon were ranked in the 20s on the Qi ranking, so their strength was extraordinary. However, Star and Moon's opponent was a powerhouse ranked 15th on the Qi ranking called Fire Cloud. Everyone thought that Fire Cloud would definitely be able to defeat Star and Moon, but reality exceeded their expectations. Star and Moon used absolute strength to suppress Fire Cloud right from the start. The battle on the first arena was very intense. Fire Cloud's face was filled with anger. His ranking on the Qi ranking was much higher than Star and Moon's, but Star and Moon were actually suppressing him. This made him very angry. "Damn it!" roared Fire Cloud furiously. At this moment, everyone in the plaza was extremely shocked. When had Star and Moon become so strong? Star and Moon has been hiding their strength all this time. Broken Heart's expression changed slightly. He had always been the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, and his strength was much stronger than Star and Moon's. However, now it seemed that Star and Moon's strength had long surpassed his. Only Fong Chen knew that Star and Moon had probably obtained some kind of opportunity in the dark sky plains. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't be so tyrannical. At this moment, the 3 most furious regions were the Gu clan, Tianyu Lake, and Dragonwood Stronghold. The leaders of these 3 factions were furious when they saw Star and Moon's tyrannical strength. It must be her. She must have obtained the treasure of the dark sky plains, said the Gu clan's leader. That's right. She's ranked at the bottom of the Qi ranking. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to suppress Fire Cloud, but now she can easily suppress Fire Cloud. The only explanation is that she obtained the inheritance of the treasure of the dark sky plains, said the leader of Tianyu Lake. We must kill Star and Moon, said the leader of Dragonwood Stronghold. Kill Gu Yin and Yao Yin. Dying 10,000 times isn't enough. The 3 major forces all thought that second young Master Gu and Yao Yin were killed by Xingyue, but in fact, it was all done by Fong Chen. While the crowd was still in shock, Xingyu was constantly suppressing Huiyun on martial arts practice platform 1. Star and Moon Scar Sword Scar. Xingyu flicked her wrist, and her clothes fluttered. The long sword in her hand instantly transformed into a strange trajectory and pierced toward Huiyun. Ding 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 Fire Cloud barely managed to block Star and Moon's attack with his fist. But in the next moment, Star and Moon suddenly appeared beside Fire Cloud. Bang! Star and Moon stabbed forward, but it was blocked by Fire Cloud. Just as Fire Cloud was about to counterattack, Star and Moon made the first move. She clenched her small white hand into a fist and punched Fire Cloud in the chest, sending Fire Cloud flying. Star and Moon won the match with absolute strength. At this moment, all the disciples in the Imperial City Square were exclaiming, "Star and Moon is too strong. She actually defeated Fire Cloud." That's right. After this, sect competition ends. Xingyue's Qi ranking will definitely rise. So the strongest person in Kamikaze Kenbu isn't Broken Heart, but Star and Moon. Star and Moon has been hiding her strength all this time. At this moment, she perfectly unleashed her tyrannical strength. It's really shocking. Countless disciples were discussing. Star and Moon walked down the arena and returned to the Kamikaze Kenbo area. Star and Moon, you really hid your strength well, Broken Heart teased. Fong Chen also looked at Star and Moon with a smile. When the latter saw Fong Chen's expression, she instantly recalled the awkward healing in the cave. Her face immediately turned red. Star and Moon, what's wrong? Zhu Tian asked, not understanding the situation. Scram, Star and Moon said coldly. Zhu Tian was a little confused and spread his hands. Only Fong Chen knew what Star and Moon was thinking. He grinned and didn't say anything. Next was the last match of the first round. As long as Broken Heart could win this match, they would be able to eliminate Flaming Mountain and enter the next round. Broken Heart, go for it! Everyone expected Broken Heart to win this match, but the reality was still beyond everyone's expectations. Broken Heart fought a disciple of Flaming Mountain. After a fierce battle, Broken Heart lost by a small margin. After Broken Heart's match, the two sides were tied. The battles on the other arenas weren't over yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chen saw the two people fighting on the second martial arts arena. Fong Chen, the man in white, is called Cold Arrow. He's good at archery and is ranked very high on the Qi ranking, Zhu Tian said. At this time, two men were fighting fiercely on the second arena. Under Fong Chen's gaze, the man in white finally won with difficulty. Cold Arrow was the chief disciple of Wooden Dragon Village. He was very strong and could be considered a strong opponent. After defeating his opponent, Cold Arrow turned to look in the direction of Kamikaze Kenbo. When he saw Star and Moon, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Even though this killing intent was well hidden, Fong Chen was still able to sense it. They are hostile to Kamikaze Kenbo, Fong Chen thought to himself. As time passed, the first round of the competition finally came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Other than Kamikaze Kenbo and Flaming Mountain, the other sects had all won. In other words, 5 sects had been eliminated in the first round of the competition. The sects that were eliminated were Heaven's Seek Pavilion, Azure Wave Territory, Yuhong Academy, Clearwind Lake, and Sky Saber Sect. Although these sects had experts on the Qi ranking, their overall strength was inferior to the other sects and they were eliminated. Kamikaze Kenbo and Flaming Mountain had tied. This made the eliminated sects very unhappy. They were confident that if they could fight against Kamikaze Kenbo, they would win the competition easily. In the end, after a discussion between the eldest prince and the 8th prince, they decided to let Kamikaze Kenbo and Flaming Mountain compete again. Of course, it wouldn't be like the first round, where all the disciples had to fight again. They would use a new method. Kamikaze Kenbo and Flaming Mountain have the same score. Therefore, after discussion, we have decided to let the two sects compete again. The loser will be eliminated, said the white-haired referee. The crowd listened quietly. The white-haired referee waved his hand, and a group of warriors carried 2 large round plates onto the martial arts arena. These 2 large round plates were obtained by the imperial family by chance. They are used to test the warrior's willpower. Kamikaze Kenbo and Flaming Mountain will each send a warrior. Whoever can last the longest on the round plate will win, said the white-haired referee. Above the 2 round plates, there was an invisible aura that made the hearts of the ordinary warriors palpitate. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. My Flaming Mountain's fist technique is overbearing and fierce. The disciples who practice this fist technique all have strong willpower. Kamikaze Kenbo will definitely lose this time. The Mountain Lord of Flaming Mountain laughed loudly. As they spoke, a figure walked out from Flaming Mountain. The crowd looked over and saw that it was Fire Cloud, the warrior who had just lost to Star and Moon. Fire Cloud stood on the martial arts arena and looked at Star and Moon. He said coldly, "Star and Moon, I just lost to you. Do you dare to fight with me again?" Hearing Fire Cloud's voice, Star and Moon didn't say anything. Broken Heart immediately prepared to step onto the arena, but he was stopped by Fong Qin. A battle of willpower. Fong Qin grinned. "Let me do it." Seeing Fong Qin's confident smile, Broken Heart stopped in his tracks and nodded heavily at Fong Qin. Then, Fong Qin stepped onto the martial arts arena. Seeing Fong Qin step onto the arena, Firecloud sneered. He didn't take Fong Qin seriously at all. What's going on? Why did Kamikaze Kenbo let this kid fight? Although he's strong, he's still so young. His willpower definitely won't be enough. He'll lose. Is there no one else in Kamikaze Kenbo? Many of the disciples discussed. All right, the two of you stand on the 2 round plates, the white-haired referee said. Then, Fong Qin took the lead and stood on the round plate. Firecloud also stepped onto the round plate. When the two of them stood on the round plate, they instantly felt a biting cold wind enter their bodies. Ah! Fong Qin felt a burst of pain. He didn't know what the round plate was made of, but it actually had such an effect. After a short period of pain, Fong Qin tried his best to stabilize his body and began to gradually adapt to the test on the round plate. Hiss! Time passed bit by bit. The closer it got, the more Fong Qin could feel that his entire body was in pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. However, Fong Qin still gritted his teeth and persevered. On the opposite side, beads of sweat had already appeared on Hui Yun's forehead. He also felt a great pressure. Around the round plate, a gray aura appeared and directly enveloped the two of them. The people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. After an hour, Fong Qin felt that he had reached his limit. His head was about to explode, and his consciousness was a little blurry. "Wake up!" Fong Qin shouted in his heart. The golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream appeared and drilled directly into Fong Qin's mind. In the next moment, Fong Qin became clear-headed again. At this moment, he felt that his willpower was getting stronger. Although this round plate tested one's willpower, it also tempered it at the same time. The reason why Fong Qin had asked to fight at the beginning was because he had the golden heart. His chances of winning were higher. With the help of the golden heart, Fong Qin felt a lot more relaxed. On the other hand, Firecloud's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were about to close. "I can't lose!" Firecloud shouted in his heart. In the outside world, in the Flaming Mountain area, many disciples were shocked. Firecloud's willpower was the strongest among all the disciples on the Flaming Mountain. They didn't expect that Fong Qin could actually fight with Firecloud to this extent. Firecloud will definitely win. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to hold on any longer. That's right. Firecloud's willpower is so strong that it's shocking. How can a kid compare to him? Just as the disciples of the Mountain of Flames were talking, the grayish aura on the 2 discs on the training platform suddenly disappeared. Bang! Chapter 177. All the cultivators widened their eyes and saw that the person who had been sent flying wasn't Fong Qin, but Firecloud, who had a high chance of winning. Crash! The entire Imperial City Plaza was in an uproar. Countless cultivators cried out in surprise. Flaming Mountain's disciples practiced a tyrannical fist technique. Most of their disciples had comprehended the concept of fire, so their willpower was much stronger than the average disciples. Firecloud, who had the strongest willpower among the Flaming Mountain's younger generation, had actually been defeated by an unknown Kamikaze Kenbu disciple. How is this possible? Hui Yun, who was sent flying, tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at the round plate and saw that Fong Qin was standing there quietly. There was not even a trace of pain on his face. He cried out involuntarily, unable to believe what he was seeing. Firecloud actually lost. How is this possible? Heavens, Firecloud's willpower is so strong, but he actually lost to this Kamikaze Kenbu kid. How strong is this kid's willpower? Even Firecloud couldn't hold on, but he's still so relaxed. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-haired referee. Kamikaze Kenbu advances to the second round. Flaming Mountain is eliminated, the white-haired referee announced. Fong Chen calmly left the disc after hearing the white-haired referee's words. The Kamikaze Kenbu area burst into cheers. In the Flaming Mountain area, many disciples were furious. They should have been able to completely suppress Kamikaze Kenbu and advance to the second round. But they had actually been eliminated in the first round. Damn it! The Flaming Mountain's Mountain Lord roared angrily in his heart. At this moment, on the rostrum, the 8th Prince and the eldest Prince noticed Fong Chen at the same time. Their eyes were burning as they pondered. In the end, the white-haired referee announced that the first round of the competition was over. There would be a day of rest, and the second round would continue tomorrow. The eliminated sect members were furious and left the Imperial City Square one after another. Fong Chen and the others also left calmly. After returning to the manor, the Great Elder was all smiles. He looked at Fong Chen and said, "Fong Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our Kamikaze Kenbu would have been eliminated a long time ago. I am a disciple of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Of course I have to work for the Sword Mansion," Fong Chen said modestly. "Fong Chen, it seems that we have all underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to be so tyrannical. Even among the 5 heavenly kings, you are no longer the weakest," said the second elder. At the same time, the 4 heavenly kings looked at Fong Chen with smiles on their faces. In another manner, the Gu clan's patriarch sat on a stone bench with an indifferent expression. Beside him was the sect master of the Heavenly Defense Lake and the sect master of the Wood Dragon Stronghold. All 3 of them originated from the Anyan County, so they were naturally united. "Patriarch Gu, what do you think of this kid from the Kamikaze Kenbu?" asked the sect master of the Heavenly Defense Lake. "The 2 people from the Kamikaze Kenbu that we should pay attention to this time are Fong Chen and Star and Moon. If we encounter them in the competition, we must kill them at all costs," said the patriarch. "That's right. If we want to eliminate the Kamikaze Kenbu, we must eliminate these 2 disciples. Otherwise, they will only be a scourge," said the sect master of the Wood Dragon Stronghold. The patriarch's eyes were deep. He was thinking about how to deal with the Kamikaze Kenbu. "Just you wait. After this year's sect competition, the Gu clan will definitely be one of the top 10 sects," said the patriarch. At the same time, in the other manors, all the sect leaders were discussing the young geniuses of the other sects. Among the 12 forces, besides the 6 that had been eliminated, there were still 6 other forces. Among these 6 forces, there were many demonic geniuses that they needed to pay attention to. In a very bustling area of the capital city, there was an inn. This inn was packed with people. Among them, there was a table of guests near the window on the second floor. There were a total of 3 guests at this table. One of them was naturally Fong Chen, and the other was a familiar face. He was a powerhouse on the Qi ranking by Yijian. Fong Chen, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes. "You really surprised me," said Bai Yijian with a grin. After the competition ended, Fong Chen went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. On the way back, he met Bai Yijian, who invited him for a drink. Thus, Fong Chen came. Hearing Bai Yijian's praise, Fong Chen grinned and said, "Brother Lu, you must be joking." Beside Bai Yijian, there was a demonic man. This demonic man had a special aura. Even Fong Chen could not see through this man. "Fong Chen, this is my good friend. He is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion. His name is Qin Ketian," introduced by Yijian. Fong Chen nodded slightly. He had heard of Qin Ketian's name before. This person was also very famous on the Qi ranking. If not for the fact that the Heavenly Pavilion's overall strength was slightly weaker, they would definitely have gone further in the sect competition. "Brother Fong, I have heard a lot about you," said Qin Ketian with a smile. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out. In the next moment, The countless guests on the second floor all left. Following this, a group of martial artists walked up from the first floor. This group of martial artists dispersed, and the eighth prince appeared in everyone's line of sight. "Eighth prince," said Bai Yijian with some doubt when he saw the eighth prince. "Ha ha ha! I did not expect to meet the three of you here. What a coincidence!" said the eighth prince as he laughed heartily and walked in front of the three of them. "Oh, it is the eighth prince." The three of them greeted the eighth prince. "Coincidentally, I met the three of you here. Do you mind if I sit down?" asked the eighth prince. The three of them nodded, and the eighth prince sat down. After that, the eighth prince chatted with the three of them. However, the eighth prince's gaze was always on Fang Qin. After a long while, the eighth prince smiled and said, "Fang Qin, your talent is the most amazing I have ever seen. I believe that you will definitely achieve great things in the future." Hearing the eighth prince's words, Fang Qin did not speak. The other two also understood the meaning behind the eighth prince's words. The eighth prince had come here today to recruit Fang Qin. As expected, the eighth prince's next words made the other two even more convinced that he valued Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, I watched your battle. With your cultivation level of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, you were able to have the battle prowess of a martial artist on the Qi ranking. This kind of talent is too heaven-defying. Moreover, you are only 16 years old. Before you turn 20, you will definitely become a martial artist in the Qi High realm." The eighth prince said, "A martial artist in the Qi High realm at the age of 20. Even in the Shengfeng nation, you would be considered a top genius. A genius like you should not be limited to kamikaze kenbu. If you are willing, you can come to the imperial family. The imperial family will definitely nurture you. When the time comes, you will be able to go to a wider world." "Sorry, I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to participate in the sect competition," Fang Qin replied without any hesitation. "Fang Qin, you don't have to rush to reject. I can give you time to think about it." The eighth prince smiled. "Moreover, with your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the Qi ranking. If you are willing, I can give you a place to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Other than the Imperial family, no one else knew about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. This was because the Imperial family had only recently discovered this secret realm. A newly discovered secret realm would definitely contain countless treasures. Countless members of the Imperial family wanted to enter the secret realm. The Imperial family had temporarily named this secret realm the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After the sect competition ended, the Imperial family would allow the princes to enter the secret realm to search for opportunities. Every prince could bring some attendants with them. For most people, this was an excellent opportunity. Due to the rules, I can't tell you anything about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. However, you only need to know that there are unprecedented opportunities in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Once you enter, your strength will definitely skyrocket. This is an opportunity for you," the eighth prince said. Bai Yijian and Qin Ketian looked at Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin shook his head slightly. He had a good relationship with King Hu. Naturally, he knew that King Hu was leaning towards the first prince. Naturally, he would not agree to the eighth prince's request and stand on his side. Therefore, there was no need to consider this matter. "Sorry, I don't want to think about this right now." Fang Qin tactfully rejected the eighth prince's request. Hearing this, the warriors behind the eighth prince were furious. However, they were stopped by the eighth prince. Then, the eighth prince stood up and squinted his eyes. He said, "Fang Qin, there is still some time before the sect competition ends. I will give you time to consider. I believe that you will make the best choice." Chapter 178. Looking at the eighth prince's departing figure, Fang Qin squinted his eyes. An undetectable killing intent flashed through his eyes. He hated being threatened by others the most. This eighth prince had used his position and power to threaten Fang Qin in public. The eighth prince thought that after he had said those words, Fong Chen would definitely consider joining his side. However, he was wrong. His words had undoubtedly pushed Fong Chen to the first prince's side. "Fong Chen, are you all right?" Bai Yijin asked. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and did not speak. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long time, the three of them left the inn and returned to their own residences. Early the next morning, Fong Chen followed Kamikaze Kenbu's team to the Imperial City Square. At this time, the Imperial City Square was still packed with people. Countless warriors let out deafening noises. The first prince and the eighth prince had already arrived. When the eighth prince saw Fong Chen, he squinted his eyes and a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. The 6 major forces had all arrived. The 6 major forces that had been eliminated were not in a hurry to leave the Imperial City. This was because after the sect competition ended, the rankings on the Qi ranking would change. They were all waiting for the main event. "Today is the second round of the sect competition," the white-haired old man said with a grin as he stood on the martial arts stage. "Today's competition is divided into 3 parts. 2 sect members will fight each other. The loser will be eliminated," the white-haired old man said. Then the white-haired old man explained some things to take note of in the second round of the competition. Then the second round of the competition began. In this round of the competition, Kamikaze Kenbu would meet Tianyu Lake. When the disciples of Tianyu Lake found out that their opponent for this round was Kamikaze Kenbu, their faces were filled with anger. "The heavens are really helping us. Tianyu Lake's chance for revenge has come," a disciple of Tianyu Lake said. "That's right. Senior brother, Yao Yun of Tianyu Lake, will not die in vain. A debt of blood will be repaid with blood." Killstar and Moon. Many disciples shouted in their hearts. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Defense Lake also had a sinister expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Like before, each sect would send out 20 disciples to battle. The first to battle was still Tong Yun and the others. "Humph, against my Tianyu Lake. Your Kamikaze Kenbu's luck ends here," a disciple of the Tianyu Lake coldly said with a sinister expression. "Is that so?" Flaming Mountain once said the same thing. Tong Yun said coldly. As the first disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu to go up the stage, Tong Yun was under a lot of pressure. He had to work hard to win this match and give Kamikaze Kenbu a good start. Fortunately, the strength of the disciple sent by the other party was not considered too strong. Tong Yin had very great confidence in being able to defeat the other party. Courting death. The body of the disciple of the Sky Defense Lake flashed as he waved his palms. Palm imprints danced in the air one after another. In the end, these palm imprints turned into majestic rays of light that blasted towards Tong Yun. At the same time on the other stages, the battles were also fiercely ongoing. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Tong Yun and the Tianyu Lake disciple was very intense. In just a short while, the battle had reached its climax. The two of them could not do anything to each other. However, at the crucial moment, the long sword in Tong Yun's hand suddenly pierced out. A ray of sword light instantly appeared and pierced towards the Tianyu Lake disciple. At the same time, Tong Yun's free hand clenched into a fist. Majestic spiritual energy surged into his fist as he punched towards the Tianyu Lake disciple. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Tong Yun sent the Tianyu Lake disciple flying with a single punch, helping Kamikaze Kenbu to clinch the first victory. First match, Kamikaze Kenbu Tong Yun wins, the white-haired elder announced. The following matches were incomparably intense. The Tianyu Lake gradually displayed the tyrannical strength of the top 10 sect. Kamikaze Kenbu lost 5 consecutive matches. This made the Kamikaze Kenbu's great elder look helpless. Although Kamikaze Kenbu had the 5 heavenly kings, their overall strength was not as good as the Tianyu Lake. If there were no accidents, Kamikaze Kenbu would have to stop here. Of course, even if they were eliminated in the second round, Kamikaze Kenbo had achieved their goal this time. This was because they had broken into the top 10 sect. Time passed slowly. What made the Kamikaze Kenbo elders angry was that the 8 heavenly kings had all lost to the other party. What? Other than Tong Yun, who won by luck, the others all lost? Even Fong Qin felt a little incredulous. After the 8 heavenly kings had finished their matches, the 5 heavenly kings were next. The first to fight was Broken Heart. After losing so many matches in a row, he already knew that Kamikaze Kenbo would definitely be eliminated. However, he wanted to save some face for Kamikaze Kenbo. Broken Heart, I lost to you last time. This time, I will definitely defeat you, a young disciple from the Tianyu Lake said in a low voice. You are not my match, Broken Heart said. Hearing Broken Heart's words, the Tianyu Lake disciple snorted coldly. Lightning runes appeared on his palm, flickering endlessly. In the next moment, Broken Heart's sword light appeared on the Tianyu Lake disciple's body. Pucci, one move. With just one move, Broken Heart defeated the Tianyu Lake disciple. Broken Heart wins. Broken Heart's victory allowed Kamikaze Kenbo to save some face. So what if you win the last 4 matches? Sneered the Tianyu Lake sect master. The next to fight were Yun Jiao and Zhu Tian. The Tianyu Lake disciples they encountered were slightly weaker, and the 2 of them successfully won their matches. When Star and Moon appeared, the Tianyu Lake side was shaken. They had sent out their strongest disciple, Star Hui. Star Hui was the most outstanding disciple of the Tianyu Lake's younger generation. He was extremely powerful, and he was ranked in the top 10 on the Qi ranking. The Tianyu Lake had a huge grudge against Star and Moon, so they sent out Star Hui. They wanted him to defeat Star and Moon. If there was a chance, it would be even better if he could kill Star and Moon. I didn't expect them to send out Star Hui. Many disciples exclaimed. Star and Moon stood on the martial arts stage. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of ice, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Star and Moon, you killed my Tianyu Lake disciple Yao Yin. Today I will avenge him, said Star Hui coldly as he looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon was a little stunned when she heard this, but she immediately reacted. The one who had killed Yao Yin must have been Fong Qin. They must have thought that she was the one who killed him. However, it didn't matter who killed him. If you want to avenge him, let's see if you have the strength, said Star and Moon coldly. Imperial Dragon Fist. As soon as Star Hui attacked, he unleashed a thunderous attack. The Imperial Dragon Fist was pushed to the extreme by Star Hui, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. A wild aura gushed out from Xing Hui's body. The next moment, a flame actually appeared on his fist. The concept of fire. She didn't expect Star Hui to have comprehended the concept of fire. Seeing Xing Hui use the dragon-taming fist, Xing Yu didn't hesitate. A long sword appeared in her fair, jade-like hand. This long sword was surrounded by an ice-cold air. Star and Moon Scar Sword. Star and Moon unleashed her ultimate technique. Star and Moon Scar Sword was unleashed. Ray after ray of sword light instantly filled the air. Crash! In the sky, the sword light and the fist light instantly collided, producing a deafening sound. Just when everyone thought that the 2 of them were locked in a stalemate, a crack suddenly appeared on the sword light. The fist light took the opportunity to directly blast into the interior of the sword light, destroying it from the inside. Crack! The crack on the sword light became clearer and clearer. Seeing the scene, Star Hui's eyes flashed with coldness. In the next moment, Star and Moon tipped her toes and brandished her fists again. The moment she waved her fists, the sword light in the sky shattered with a loud bang. The moment the sword light shattered, Star and Moon's body suffered a backlash and retreated rapidly. However, just as Star and Moon retreated, Star Hui's fists once again bombarded her. Caught off guard, Star and Moon couldn't resist Star Hui's attack. Bang! A vicious punch was unleashed, sending Star and Moon's delicate body flying. Blood splattered all over the arena. Not good. Seeing that Star and Moon was about to fall to the ground, Fang Chen tipped his toes and appeared directly where Star and Moon's delicate body had fallen. Then he hugged Star and Moon. At the moment, Star and Moon's face was pale and she was spitting out blood. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Fang Chen could clearly feel that Star and Moon's pulse was beating rapidly. If she wasn't treated in time, her life would be in danger. Fang Chen had just hugged Star and Moon when he heard a sinister voice in Fang Chen's ear. "You broke the rules." The person who had spoken was Star Hui. His eyes were bloodthirsty and crazy as he sneered. "Referee, our battle hasn't ended yet." He has already stepped in. "He broke the rules," Star Hui said again. "I admit defeat on behalf of Star and Moon," Fang Chen said, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Star Hui. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to represent Star and Moon?" Star Hui sneered. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the referee. At that moment, the 8th prince spoke up. "Fang Chen has indeed broken the rules. 8th brother, Star and Moon is seriously injured. She has already fallen unconscious and is unable to speak. Furthermore, even if Fang Chen hadn't gone to catch her, her body would have fallen outside the arena." "She has already lost," said the 8th prince hastily. "Big brother, the rules of the sect competition can't be abolished. A foul is a foul. If we allow him to do this, then the future sect competition will be a mess," said the 8th prince. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with imperceptible, killing intent. He tightly hugged Star and Moon and returned to the Kamikaze Kenbo area. Chapter 179. That's right. Eldest Prince and 8th Prince, please uphold justice. Even the sect master of Tianyu, Lake, spoke up. Seeing this, the eldest prince frowned slightly. It was clear that Tianyu Lake had already submitted to the 8th prince. His expression was a little ugly. "Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for?" The 8th prince grinned. "Although Fang Chen broke the rules, it doesn't have much of an effect. Let's just forget about it." Hearing the eldest prince's words, the 8th prince's expression turned completely gloomy. He immediately said sinisterly, "I know that eldest brother can't bear to say it, so let me be the bad guy. As the host of this year's sect competition, I will expel Fang Chen from the sect competition and make fun of his qualifications to enter the Qi ranking." Hearing the 8th prince's words, many of the Kamikaze Kenbu's elders expressed their dissatisfaction. However, they were helpless against the imperial family. "Damn it!" Zhu Tian and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were filled with madness as they couldn't help but curse. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at the 8th prince, then carried Star and Moon and turned to leave. There was no need for the following battles to continue. Fang Chen had been expelled, and Kamikaze Kenbu had directly lost this round. Although there were still other sect competitions that hadn't ended, Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to continue watching. He saw a trace of killing intent in the 8th prince's eyes. 8th prince. Fang Chen deeply engraved the 8th prince's name in his mind. After returning to the manor, Fang Chen put Star and Moon down and immediately began to heal. With the golden heart, Fang Chen stabilized Star and Moon's injuries. At this time, Fang Chen was a little helpless. In the end, Fang Chen left for a while. When Fang Chen returned, he had some pills in his hand. These pills were taken from the heaven-shaking pill hall by Fang Chen. After all, the Heavenly Elixir Palace was a super elixir faction. They had countless healing elixirs. When Great Master Tian he found out that Fang Chen needed healing elixirs, he personally chose some for Fang Chen. After Fang Chen gave these healing pills to Star and Moon, Star and Moon's complexion eased a lot. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen felt relieved. About an hour later, the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu returned. The first thing the Great Elder did when he returned was to look for Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, is star and moon all right?" the first elder asked. Fong Chen nodded and said, "His life is no longer in danger." "That's good." The first elder heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fong Chen, you're matter." The first elder wanted to comfort Fong Chen, but he didn't know what to say. When Fong Chen heard this, he said softly, "First elder, I'm fine." Not being able to enter the Qi ranking had no effect on Fong Chen. He could still fight against the experts on the Qi ranking. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with resentment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he asked First Elder Paexayan and the others to look after Xingyu, while he left by himself. When Fong Chen arrived at the Protector King's residence, he told Duan Muin his thoughts. The latter immediately took him to see the first prince. During the sect competition, the first prince didn't stay in the imperial city. Instead, he stayed in the Protector King's residence. From this, one could see the relationship between the first prince and the Protector King. First prince. The first prince was in the middle of the garden of the Protector King's residence, admiring the flowers in a pavilion. When he saw the Protector King and Fong Chen, he nodded slightly. "Sit," the first prince said. Fong Chen and the Protector King greeted the first prince, then sat on the stone bench in the pavilion. "First prince, Fong Chen has something to ask of you," the Protector King said. "Oh, I don't know why Brother Fong is looking for me," the first prince asked, a little puzzled. "First prince, can you give me a spot to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm?" Fong Chan whispered. After hearing the words Divine Wind Secret Realm, the first prince's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Protector King. He thought that the Protector King had told Fong Chen these things. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. As if he knew what the first prince was thinking, Fong Chen said, "First prince, it wasn't the Protector King who told me about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. It was the 8th prince who told me." After that, Fong Chen told the first prince in detail about the 8th prince's invitation to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After hearing Fong Chen's words, the first prince nodded. 8th brother has always wanted to compete with me for the throne. He has been secretly trying to rope in the 10 great sects. I already knew about this, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let Brother Fong off. Brother Fong didn't accept the 8th prince's invitation? The first prince deliberately asked. "First prince, I believe you also know about my relationship with the Protector King. The Protector King is on your side, but I can't stand on the 8th prince's side," Fong Chen said. "Why do you want to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm?" "To kill people," Fong Chen said simply. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the first prince smiled. Fong Chen's words were filled with anger. He was clearly furious about what had happened today. And most importantly, with Fong Chen standing on his side, he had gained another general. This would greatly benefit him in his fight for the throne. "All right, Fong Chen, I will give you a quota to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. When you enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm, as long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want from the 8th prince's side," the first prince said with a hearty smile. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded gratefully. After Fong Chen left, the first prince thoughtfully looked at the Protector King. "Protector King, what do you think of Fong Chen?" asked the first prince. Protector King Duanmu said, "First prince, I've investigated Fong Chen. His family is a small family in the Cyan Cloud County. He himself grew up in the Azure Edge Sword sect. His master and I are best friends. When Fong Chen came to the capital, I was the one who recommended him to enter the Kamikaze Kenbu. Furthermore, Fong Chen's relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall is very good," said the Protector King. Hearing that last sentence, the first prince's eyes brightened. After watching Fong Chen's battle, he knew that Fong Chen's potential was extremely great. Just based on his strength, he could enter the Qi ranking. He and the 8th prince both wanted to rope in Fong Chen. But what surprised him was that Fong Qin actually had a relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall. The alchemy faction was a transcendent existence in the Shenfeng nation. If he had the support of the alchemy faction, he would definitely be ahead of the 8th prince in the fight for the throne. It's getting more and more interesting. The first prince grinned. During the few days of the sect competition, the entire capital was bustling with activity. Countless warriors poured into the capital. After the kamikaze Kenbo was eliminated, many disciples cultivated in the manor. The 4 heavenly kings went into seclusion to cultivate. After the sect competition was the Qi ranking battle. They also wanted to get a good ranking in the Qi ranking battle. The sect that entered the top 3 was also competing intensely. One night, Fong Chen left the manor of the kamikaze Kenbo alone. He wore black clothes and snuck into the darkness. With the capital so lively, the alchemy masters of the elixir dispensary had already let down their guard. That night, Fong Chen discovered that an alchemy master of the elixir dispensary had appeared on a street. Then, Fong Chen secretly followed him. When they arrived at the pitch-black area, Fong Chen immediately killed the alchemy grandmaster and destroyed the corpse to erase the evidence. Although the people of the elixir dispensary knew that their alchemy master had been killed, they simply couldn't find the murderer. Over the next few days, the only alchemy master of the elixir dispensary, the red-haired old man, stayed in the elixir dispensary and didn't take a single step out. However, Fong Chen wanted to kill the elixir dispensary because they were secretly on the 8th prince's side. That day, Fong Chen disguised himself as an ordinary martialist and entered the elixir dispensary. He pretended to buy elixirs and then secretly entered the 2nd floor. Because the management of the elixir dispensary was relatively strict, many of the disciples didn't know each other. They just thought that Fong Chen was a new disciple of the elixir dispensary. Fong Chen announced to the public that he was going to deliver food to the red-haired old man. After a while, Fong Chen easily arrived at the top floor of the elixir dispensary. On the top floor, there was a very large pavilion. This was the red-haired old man's room. "Master, I'm here to deliver your dinner," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Then, without waiting for the red-haired old man to speak, Fong Chen pushed the door open and entered the old man's room. "Well, I didn't order dinner." The red-haired old man's face was full of displeasure. He was about to lose his temper. Fong Chen walked behind the red-haired old man and placed the dinner on the table. Just as the red-haired old man was about to turn around, Fong Chen suddenly took out the hidden dragon sword and prepared to assassinate the red-haired old man. Fong Chen was already prepared. Once he killed the red-haired old man, it would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, the experts of the elixir dispensary would definitely be attracted. He needed to end this quickly. However, the moment Fong Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, a black figure suddenly appeared in the room. "Old Qi, it's been hard to find you," the black figure said coldly. When the red-haired old man saw this scene, his face changed slightly. He wanted to shout, but the black figure did not give him a chance. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light directly pierced the red-haired old man's throat. The red-haired old man wanted to make a sound, but his body was not controlled. Bang! The red-haired old man's body directly fell to the ground. However, the moment he fell to the ground, a strange light appeared in his hand. He wanted to throw it at the black figure, but his body was weak. He could not control his arm at all. The strange light actually sank into Fong Chen's body. Okay. When Fong Chen saw this, he hurriedly checked his body. When he felt that there were no major problems, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. "It seems like you also want to kill old Qi. Hurry up and leave." The black figure looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully and then disappeared. This sudden change surprised Fong Chen. This black figure was too strong. He could come and go without a trace in the huge elixir dispensary. Fong Chen was slightly stunned. He quickly left the red-haired old man's room and then the elixir dispensary. Chapter 180. After Fong Chen left the alchemy pavilion, he quickly hid in the darkness and returned to the manor after a series of twists and turns. Too strong, that black shadow is too strong. Fong Qin recalled in his mind. The black shadow only flicked his wrist and killed the red-haired old man. With such strength, even a warrior of the first 3 stages of the Qi-Hai realm would be easily killed by him. He is definitely not from the Divine Wind Nation. Fong Chen thought to himself. Listening to what the Black Shadow said, he seemed to have a grudge against the red-haired old man and came here to kill him. After trying his best to calm down, Fong Chen recalled that before the red-haired old man died, a strange light entered his body. What is this? Fong Chen checked his body carefully and found nothing. In the end, Fong Chen gave up. Fong Chen's body did not feel any discomfort. Although the red-haired old man was not killed by Fong Chen was still very happy. The Alchemy Pavilion was the biggest obstacle for the Heavenly Pill Palace. Now that all 3 alchemists of the Alchemy Pavilion were dead, the Alchemy Pavilion would soon decline. After that, Fong Chen notified Master Tianhe and asked him to prepare for a counterattack. On the second day, a piece of news reached the ears of everyone in the Heavenly Pill Palace. When Master Tianhe heard the news, he felt as if he was in a dream. Is this a coincidence? Master Tianhe was confused. Last night, Fong Chen told him to prepare for a counterattack. Today, the last alchemist of the Alchemy Pavilion was dead. This was definitely not a coincidence. Master Tianhe could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only conclude that it was all done by the mysterious alchemist behind Fong Chen. After hearing the news, the Heavenly Pill Palace launched a full-scale counterattack against the Alchemy Pavilion. Because the Alchemy Pavilion lost an alchemist, it caused a huge dispute within the Alchemy Pavilion. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Alchemy Pavilion, Master Wang's face was filled with anger. The red-haired old man is dead. He died in the headquarters of the Alchemy Pavilion. Master Wang said in a deep voice, Leader Wang, the person who killed the red-haired Grandmaster must be at the Qi-Hai realm, and he is much stronger than us. One of the elders said, there were a few Qi-Hai warriors in the Pill Pavilion, but none of them noticed that the red-haired old man had died just like that. This meant that the expert who killed the red-haired old man was able to come and go as he pleased within the Elixir Pavilion, completely ignoring the defenses of the Elixir Pavilion. This incident also proved one thing, and that was that the culprit was definitely an expert. The Heavenly Pill Hall doesn't have such an almighty expert. Who is it that has enmity with our pill house? Roared Pavilion Master Wang furiously. Pavilion Master Wang, the most important thing right now is how to resist the Heavenly Pill Hall's crazy revenge, said an elder. I vow to resist to the death, Pavilion Master Wang said in a deep voice. During the days of the sect competition, the imperial capital was in turmoil. Other than a few high-level officials, no one knew that the Elixir Building and the Heavenly Elixir Hall had officially started a war. 3 days after the red-haired old man's death, the sect competition finally came to an end. This year's sect competition had come to a successful conclusion. In the end, the first place went to the Gu clan. This result caused all the warriors to be shocked. Among the top 10 sects, no one was able to resist the Gu clan's power. The second place went to the Tianyan Mountain, and the third place went to the Ghost Valley. As for the other sects, no one paid any attention to them. The Gu clan had obtained first place, but the person who attracted the most attention was the number one of the Gu clan's younger generation. His strength had already reached a terrifying level. Even on the Qi ranking, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Of course, this was under the premise that the Qi ranking's top ranks were empty after the previous experts reached the Qi-Hai realm. After the sect competition ended, the imperial family gave many of the sect's members great rewards. Of course, Kamikaze Kenbo also received great rewards for entering the top 10. Next was the exciting Qi ranking battle. However, Fong Chen was disqualified and could not participate. However, in Kamikaze Kenbo, the 4 heavenly kings would participate. Star and Moon's injuries had already healed under the heavenly elixir palace's large amount of elixirs. Their strength had already returned to its peak. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, the one who had the highest chance of entering the Qi ranking was the leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Exan. Although Zhu Exan had some grudges with Fang Qin had to admit that Zhu Exan's strength was enough to enter the Qi ranking. The rules of the Qi ranking battle were simple. There were a total of 30 spots on the Qi ranking. Excluding those who had reached the Qi High Realm and warriors who were over 25 years old, there were only a dozen spots left. These dozen spots would not change, and the other disciples would fight for the remaining spots. Every sect sent out disciples who they believed could enter the Qi ranking to participate in this battle. In the end, the 30 spots on the Qi ranking would be determined. On this day, Fang Qin also went to the Imperial City Square to watch the Qi ranking battle. In the entire Imperial City Square, there were countless warriors. It was very lively. Just as the Qi ranking battle was about to begin, a figure suddenly appeared in the Imperial City Square. The appearance of this figure immediately caused the first prince and the 8th prince's faces to change slightly. They quickly stood up to welcome this figure. "Who is he?" Fang Qin asked curiously. Beside him, the faces of Broken Heart and the others also changed greatly. They immediately said in a low voice, "I didn't think that even he would come." "His name is Zhang Kuang. He was the previous Qi ranking battle's number 1. His strength is unparalleled. It is said that when he was on the Qi ranking, he killed a 2nd-level Qi High Realm warrior by himself. He reached the Qi High Realm half a year ago," Zhu Tian explained. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded his head. His heart was also in turmoil. To be able to kill a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm while being at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, this level of strength was something that even he could not compare to. As expected of the previous Qi ranking battles, number 1, Fang Qin could feel that there was a wild aura on Zhang Kuang's body that invisibly suppressed the crowd. "I didn't think that the Qi ranking battle would also attract Brother Zhang Kuang." The first prince laughed heartily and walked in front of Zhang Kuang. "Brother Zhang Kuang, how have you been?" The 8th prince also greeted Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang seemed to be unwilling to speak. After greeting the 2 princes, he sat on the rostrum. Zhang Kuang's arrival caused the entire Imperial City Square to be in an uproar. Next was the battle. Almost every sect had chosen 4 or 5 disciples who had the strength to compete for the Qi ranking battle. After 3 days, the Qi ranking battle finally ended. The 30 spots were all filled. However, although the 30 spots were filled, the rankings were not out yet. As early as 2 days ago, the former number 1 on the Qi ranking battle, Zhang Kuang, left alone. After watching the battles, he felt that this year's Qi ranking battle did not have any outstanding warriors, so he left. It was said that Zhang Kuang had already left the Shengfeng nation for a broader stage. As expected, Kamikaze Kenbu's Zhu Exan won a spot. At this point, Kamikaze Kenbu occupied 5 spots on the Qi ranking. If Fang Qin had not been ridiculed for his qualifications, he would definitely have been able to enter the Qi ranking. After some competition, the rankings of the Qi ranking battle were gradually released. The Qi ranking battle was very intense. Star and Moon was considered the most amazing disciple in Kamikaze Kenbu this time. She was only ranked in the 20s in the previous Qi ranking battle, but this time she had reached the 11th place. Broken Heart was ranked 15th, Zhu Tian was ranked 19th, and Yunjiu was ranked 22nd. As for Zhu Exan, although he had entered the Qi ranking, he was barely able to rank 30th. Many disciples from the other sect had also entered the Qi ranking. This time, the Qi ranking seemed to have undergone a huge change. The first place on the Qi ranking was occupied by Gu Du, the strongest of the younger generation of the Gu clan. His strength was so strong that even Feng Yin, who was second on the Qi ranking, was no match for him. The Qi ranking battle also ended in a lively atmosphere. After the Qi ranking battle ended, the two princes began to secretly recruit people in preparation for entering the divine wind secret realm. In the manner of kamikaze Kenbo, Feng Qin was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh realm of the Qi transformation realm and was about to break through to the eighth realm. However, at this moment, Great Master Tianhe suddenly came to visit. Great Master Tianhe, Feng Qin asked. Brother Feng, the Heavenly Pill Palace has been fighting with the Alchemy House for the past few days. The Alchemy House has been losing ground, Great Master Tianhe said with a smile. Feng Qin nodded. This was within his expectations. Although the eighth prince wanted to help, he was held back by the first prince. He wanted to, but was powerless to and could not help the Alchemy House at all. At this rate, it would not be long before the Heavenly Pill Palace could completely dominate the entire Divine Wind Nation. Continue to fight back. You must be careful of the Alchemy House's counterattack, Feng Qin warned. Great Master Tianhe had brought 2 billion mid-tier spirit stones to Feng Qin. In addition to the 1 billion he had before, he had a total of 3 billion mid-tier spirit stones. It was enough for Feng Qin to cultivate. In a secluded manner, the eighth prince and Gu Du sat on a stone bench. Gu Du, I believe you know the purpose of my visit this time. Will you agree to follow me into the Divine Wind secret realm? The eighth prince asked. Gu Du narrowed his eyes, thinking in his mind. The Gu clan had become the leader of the 10 great sect this time. Gu Du was also first on the Qi ranking. He was qualified to negotiate with eighth prince. I can agree to your conditions. After we come out of the Divine Wind secret realm, you must give 3 counties to the Gu clan, Gu Du said in a low voice. When the eighth prince heard this, there was a touch of displeasure between his eyebrows. However, he endured it and finally agreed to Gu Du's request. Okay, I agree. As long as you can help me defeat Big Brother in the Divine Wind secret realm, the eighth prince said with a smile. It seems that the people who will enter the Divine Wind secret realm this time are all experts on the Qi ranking. No one is my opponent, Gu Du said confidently. Chapter 181. After the end of the Qi ranking battle, the entire imperial capital once again calmed down. Most of the sect members returned to their own places. Only a small number of elite warriors stayed in the imperial capital, waiting for the opening of the Divine Wind secret realm a month later. The 5 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbo, including Zhu Exan, made a total of 6 people. All of them stood on the first prince's side. They stayed in the imperial capital, while the first elder and the others returned. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Feng Qin had been cultivating. He felt that he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. One day, Broken Heart and the others asked Feng Qin to go shopping. As the group walked on the street, Zhu Tian kept talking to Feng Qin. One moment he talked about something, the next moment he talked about something, which made Feng Qin speechless. When they passed by a bustling area, they suddenly heard a bustling noise coming from inside. Where is this place? Feng Qin asked. This is the most famous beast fighting arena in the imperial capital, Zhu Tian said with a grin. Beast fighting was a very popular gambling method in the entire Divine Wind country. Therefore, there was a beast fighting arena in every county in the Divine Wind country. However, the beast fighting arena in the imperial capital was the largest beast fighting arena in the entire Divine Wind country. There were a large number of monstrous beasts in the beast fighting arena. As long as you could afford it, you could buy any monstrous beast and then fight with other warriors' monstrous beasts. Whoever's monstrous beast won. This was a very popular way to play. Are you interested? Broken Heart looked at Feng Qin and smiled. Feng Qin nodded. Since he had nothing to do during this time, he might as well go in and relax. Then, The group of 6 entered the beast fighting arena. Most of the warriors who could enter the bestial battle arena were very wealthy. When Fang Chen's group of 6 entered, they discovered that the huge bestial battle arena had many places for fighting beasts. A large number of warriors were watching. Seeing Fang Chen and the others come in, a staff member quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and the others and respectfully said, "Is this the first time you've come to our beast fighting coliseum?" The few of them nodded. The staff continued, "We have a large number of demonic beasts here. Everyone can take a look." Soon after, Fang Chen and the others were led to the demonic beast area by the staff. There were many demonic beasts in the demonic beast area. These demonic beasts ranged from the Qi refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. There were even demonic beasts in the Qi Sea realm. Fang Chen glanced around and realized that most of the beasts were of the Qi transformation realm. There were only a few beasts of the Qi high realm. Of course, there were many types of demonic beasts. There were some that he had seen before, and some that he had never seen before. "What do you think? Do you want to play?" "I'll pay the bill," Fang Chen said generously. He had a lot of spirit stones. These demonic beasts were not worth mentioning to him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Tian and the others were full of smiles. "Fang Chen, you're really generous." "Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony," Zhu Tian said and turned around to look at the demonic beasts. After a while, Zhu Tian chose a demonic beast of the 9th realm. This demonic beast was a multicolored cat. "Haha, Zhu Tian, you chose a cat," Broken Heart laughed loudly. "Humph, what's wrong with a cat?" "I feel that this cat is very strong," Zhu Tian said with a dark face. "Sir, this multicolored cat is a demonic beast of the 9th realm. It's worth 100 million spirit stones," the worker said respectfully. Without waiting for Zhu Tian to speak, Fang Chen took out 100 million spirit stones and handed it to the worker. "It's rare that everyone is so happy today. These spirit stones are nothing." "Fang Chen, thank you," Zhu Tian said with a smile. After that, the others also began to choose. Broken Heart, Yun Jiao, and Zhu Exan all chose demonic beasts of the 9th realm. Star and Moon chose a demonic beast of the 8th realm. Fang Chen carefully observed the demonic beasts around him. Although the demonic beasts of the Qi high realm were strong, they gave him a feeling that they were lifeless. Fang Chen shook his head and walked over to the Qi transformation realm demonic beasts area. He began to observe the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were all relatively common species, nothing special. However, just as Fang Chen was about to turn around and leave, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. In the next moment, his eyes caught sight of a small demon beast in the Qi refinement area. While Fang Chen was looking at the demonic beast was also looking at him. Is the golden heart beating because of it? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the demon beast started chirping nonstop. Fang Chen walked to the side of the demon beast and carefully observed it. This beast was a rat. However, Fang Chen felt that it wasn't an ordinary rat. When Fang Chen approached the golden rat, he realized that the golden heart was beating even faster. He concluded that the golden heart was beating because of this golden rat. Could it be that this golden rat is not ordinary? Fang Chen wondered. In the end, Fang Chen hesitated for a while before finally making his decision. He chose this rat. Everyone had finished choosing and were waiting for Fang Chen. However, when they saw that Fang Chen had chosen a Qi refinement realm rat, their faces were filled with shock. "Fang Chen, why did you choose a Qi refinement realm demonic beast?" Zhu Tian was the first to speak. Fang Chen held the rat in his hand. When the rat heard Zhu Tian's words, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Zhu Tian. It seemed to be saying that it was extraordinary. "Fang Chen, your rat is only in the Qi refinement realm. Its strength is too weak." Broken Heart and the others also said. However, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'll take it." In the end, Fong Qin spent a total of 500 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a Qi transformation realm demonic beast for the others. The group of 6 happily arrived at the beast battle area. Fong Qin, I'll go to other places to bet. Zhu Tian and the others said one after another. Even the star and moon took their demonic beasts and flew off into the distance. Fong Qin glanced at the rat in his hand and immediately walked towards the Qi refinement realm area. When the rat saw the direction Fong Qin was walking, it constantly shook its body, as if trying to stop Fong Qin. You're saying that you're very strong? Fong Qin asked softly. Hearing this, the rat nodded continuously. Fong Qin instantly understood that the rat didn't want him to go to the Qi refinement realm area. Let's see how strong you are first. Fong Qin finished speaking and walked towards the Qi refinement realm area. At this time in the beast battle area, 2 Qi transformation realm martial artists were roaring loudly. In front of them, 2 demonic beasts were constantly fighting. Kill him for me. One of the warriors roared loudly, and the other warrior followed suit. In an instant, the cheetah defeated the saber-toothed tiger and almost killed it, but was stopped by the martial artist. The cheetah's owner was full of smiles. If his demonic beast won, he would receive a large amount of spirit stones. He was very happy. This cheetah is really invincible in the Qi refinement realm area. It has already won 9 times in a row. No demonic beast can defeat it, a martial artist said softly. Yeah, this cheetah must be a mutated race left behind from ancient times. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Fong Qin smiled slightly. He could tell at a glance that this cheetah was a mutated cheetah. Its strength was very tyrannical, and it was invincible in the Qi refinement realm. Little guy, it's up to you, Fong Qin said to the rat. The rat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It nodded and then directly jumped in front of the cheetah. Boy, are you sure you want to use your rat to bet with my cheetah? The rugged martial artist asked in a deep voice. There's no rule that forbids rats to fight, right? Fong Qin asked. Okay, in that case, let's fight. How much do you want to bet? The rugged martial artist asked. Up to you. Fong Qin said. Okay, then 1 million medium spirit stones. The rugged martial artist said. The moment the rugged martial artist's voice fell, the cheetah seemed to be able to understand the martial artist's words. It let out a roar, and the next moment, it opened its claws and directly attacked the rat. Who is this? He actually wants to use a rat to fight with a cheetah. He's really courting death. Yeah, it's easy to earn spirit stones. Alas, he has money. There's no other way. The surrounding martial artists discussed spiritedly. They did not believe that the rat could defeat the cheetah. The cheetah should be able to win 10 times in a row, a disciple whispered. At this time on the Warbeast stage, the cheetah was fiercely attacking the rat. However, the rat's body was constantly jumping, using its speed to constantly avoid the cheetah's attacks. Cheetah, tear it apart for me, the rugged martial artist roared. Fong Qin stood aside and watched quietly. The rat seemed to want to prove to Fong Qin that its strength was tyrannical. It was not an ordinary rat. When the cheetah attacked it, it tiptoed and directly jumped onto the cheetah's head. The cheetah opened its claws and wanted to catch the rat. However, the rat was too agile and could not be caught at all. Roar! The cheetah let out a roar and was completely angry. However, when the cheetah was angry, the rat's little claws flashed a cold light. The next moment, its claws directly grabbed the cheetah's head. The cheetah instantly let out a miserable cry, and its body directly fell to the ground. The rat calmly jumped down from the cheetah's head and stood on the Warbeast stage. Its little claws pointed at the cheetah and laughed at it. Many martial artists saw this scene and were instantly petrified. Only Fong Qin seemed to have discovered something at that moment. How is this possible? Fong Qin's eyes flashed a look of disbelief. He just caught a trace of destructive aura on the rat's little claws. This destructive aura actually made his heart palpitate. What is the origin of this rat? Is it really extraordinary? The cheetah was lightly scratched by the rat and fell to the ground screaming miserably. It instantly lost its fighting strength. This made Fong Chin believe that the rat was absolutely extraordinary. "Cheetah, get up!" The rugged martial artist roared. His eyes were scarlet, but there was no other way. The cheetah could not get up at all. In the end, the rugged martial artist walked onto the war beast stage and took the cheetah away. Before leaving, the rugged martial artist reluctantly gave Fong Chin 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and then left. The little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and proudly danced. Chapter 182. After Little Mouse won the first match, it shocked the entire Qi refining realm area. Countless warriors looked at the little mouse with bitterness in their hearts. "Damn it, if I knew this little mouse was so powerful, I would have bought it." Yeah, when I saw all the Qi refining realm beasts, this little mouse gave me the feeling that it was the weakest. No one wanted it. This kid got a bargain. Damn it. Many warriors were discussing. Of course, there were some warriors who did not believe it and wanted to challenge the little mouse. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches for matches in a short while the little mouse won 5 matches. In the beast fighting arena, there were very few beasts that could win 5 matches in a row. Little Mouse's 5 consecutive victories finally attracted the attention of the beast fighting arena staff. They began to send some powerful Qi refining realm beasts to stop Little Mouse's winning streak. However, this still could not stop Little Mouse's victories. Little Mouse seemed to be invincible in the Qi refining realm. Any Qi refining realm beast that came up was easily defeated by Little Mouse. Finally, after an hour, Little Mouse won 9 matches in a row, and Fong Chin won 9,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As long as he won 1 more match, he would be able to win 10 matches in a row. For the 10th match, the beast fighting arena sent a golden wolf. This golden wolf was from the bloodthirsty golden wolf race. This race loved to fight and was almost invincible in the same realm. No one knew where the beast fighting arena got this bloodthirsty golden wolf. Although this bloodthirsty golden wolf was not yet an adult, it emitted a ferocious aura that was enough to make a Qi refining realm warrior tremble. When the surrounding warriors saw the bloodthirsty golden wolf appear, they all exclaimed. It seemed like Little Mouse's winning streak was about to be ended. Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder and hummed a little tune. It did not care about the bloodthirsty golden wolf at all. On top of the bloodthirsty golden wolf's head, there was a tuft of golden fur. It was ignored by Little Mouse, and it roared at Little Mouse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After the little mouse chirped at Fong Chin, it jumped onto the stage and started fighting with the bloodthirsty golden wolf. Even the bloodthirsty golden wolves have been dispatched. Looks like Little Mouse's winning streak is about to come to an end. That's right. The bloodthirsty golden wolf clan's demonic beasts are extremely ferocious, even when they are still young. It's rumored that they grew up on the edge of life and death. The beast fighting coliseum is also very powerful. They were actually able to find a bloodthirsty golden wolf and tame it. Many martial artists were discussing. Fong Chin narrowed his eyes and watched the battle between the little mouse and the bloodthirsty golden wolf. After the previous 9 matches, Fong Chin had a certain understanding of the little mouse. This little mouse must be from an extraordinary clan. Although it looked petite the moment it attacked, its claws actually flashed with a trace of destructive aura that made Fong Chin's heart palpitate. This made Fong Chin very surprised. Sure enough, after the little mouse fought with the bloodthirsty golden wolf, it directly jumped onto the bloodthirsty golden wolf's head. Just like before, it waved its claws and the bloodthirsty golden wolf fell to the ground in an instant, its aura withered. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of the beast fighting coliseum had a gloomy expression. However, he still forced a smile and announced that Fong Chin's demonic beast had won 10 consecutive victories. This was a shocking matter. Moreover, it was accomplished by a little mouse that no one was optimistic about. At the same time that Fong Chen completed his 10 consecutive victories, Broken Heart and the others' matches also ended. Some of their demonic beasts won one match, while others won two. In short, Star and Moon's demonic beast won 4 matches. After their demonic beasts lost, they stopped their matches and came here to find Fong Chen. At this time, the bloodthirsty Golden Wolf had already been carried away by the beast-fighting Colosseum staff. The entire beast-fighting Colosseum was empty. The little mouse was already lying on Fong Chen's shoulder. "Fong Chen, how's your little mouse?" Broken Heart asked. "It's obvious that it hasn't fought yet. This kind of mouse can only be used as a pet. It can't be used in battle." Zhu Tian grinned as he hugged the multicolored cat. "Fong Chen, how's the mouse's strength?" Yunzhou asked. "Fong Chen, are you too embarrassed to say it?" Star and Moon teased. Hearing their words, Fong Chen was speechless. The little mouse on his shoulder kept chirping and pointing at the 4 of them. It seemed very dissatisfied. 10 consecutive victories, Fong Chen said softly. "And that's normal. This mouse's fighting strength must be very weak." Broken Heart nodded. However, halfway through his words, he felt that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen and hurriedly asked, "What did you say? 10 consecutive victories? Fong Chen, you're not lying to us, right? This little mouse can win 10 consecutive victories?" Zhu Tian asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, "It really is 10 consecutive victories." Seeing that Fong Chen didn't seem to be joking, everyone finally believed this fact. Their faces were full of solemnity. The 5 of them looked at Fong Chen as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, Zhu Tian finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "Fong Chen, why do you always get all the good things?" Zhu Tian was a bit speechless. "Yeah, according to the staff, this mouse has already been in the beast battle arena for 3 months, and no one has chosen it." "I didn't expect it to be so strong," Broken Heart said. Seeing their expressions, the little mouse waved its little paws with a smile on its face. After 10 consecutive victories, it should be able to enter the Qi Transformation Realm area, right? Zhu Tian suddenly asked. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, everyone knew what Zhu Tian was thinking. They immediately looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen also wanted to see what the little mouse's limits were, so he nodded in agreement. The group of 6 arrived at the Qi Transformation Realm area. When they arrived at the Qi Transformation Realm area, Fong Chen chose a Qi Transformation First Realm Beast for the little mouse to fight. However, the Qi Transformation First Realm Beast was defeated by the little mouse in just a few moves. Broken Heart and the others were shocked. Time passed by slowly. When the little mouse met a Qi Transformation Fourth Realm Beast, it was finally defeated. The defeated little mouse kept chattering to Fong Chen. It seemed to be saying that it was still young, and that if it was an adult, it would definitely be able to defeat the beast. Fong Chen gently stroked the little mouse. Then, the little mouse laid on Fong Chen's shoulder. "Fong Chen, you really picked up a treasure. I really envy you," Zhu Tian said sadly as he hugged the multicolored cat. The multicolored cat in his arms was still sleeping lazily. Fong Chen chuckled. Finally, the group prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a white-bearded staff member walked in front of them. "Hello, I am the deacon here," the white-bearded staff member said. "What's the matter?" Broken Heart asked. "Sir, the beast battle arena has taken a fancy to the little mouse on your shoulder. Would you be willing to sell it to us?" The deacon asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not selling it." The deacon did not expect Fong Chen to reject him. His expression changed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared between his brows. He then said in a low voice, "Sir, if you sell it to us, you will be the Beast Battle Arena's VIP in the future." Before he could finish speaking, Fong Chen turned and left. The white-bearded deacon's eyes were filled with coldness as he watched Fong Chen's departing back. After leaving the Beast Battle Arena, The little mouse was a little sleepy. It lay on Fong Chen's shoulder and fell asleep. On the way back, Fong Chen ran into several disciples from the heavenly imperial lake. The one leading them was Xing Hui. Seeing Fong Chen's group, Xing Hui's expression turned cold. He walked over and said, "Aren't you the elite disciples of the kamikaze Kenbu?" His tone was full of mockery, especially when he said the word elite. His voice was especially loud. "Xing Hui, what do you want?" Xian asked coldly upon hearing Xing Hui's voice. "Star and Moon, Yao Yun won't die in vain. I will definitely avenge him." Xing Hui ignored Broken Heart and looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon's expression was frosty. She stared at Xing Hui without saying anything. Crash! In an instant, Xing Hui's body emitted a terrifying aura. Then Fong Chen felt like he was suffocating. "Xing Hui, you dare attack me in the imperial capital?" Broken Heart roared. Xing Hui was insulting them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made Broken Heart very angry. "This is the imperial capital. Naturally, I won't attack you. But you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the Divine Wind secret realm. Otherwise, I'll let you know what I'm capable of." Xing Hui looked at Star and Moon. Star and Moon didn't say anything from start to finish, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. When Fong Chen saw Star and Moon's expression, he understood that Star and Moon had long since known that he had killed Yao Yin. She was just taking the blame for him. Because of this matter, Star and Moon had been seriously injured by Xing Hui during the sect competition and had almost died. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's body was filled with hot blood. He took a step forward and stood in front of Star and Moon, coldly looking at Xing Hui. "Are all the disciples of the heavenly imperial lake like you, bullying the weak?" Fong Chen asked. Chapter 183. Xing Hui didn't take Fong Chen seriously at all. Although Fong Chen had the strength of a fighter on the chi roll, he still couldn't compare to Xing Hui. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue," Xing Hui said coldly. If they weren't in the capital city, he could have killed Fong Chen in minutes. Unfortunately, they were in the capital city. Fong Chen also recognized this point, which was why he was so unrestrained. Fong Chen didn't think he was a match for Xing Hui, but he believed that as long as he broke through to the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he wouldn't even be afraid of Feng Yun and the others, let alone Xing Hui. Crash! A wild aura surged from Xing Hui's body. In the next moment, Fong Chen felt a strong pressure. Xing Hui wanted to use his aura to suppress Fong Chen and teach Fong Chen a lesson. Bang! After Fong Chen felt the strong pressure, his true core exploded. A hazy aura surrounded his body, blocking Xing Hui's attack. "Humph, even Yao Yin was killed by me. You want to suppress me with a mere aura?" Fong Chen said in a low voice. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Xing Hui's eyes widened. His aura exploded as he said, "You killed Yao Yin!" All along, the disciples of the Sky Defense Lake had thought that Yao Yun had been killed by Star and Moon. But now, hearing Fong Chen's words, Xing Hui was even more furious. "Kid, do you want to die?" Xing Hui said coldly, "I bet that you wouldn't dare to make a move here." Fong Chen's face revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Xing Hui. Xing Hui's expression changed. In the end, he retracted his aura, but his eyes were filled with undisguised, killing intent. He stared at Fong Chen and said in a low voice, "Kid, don't let me see you outside the capital city." With that, Xing Hui turned and left with his group. After Xing Hui and the others left, Fong Chen turned around and cupped his hands toward Star and Moon. He then said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Everyone knew what Fong Chen meant, but Star and Moon shook his head and said, "It's fine." After that, the 6 of them returned to the manor. Fong Chen still felt some pressure from the starlight, so Fong Chen was trying his best to break through. Once he broke through to the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he would no longer have to fear the starlight. However, breaking through wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. After returning, Fong Chen wanted to rest. Suddenly, the little mouse crawled up from his shoulder and started chirping nonstop. Finally, after some communication, Fong Chen learned that the little mouse was hungry and wanted to eat something. "What do you want to eat?" Fong Chen asked. The little mouse kept gesturing with its paws. Fong Chen didn't quite understand and asked, "Are you saying that you want to eat something that has spirituality?" The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Fong Chen was a little confused. What was spirituality? Just as Fong Chen was thinking, a light flashed in his mind. In the next moment, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. Spiritual stones should be considered spirituality. I just don't know if the little mouse can eat them. Fong Chen thought as he took out some mid-tier spiritual stones and handed them to the little mouse. The little mouse saw this, and its eyes lit up. It grabbed a spiritual stone with its paws and started chewing on it. Seeing this, Fong Chen was stunned. The little mouse could actually eat spiritual stones. Gotcha! In a moment, the little mouse swallowed a spiritual stone. After eating the spiritual stone, the little mouse's face was full of smiles. Obviously, it enjoyed the spiritual stone very much. Seeing that the little mouse still wanted to eat, Fong Chen took out a pile of spiritual stones. The little mouse happily ate them. Time slowly passed. After 6 hours, the little mouse finally stopped eating spiritual stones. Its stomach was a little bloated. After the little mouse was full, it patted its stomach with satisfaction. Then it found a place and fell asleep. At this time, the little mouse's body was emitting a layer of white light. Although Fong Chen didn't know what this layer of white light was, he vaguely felt that this layer of white light was definitely not simple. What kind of race is this little mouse? Fong Chen thought to himself. In 6 hours, the little mouse had eaten 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. This made Fong Chen speechless. How long had it been since the little mouse had eaten? Why was it so hungry? Fortunately, Fong Chen still had 5 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the 100 million he earned from the beast fighting arena, he had a total of 6 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. This was enough for the little mouse to eat. The little mouse's various actions made Fong Chen very puzzled. He guessed that the little mouse should be the child of a very powerful race. According to legends, in ancient times there were many races of monsters in the world. Some of these races were the overlords of the world. Even if it was the same type of monster, there were many races. Although this little thing was a mouse, there were still many races of mice. Some of the more powerful races could even become the ancient royal family. I don't care. I'll slowly find out in the future. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided not to think about it. When he was stronger in the future, he should be able to find out about the little mouse's background. There was still some time before the Divine Wind Secret Realm opened. Fong Chen began to work hard in his cultivation. If he could break through to the 8th realm of the Qi Transformation Realm before entering the Divine Wind Secret Realm, he would be more confident. During this time, the first prince and the 8th prince fought fiercely. However, in terms of roping in experts on the Qi ranking, the first prince was at a disadvantage. There were 30 experts on the Qi ranking. The 8th prince had roped in 18 experts, while the first prince had only roped in 12. However, the real battle was in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Therefore, the two princes were very interested in this trip to the Divine Wind Secret Realm. One day, Fong Chen received news of the Protector King Duan Muan. He stopped cultivating and immediately rushed to the Protector King's residence. At this time, in the garden of the Protector King's residence, there was a large number of martial artists. The leader was the Heaven Fiend Lord. Protector King, is there no one else in the Protector King's residence? You have already lost 8 rounds among the younger generation. There are only 2 rounds left. How are you going to turn the tables? The Heaven Fiend, Lord, sat in the center of the garden and said with a smile. On the other hand, the Protector King's face was gloomy. Ever since he had chosen the first prince, the eighth prince had been suppressing him. This time he had even sent people from the Heaven Fiend, Lord's residence, to put pressure on him. If it were any other time, the disciples of the Heaven Fiend, Lord's residence, might not be able to win against the disciples of the Protector King's residence. However, it was different this time. The Heaven Fiend, Lord's residence, had found a mysterious young martial artist from somewhere. This young martial artist's strength was comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. The Protector King even suspected that he was a member of the imperial family. The Heaven Fiend, Lord's residence, had come aggressively, saying that they wanted to have 10 rounds among the younger generation. At this time, the Protector King's residence had already lost 8 rounds. Just as the Heaven Fiend Lord was speaking, the 9th round began. However, the disciples of the Protector King's residence were defeated by the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence. After losing 9 rounds in a row, the Protector King felt helpless. At this time, Fong Qin arrived. "Uncle Wen," Fong Qin called out. When he saw Fong Qin, Duan Muin's eyes lit up. He immediately called Fong Qin to his side and explained the situation in detail. After Fong Qin heard what had happened, he looked at the Heaven Fiend Lord and stood in the middle of the garden. He looked at the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence and said, "Let me fight in the 10th round." "Protector King, that's not good. Your disciples are useless. You can't ask for external help." The disciples of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence joked. The Protector King was about to speak when Fong Qin beat him to it. "My father and the Protector King are sworn brothers. From another perspective, I, Fong Qin, am also considered a member of the Protector King's residence," Fong Qin said. Hearing Fong Qin's words, the Protector King nodded gratefully. The Heaven Fiend Lord was about to speak when he saw Falcon's gaze. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's fight." Fong Qin's opponent was a martial artist from the younger generation of the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence. Under Fong Qin's powerful attack, the martial artist instantly lost the match. Following that, the second and the third. After a while, Fong Qin also won 9 rounds in a row. He defeated all 9 disciples of the Protector King's residence. At this moment, Falcon finally made his move. Falcon slowly walked in front of Fong Qin and said, "You are qualified for me to fight." At the beginning, Falcon did not fight because he was observing Fong Qin. He wanted to see if Fong Qin was qualified for him to fight. Now, it seemed that Fong Qin's strength was indeed qualified for him to fight. Others might not know, but the Heaven Fiend Lord knew very well that Falcon was the 8th prince's right-hand man. He was also one of the younger generation that the 8th prince valued the most. Falcon's potential was very strong, and his true strength was already comparable to an elite on the Qi roll. However, Falcon kept a low profile because he was by the 8th prince's side. The reason why he fought this time was because the 8th prince wanted to use the Heaven Fiend Lord's residence to suppress the Protector King's residence. "However, you are no match for me," Falcon said again. Falcon's body exuded a wild aura, and there was a deep look in his eyes. On the contrary, Fong Qin's body was very calm. There was not a trace of fluctuation, and there was not even a trace of spiritual energy coming out of him. He looked at Falcon and said indifferently, "We haven't even fought, and you think you can win against me? I have seen your matches in the sect competition. You are not even qualified to fight for the Qi roll. I, Falcon, can defeat you as easily as crushing an ant," Falcon sneered. When Fong Qin heard that, his face gradually darkened. The reason why he was not qualified to fight for the Qi roll was because of the crime that the 8th prince had imposed on him. The root of all this was because he did not accept the 8th prince's invitation. Chapter 184. Fong Qin could sense the killing intent in Falcon's eyes. Falcon wanted to kill. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Fong Qin. "I don't mind killing dogs," Fong Qin said word by word. Upon hearing Fong Qin's words, Falcon was completely enraged. He roared and clenched his fist. In the next moment, a tyrannical fist aura shot out from his fist. Whoosh! Fong Qin clenched his fists tightly when he saw the ferocious fist aura. He executed the solitary void fist. Although Falcon was strong, Fong Qin didn't care about him at all. If he hadn't been deprived of the opportunity to be ranked on the Qi roll, he might have been able to charge into the top 20. Therefore, he didn't even take out the hidden dragon sword when facing Falcon. He directly used the solitary emptiness fist. That was because Falcon wasn't qualified for him to use the fire and water sword technique. Crash! The solitary emptiness fist was used. The majestic fist aura smashed into Falcon's fist aura. After the two collided, the entire ground shook. Dong! The sound of an explosion resounded through the sky. Falcon's expression changed slightly because he realized that he had underestimated Fong Qin's strength. Damn it! Falcon stabilized his retreating figure. With a tap of his foot, he once again attacked Fong Qin. It's over. Fong Qin roared and fully activated the solitary emptiness fist. 3 consecutive punches directly shattered Falcon's attack and smashed into Falcon's body. Crack! Falcon's fist instantly shattered and his flesh was badly mangled. His body fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. At that moment, Falcon's face was filled with anger. He had just looked down on Fong Qin and thought that Fong Qin wasn't his match at all. However, in the blink of an eye, he had been defeated by Fong Qin. Furthermore, he had been seriously injured. Falcon was a little unconvinced. He let out an indignant roar in his heart. Fong Qin withdrew his fist and stood there quietly. His face was full of disdain as he said, "Your strength is not enough for me to use my full strength." When the Heaven Fiend Sovereign saw this scene, his face changed slightly. He ordered the martial artists to carry Falcon away. After all, Falcon was one of the 8th Prince's men. If Falcon died, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign would also be punished by the 8th Prince. Seeing Falcon being carried away, Fong Qin turned to look at the Heaven Emanation's Sovereign and said coldly, "Who else is in the Heaven Emanation's Sovereign residence?" "I, Fong Qin, will take them all." Although Fong Qin's words were arrogant, none of the disciples of the Protector King's palace believed that Fong Qin was being arrogant. When one's strength reached a certain level, arrogance wouldn't be so detestable. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign was speechless. The elite disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace had all been defeated by Fong Qin. There was no one else who could fight. Heaven Emanation Sovereign, do you still want to continue this exchange? The Protector King, Duan Muin, narrowed his eyes and smiled. When the Heaven Emanation's Sovereign heard this, he shook his head and said coldly, "Protector King, let's end today's exchange. I will report this matter to the 8th Prince." There was a hint of threat in the Heaven Emanation's Sovereign's words. It was clear that the 8th Prince was suppressing the Protector King. However, how could the Protector King be afraid of such small tricks? Seeing that the Heaven Emanation Sovereign was about to leave, the Protector King grinned and said, "Heaven Emanation Sovereign, are you satisfied with this exchange?" When the Heaven Emanation Sovereign, who was about to leave, heard this, he staggered and almost fell. In the end, he quickly left the Protector King's palace. After the Heaven Emanation Sovereign and the others left, the Protector King walked over to Fong Qin and laughed loudly. "Fong Qin, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the Protector King would definitely laugh at me." "Uncle Win, it's just a small matter," said Fong Qin as he nodded. Indeed, to Fong Qin, this was just a small matter. Furthermore, he had already become a thorn in the 8th Prince's side. Thus, it wasn't a bad idea to do something that would embarrass the 8th Prince. Ha ha ha, good. Fong Qin, let's go drink. We won't leave until we're drunk. The Protector King was very happy today. He hugged Fong Qin's shoulder and laughed heartily. Fong Chen accompanied the Protector King to drink the entire night. It wasn't until dawn that Fong Chen staggered back to the kamikaze Kenbo's manor. As for the Protector King, he was already drunk and sleeping on the table. Just like that, time passed little by little. During this time, the experts on the Qi ranking were all in the imperial capital, waiting for the Divine Wind secret realm to open. As for the 8th prince and the 1st prince, they were also roping in cultivators everywhere. During this time, when Fong Chen was free, he would bring the little mouse to the beast battle arena and let the little mouse fight with other beasts. It had to be said that the little mouse grew very quickly in battle. In less than a month, the little mouse was able to fight against beasts of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. This kind of progress made even Fong Chen feel a little ashamed. Of course, this was also due to the spirit stones. During this time, the little mouse had swallowed a total of 9 million mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 1 million it had swallowed previously, it had swallowed a total of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones in less than a month. Fortunately, Fong Chen had enough spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to feed the little mouse. Every time the little mouse swallowed a mid-grade spirit stone, it would fall into a deep sleep. Every time it woke up, its strength would increase greatly. This puzzled Fong Chen. In the end, Fong Chen stopped making wild guesses. As long as the little mouse was hungry, he would give the little mouse a large amount of spirit stones to eat. Finally, after a month, the Divine Wind secret realm opened. On this day, Fong Chen and the others arrived at the 1st prince's residence early in the morning. During this time, the 1st prince had been living outside the imperial capital. When Fong Chen and the others arrived, there were already many cultivators in the 1st prince's courtyard. Fong Chen roughly observed and found that these cultivators were all experts on the Qi ranking. Seeing Fong Chen and the others arrive, the 1st prince stood up and welcomed Fong Chen and the others. The Divine Wind secret realm will be opened tomorrow. This is a new secret realm. It's the first time it's been discovered. It's definitely filled with endless dangers. If you're afraid of danger, you can leave now. The 1st prince said slowly. 1st prince, as cultivators, we are fighting against the heavens. How can we be afraid of mere danger? That's right. It is our fortune that the 1st prince has taken a fancy to us. We will definitely assist the 1st prince. Don't worry, this kind of secret realm won't be a problem for us. Everyone present was an expert on the Qi ranking. They already stood at the peak of the younger generation in the entire Divine Wind country. Therefore, in the face of unknown danger, they were not afraid at all. The 1st prince nodded slightly and said, "All right, since that's the case, we will set off tomorrow. As long as I seize the throne, you will definitely benefit greatly." Hearing the 1st prince's words, everyone nodded slightly. This time, the 1st prince led a total of 13 cultivators into the Divine Wind secret realm. Among them, 12 were experts on the Qi ranking. Only Fong Chen was not an expert on the Qi ranking. However, even so, no one would underestimate Fong Chen. They were very clear that if it was not for the 8th prince, Fong Chen would have already entered the Qi ranking. After the 1st prince spoke of some important matters, he let everyone rest. This time, it was not only the 1st prince and the 8th prince who entered the Divine Wind secret realm. There were other princes as well. Although the other princes had long since given up the idea of fighting for the throne, it was inevitable that some of them would join forces. Therefore, the 1st prince was actually under a lot of pressure this time. When the 2nd day arrived, the entire imperial city was filled with an ancient aura. The 1st prince led the 13 experts and quickly rushed towards the back of the imperial city. At the same time, the other princes also led their subordinates and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm. After a while, Fong Chen and the others appeared at the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm. Fong Chen carefully observed for a while and discovered that the entrance of the Divine Wind secret realm was actually on a mountain peak behind the imperial city. This mountain peak was already strictly guarded by the guards of the imperial city. Ordinary cultivators were simply unable to approach it. When the first prince approached the mountain peak, he took out his token, and the guards immediately let him pass. Then Fan Qin and the others climbed up the mountain peak. At this moment, the other prince's men had also arrived. After greeting the first prince, they stood to the side. Fan Qin carefully observed for a while. The strength of these prince's men was nothing compared to the first prince. The last to arrive was the 8th prince. Behind him, there were 18 cultivators. These 18 cultivators were all experts on the Qi ranking. When the 8th prince's team arrived, it caused an uproar. This was because the 3 most conspicuous people in his team were actually the top 3 on the Qi ranking. Oh my God, the 8th prince actually roped in the top 3 on the Qi ranking. This time, the 8th prince will definitely win the battle for the throne. Yeah, just the top 3 on the Qi ranking alone is not something ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, the number of experts roped in by the 8th prince is much higher than the first prince. It seems that the 8th prince is going to win the battle for the throne between the 2 princes. In the camp of the other princes, some cultivators were discussing in low voices. Big brother. The 8th prince heard the crowd's discussion and looked at the first prince with a smile. The first prince shook his head slightly and did not speak. Big brother, it seems that your team is not as strong as mine. The 8th prince continued. In the Divine Wind Secret Realm, there are countless opportunities. If you want to obtain opportunities, it is useless to have more people. The first prince said. Before the 8th prince could speak, Gudu, who was behind him, spoke up. First prince, the strength of your team is too weak. The Divine Wind Secret Realm is incomparably dangerous. Be careful not to be annihilated. Gudu said. Yeah, in this trip to the Secret Realm, some people will definitely stay in the Secret Realm forever. Feng Yun grinned. There are many demonic beasts in the Secret Realm. Be careful. Xing Hui also grinned. The top 3 on the Qi ranking spoke at the same time. Their words were full of ridicule. They believed that the first prince's team would be annihilated. Chapter 185. When the 8th prince heard this, he stopped talking and waited for the Divine Wind secret territory to open. Old Feng, how long will it take for the Divine Wind secret territory to open? The 8th prince turned around and looked at an old man. This old man was highly respected in the imperial city. Even if the 8th prince saw him, he would be extremely respectful. When old Feng heard this, he looked at the ground in the middle of the mountain and said in a low voice, This secret territory is a new one. We don't have any experience in opening it, but after thinking about it for a while, this secret territory seems to be at its weakest when the sun is hanging high in the sky. At that time, we can work together to break the seal. Okay, then we will wait for the arrival of noon. After the 8th prince finished speaking, he found a place to sit down cross-legged and waited. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, noon had arrived and the sun was hanging high in the sky. In the blue sky, there was a huge sun hanging high in the sky. Everyone's foreheads were full of sweat and the surrounding air was extremely hot. At this moment, old Feng suddenly said in a low voice, Princes, get ready. After old Feng finished speaking, suddenly 7 old men appeared from the darkness. These 7 old men each took a position and formed a spell with old Feng. 8 Qi-Hai warriors. When they attacked together, a terrifying aura was emitted from their bodies. In the next moment, old Feng roared and the sun in the sky shone directly at the center of the mountain. At this moment, a gray void door suddenly appeared at the location where the sun shone. Seeing this, old Feng and the others continuously used their spirit qi to maintain the existence of the void door. The secret territory has opened. Quickly go in. Old Feng said hurriedly. Hearing this, the 8th prince's figure flashed and disappeared into the void gate. Then his team followed him and entered the void gate. Seeing the 8th prince enter first, the other princes also entered one after another. In the end, only the eldest prince's team was left. Everyone looked at the eldest prince, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go in." Following the eldest prince's order, everyone quickly entered the void door. As soon as they entered the void gate, everyone felt a strong wave of energy. The next moment, they saw a flash of white light and appeared in an open space. Is this the divine wind secret realm? Fong Qin thought to himself. He could feel an ancient aura rushing towards him. It was as if everyone was in the wilderness. The scene here was very strange. It was the complete opposite of the divine wind nation. This should be the divine wind secret realm. Everyone be careful, said the first prince. First prince, let's follow this plane and move forward. The person who spoke was the strongest person in the first prince's team. He was also ranked 4th on the Qi ranking. His name was Yu Hen. Yu Hen was the chief disciple of the Azure Wave territory, one of the top 10 sect. His strength was very tyrannical. If the overall strength of the Azure Wave territory was not weak, they could have advanced to the finals of the sect competition. After the top 3 on the Qi roll had been recruited by the 8th prince, Yu Hen, who was ranked 4th, was the strongest warrior on the first prince's side. Many experts on the Qi roll were very respectful to Yu Hen. When Yu Hen spoke, the other warriors also nodded. The most important thing now is to explore everything here clearly and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo, said the first prince as he nodded. Then, with Yu Hen at the front, many warriors moved forward. After an hour, everyone was finally about to walk out of the plane. However, at this moment, a sinister sound suddenly entered everyone's ears. What's that sound? Sensing this voice, the expressions of many cultivators changed slightly. This is a sound wave attack, said Yu Hen in a deep voice. The sharp sound just now was actually a sound wave attack. This made everyone very vigilant. They had just entered the divine wind secret realm, and they had already encountered a sound wave attack. What exactly is attacking us? Asked a warrior. Just as the first prince was about to speak, a black mass suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It's the blood crows. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Let's go quickly. The blood crows are a special kind of demonic beast. The sound they make can form a sound wave attack," said Yu Hen hurriedly. Seeing the majestic group of blood crows in the distance, the first prince led the warriors and quickly retreated. The blood crows were a very vicious, demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast was very rare in the divine wind country. Although the blood crow's attack power was not strong, the sound they made could form a sound wave attack. It could cause a lot of damage to a warrior's soul. If it was just one blood crow, they did not need to be afraid. However, there were more than 100 blood crows in front of them. They did not dare to face them directly. Woo, woo as the blood crows flew. They made sharp sounds and quickly flew towards Fong Qin and the others. Their speed was naturally not as fast as the blood crows. In a short while, the blood crows caught up with them. "Cover the first prince's retreat," said Yu Hen loudly. Then a pitch-black long saber appeared in Yu Hen's hand. He fiercely slashed towards the void. Suddenly, a saber light appeared and directly split a blood crow in half. When Yu Hen made his move, the other warriors also made their moves. Fong Qin walked at the back of the group. The blood crow's attack directly affected him. Fong Qin felt his soul tremble. He cried out miserably. Then he took out the hidden dragon sword in his hand and directly used the fire and water sword technique. Wherever the sword light passed, the blood crows would explode. While everyone was killing the blood crows, they quickly retreated. At this moment, a warrior suddenly saw a mountain peak in front of them. "There's a mountain peak in front. Let's go," someone shouted. Suddenly, many warriors stepped onto the mountain peak. Puchi Fong Chen's long sword directly slashed at a blood crow, instantly killing it. At this moment, Fong Qin felt a tyrannical saber light. Then a large number of blood crows in the sky died in an instant. "You guys go first." "I'll stay behind," said Yu Hen with a large saber in his hand. Everyone quickly stepped onto the mountain peak. Yu Hen held a large saber at the foot of the mountain. After killing many blood crows, he also stepped onto the mountain peak. When they stepped onto the mountain peak, the number of blood crows also decreased. However, there were still blood crows rushing up the mountain peak. However, everyone occupied the high ground and could block the attacks of the blood crows. After a fierce battle, over 100 blood crows were killed by everyone. Yu Hen killed the most blood crows. His pitch-black large saber was dyed red. When the last blood crow was killed, Yu Hen put away his large saber. Many martial artists directly sat down on the ground, panting. Although the attacks of the blood crows were not strong, the sound wave attack would more or less cause some damage to the souls of the people. This divine wind secret realm is indeed dangerous. We just entered and we already encountered blood crows. Moreover, it's in a group, said the Crown Prince in a low voice. Blood crows are social animals, especially at night. Their activities are most frequent. We killed so many blood crows. The smell of blood will definitely attract other blood crows here, said Yu Hen in a low voice. That's right. We have to find a safe place to avoid the attacks of the blood crows before night falls, said the Broken Heart. Many experts agreed. Although they were experts on the Qi ranking before they stepped into the Qi High realm, their souls were very weak. They were also a little afraid of the blood crows. Once a group of blood crows came, they would not be able to resist. Especially at night, the sound wave attack of the blood crows could be used to its greatest effect. Even Yu Hen was afraid. From what I know, the blood crows do not like hot places. Let's find a place with a higher temperature before the sky turns dark, said Yu Hen. Then the group of people began to look for a place with a higher temperature. When night was about to fall, everyone finally found a place with a higher temperature. Standing on the open ground, everyone looked over and realized that in the small valley in front of them, there was magma flowing. The temperature of the small valley was very high. Of course, the most important thing was that where the magma flowed, there were some large rocks. Everyone could stand on the rocks. Let's go, said the Crown Prince. Then everyone stepped forward and stood on top of the rocks. Night came little by little. When the whole sky was surrounded by darkness, sharp sounds came from the sky one after another. These were the sounds of the blood crows. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear the sharp sounds. Why are there so many blood crows in this mystery realm? Fong Qin thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the rock. However, just as Fong Qin was thinking, the sharp sounds suddenly came closer to the valley. There are blood crows approaching, said Yu Hen in a deep voice. The other warriors instantly went into a state of alert. Woo the blood crow's cries were extremely sharp. They stopped outside the small valley and circled high in the sky. At this moment, the Crown Prince saw a small group of people appear in the distance. It's the third prince's team, said the Crown Prince hurriedly. His expression changed slightly when he saw the scene. At this moment, on the open ground not far from the valley, the third prince's team was fleeing pathetically. Their bodies were covered in blood. As the number of blood crows increased, the warriors in the third prince's team died one by one. Under the protection of everyone, the third prince quickly rushed toward the valley. It's third brother, said the Crown Prince hurriedly. Quickly go and save third brother. It's too late. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Yu Hen narrowed his eyes and said, At this moment, there were only 3 warriors left in the third prince's team. They were fleeing, and the large group of blood crows concentrated their sound wave attacks. There was nowhere for them to escape. Even the Crown Prince's team could not save them. The Crown Prince was burning with anxiety. He had the best relationship with the Thoid Prince. He wanted to save him, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 186. Seeing Fong Qin rush out, the people from Broken Heart were extremely worried. It's Fong Qin. Someone recognized Fong Chen and shouted, "There's no other way. Even if he goes out, it won't help," Yuhen said. "Yeah, the Blood Ravens are too close to the third prince's team. There's no way to save them." "Yeah, it's impossible to save the third prince," while blocking the Blood Ravens' sound wave attacks. All the cultivators believed that Fong Chen wouldn't be able to save the third prince. Even the first prince didn't have any expectations. However, Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast. Monstrous flames appeared around his body as he pushed the concept of fire to the extreme. As he ran, Fong Chen pushed the golden heart. At this moment, countless clear streams flowed out of the golden heart and drilled into his mind, wrapping around his soul. Earlier, Fong Chen had accidentally discovered that the golden heart could actually block the Blood Ravens' sound wave attacks. Without the obstruction of the sound wave attacks, Fong Chen could rush towards the third prince without any scruples. The third prince also discovered Fong Chen and quickly rushed towards Fong Chen. "Third prince, you go first." Behind the third prince, a large group of Blood Ravens constantly released sound wave attacks. The third prince and the other souls were in pain. At this moment, the few remaining cultivators in the third prince's team roared and pushed the third prince in the direction of Fong Chen, while they resolutely rushed towards the Blood Ravens. A few people were surrounded by the Blood Ravens. They let out miserable cries and died instantly. The deaths of these people slightly obstructed the Blood Ravens. It was this short amount of time that allowed the third prince to get behind Fong Chen. "You go to the valley," Fong Chen said directly. He bypassed the third prince and rushed towards the Blood Ravens. The third prince nodded his head and quickly stepped into the valley. Seeing that the third prince had entered the valley, the first prince's face was filled with agitation. He personally brought the third prince up to the air above the lava. "Third brother, are you all right?" the first prince asked. "I'm fine." "Was that one of your men?" the third prince asked. The first prince nodded. Only then did he notice Fong Chen, and a look of worry appeared on his face. "No, if this continues, Fong Chen will die. I have to save Fong Chen." Broken Heart shouted, "Let's go together!" Zhu Tian and the others said, "No, you'll just be throwing your lives away if you go." The first prince stopped them. "Even so, we can't just watch Fong Chen die like this," Broken Heart said in a low voice. Then he jumped off the rock and arrived at the valley, rushing towards Fong Chen. The Blood Raven's attacks couldn't affect Fong Chen at all. On the contrary, Fong Chen used the instant the Blood Ravens used their sonic attacks to constantly use the hidden dragon sword in his hand to kill the Blood Ravens. As he killed the Blood Ravens, Fong Chen also retreated. There were a lot of Blood Ravens, but they were unable to get close to Fong Chen. What's going on? Can Fong Chen not be affected by the Blood Ravens' sound wave attacks? Suddenly, Yu Hen's eyes brightened. Everyone looked over and saw that Fong Chen wasn't affected by the Blood Ravens' sound wave attacks. Their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? Fong Chen is also a Qi transformation expert. How can he not be affected by the sound wave attacks? He's able to block the sound wave attack? Is his soul that strong? Everyone cried out in shock. Fong Chen continued to use the water and fire sword to get closer and closer to the valley. Water and fire sword, first level. Crash! Fong Chen activated the concept of water and fire and used his strongest sword move. A sword light of water and fire slashed towards the Blood Ravens. Immediately, a large number of Blood Ravens fell to the ground, losing their lives. When the other Blood Ravens saw this, they all scattered. Fong Chen took advantage of this opportunity to escape into the valley. "Hurry up and go back." After entering the valley, Fong Chen saw that Broken Heart and the others were rushing over to help. When Broken Heart and the others saw that Fong Chen had escaped danger, they quickly returned. When Fong Chen jumped back onto the stone platform, they finally let out a sigh of relief. It was also at this time that the Blood Ravens stopped moving forward. The temperature in the valley made them feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the lava in the valley made them feel a little afraid. Woo! The blood ravens circled in the sky, not daring to approach the valley. Seeing this scene, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they looked strangely at Fong Qin. Fong Qin, thank you for your help this time. The third prince cupped his hands towards Fong Qin. It's nothing, said Fong Qin modestly. Fong Qin, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, third brother's team would have been completely annihilated. The crown prince smiled. Fong Qin, you weren't affected by the sound wave attack? Asked Yu Hen with surprise. When Fong Qin heard this, he only grinned and did not reply. Yu Hen didn't ask any more questions. Everyone had their own secrets, including Yu Hen. Since it was a secret, he naturally didn't want others to know. At the beginning, Yu Hen and the others had looked down on Fong Qin. But after this matter, they deeply realized that Fong Qin wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. Just like this, the night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, the blood ravens all left. After the blood ravens left, everyone came out of the valley. On the plains, there were corpses everywhere. Looking at the corpses, the third prince's face was filled with pain. I'm sorry, the third prince said apologetically. The third prince's team members were all dead, so he simply followed the crown prince's team. The group started to move towards the depths of the secret territory to look for opportunities. However, just as everyone walked into a wasteland, they suddenly encountered a tornado. It's a tornado. A pillar appeared in the distance. This pillar was directly connected to the sky, and it kept approaching the crown prince's team. Don't panic, the crown prince said. Although the tornado was tyrannical, with their strength, they could still withstand it. Hoo-hoo! The tornado appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When everyone came into contact with the tornado, their faces suddenly changed. Not good. Before the crown prince could shout, he was swept away by the tornado. This was no ordinary tornado. Its power was too tyrannical, as if it could tear people apart. Cultivators constantly screamed as they were swept away by the tornadoes. Even Fong Qin could not withstand the strength of the tornado and was swept away by it. Entering the tornado, Fong Qin tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Qin fell into a coma. When Fong Qin woke up again, he found himself on a mountain peak. Around the mountain peak, there were endless mountains. In front of him was a boundless plain, and there was nothing on the mountain peak. Where are the others? Fong Qin looked around and asked curiously. It must have been the tornado that blew them all away. Now, Fong Qin did not know where he was in the depths of the secret territory, but he was lucky that he was not torn apart by the tornado. I wonder how Broken Heart and the others are doing, Fong Qin thought to himself. Then, Fong Qin found that there were some injuries on his body, and Fong Qin began to heal them. After an hour, his injuries were completely healed. Fong Qin felt that the little mouse in the special space ring was a little restless, so he let the little mouse out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse breathed in the fresh air, then blinked its eyes and gestured to Fong Qin. You said you were familiar with this place? Fong Qin asked with his eyes wide open. The little mouse chirped and nodded, then jumped onto Fong Qin's shoulder. Its little paw pointed to the left, indicating that Fong Qin should go forward. Although Fong Qin was puzzled, he still followed the little mouse's guidance and rushed toward the mountain peak. To the left of the mountain peak was an endless mountain range. Unknowingly, Fong Qin entered the mountain range. Following the little mouse's guidance, Fong Qin came to a small hill. There. At this time, the little mouse pointed at the small hill in front of them and chirped nonstop. Fong Qin cautiously approached the small hill. When he appeared in front of the small hill, he was surprised to find that there was a colorful flower on the small hill. This flower was very strange. This is... Fong Qin's eyes widened as he looked at the strange flower and cried out excitedly. Mysterious ingrass. It was actually mysterious een grass. Mysterious een grass was a very precious medicinal herb. This herb could make the spiritual chi in a warrior's true nucleus sublimate in an instant. Fang Qin naturally understood what sublimation of spiritual chi meant. After reaching the chi transformation realm and forming a true nucleus, the spiritual chi in the true nucleus would undergo a transformation with each advancement. If this mysterious een grass was refined into an elixir, even an alchemy grandmaster would be attracted to it. It's actually mysterious een grass. Fang Qin was very excited. If he could consume this mysterious een grass, the spiritual chi in his true nucleus would undergo a transformation, and his cultivation level would definitely break through to the chi transformation 8th realm. At the same time, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. This little mouse seemed to be quite capable to be able to find such a hidden treasure. How did you find it? Fang Qin asked. Hearing this, the little mouse raised its head and puffed out its chest. Its face was full of smiles as it pointed its paw at Fang Qin, telling him that it had smelled it with its nose. Sure enough, Fang Qin was shocked once again. This little mouse's nose was amazing. Fang Qin carefully walked up the small hill and plucked the mysterious een grass. He prepared to put it in his spatial ring and wait until he found a safe place to eat it. But at this time, the little mouse pointed at the mysterious een grass. What, you said it was your dish? Chapter 187. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the little mouse chirped and nodded with a cheerful expression. Fang Qin was a little speechless. After all this time, it turned out that the little mouse wanted to eat it. Fang Qin thought that the little mouse was showing him the way. However, Fang Qin was also a little curious. What could the little mouse do by eating the mysterious een grass? Seeing the little mouse chirping, Fang Qin shook his head and handed the mysterious een grass to the little mouse. After the little mouse received the mysterious een grass, it was very happy. It directly swallowed it into its stomach. Then, it lay on Fang Qin's shoulder and fell asleep. What a strange guy, Fang Qin said with a grin. Seeing the little mouse fall asleep, its body emitted a faint light. Fang Qin put the little mouse into his interspatial ring and prepared to leave. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Fang Qin. After the figure saw Fang Qin, there was a touch of surprise on his face. Then he sneered. After the fire Qilin entered the divine wind secret realm, he was attacked by a group of demonic beasts. He and the 8th prince's team were separated. In the end, he wandered alone in the divine wind secret realm. Unknowingly, he entered this mountain range. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Fang Qin. After seeing Fang Qin, the fire Qilin's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Previously, he was defeated by Fang Qin. The fire Qilin had been brooding. Now that he saw Fang Qin, his eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. I really didn't expect to meet you here, the fire Qilin said eerily. Fang Qin also saw the fire Qilin. He felt the killing intent in the fire Qilin's eyes. Fang Qin, in the imperial capital, there are people from the kamikaze Kenbu protecting you. Now let's see who can save you. The fire Qilin laughed. To deal with you, I don't need anyone's help. Fang Qin retorted. The fire Qilin was ranked 28th in this year's Qi ranking battle. Although it was ranked last, its strength was still not to be underestimated. Let's see if you have the strength. After the fire Qilin said that, he clenched his fists, and in the next moment his fists were covered with flames. You're courting death. The fire Qilin had tried to kill him time and time again. Fang Qin's heart also had a trace of killing intent. Seeing the fire Qilin's attack, the hidden dragon's sword instantly appeared in Fang Qin's hand. The first level of the water and fire sword art was extremely powerful, and the fire Qilin was unable to block it. How is that? At this moment, the Qilin realized the difference. No, the fire Qilin roared. It was indignant that it was defeated by Fang Qin in one move. It was a humiliation. The hidden dragon sword pierced the fire Qilin's arm, instantly causing it to explode. In the next moment, the fire Qilin's body was sent flying and fell to the ground. "You can die now," Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen walked towards the fire Qilin, step by step. He raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand, ready to kill the fire Qilin with one strike. At this moment, the fire Qilin took out a pitch-black ball. The ball was crushed by the fire Qilin and exploded. A scorching aura enveloped Fang Chen. One-star Dao body. Fang Chen activated his Daoist body without hesitation. A strong defense immediately covered the surface of his skin. Spiritual qi was fully activated in his true core, resisting the strong force with all his might. "Haha, let's die together!" The fire Qilin roared crazily. Fang Chen was resisting when he suddenly felt a strange movement in the special interspatial ring. In the next moment, he moved his mind and the little mouse appeared on his shoulder. Hiss! After the little mouse appeared, its body emitted a little light. Fang Chen was shocked. The little mouse opened its small mouth and crazily absorbed the energy of the ball's explosion. In a short while, the little mouse absorbed all the powerful energy. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. Of course, the fire Qilin was the most shocked. When he was defeated, he thought that even if he died, he would drag Fang Chen down with him. But at this moment, he was horrified to find that Fang Chen had blocked the explosion of the ball. This was the fire Qilin's trump card, but Fang Chen had blocked it. How is this possible? The fire Qilin roared angrily. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen quickly walked to the fire Qilin's side and stabbed with his sword, killing the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin didn't even know how Fang Chen had managed to block its attack. Fang Chen once again killed an expert on the qi roll. After killing the fire Qilin, Fang Chen took the fire Qilin's interspatial ring and turned to leave. In a short while, Fang Chen found a safe place and immediately began to observe the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse's body emitted a faint light. There seemed to be an invisible force circulating in its body. It absorbed such a wild energy. Can it digest it? Fang Chen was puzzled, but at this moment, the little mouse did not seem strange at all. Fang Chen even found that the little mouse's aura was stronger than before. Could it be that it broke through after swallowing the dark yin grass? Fang Chen wondered. The little mouse chattered as if showing off to Fang Chen how powerful it was. Fang Chen was already used to the little mouses, showing off. His face was full of helplessness. Finally, he began to check the fire Qilin's interspatial ring. As expected of an expert on the qi roll, just the spiritual stones alone are so many. Fang Chen made a rough estimate. There are more than 100 million spiritual stones in the interspatial ring. Next were some spiritual herbs. Fang Chen had no use for these spiritual herbs, so he directly threw them to the little mouse. After the little mouse received these spiritual herbs, its eyes lit up. It hugged the spiritual herbs and continuously swallowed them. Then, Fang Chen found a pitch-black metal piece in the interspatial ring. This metal piece attracted Fang Chen's attention. "What is this?" Fang Chen held the pitch-black metal piece and whispered. Unintentionally, Fang Chen injected his spirit qi into the pitch-black metal piece. Suddenly, a sinister aura spread out. "Why are you looking for me?" A voice rang out from the pitch-black metal piece. Fang Chen was startled. When this voice rang out, he could clearly sense a trace of the Yellow Spring sect's aura. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen thought to himself, "If you don't have anything important, don't disturb me. Within the Divine Wind secret realm, kill the Crown Prince at all costs." The sinister voice rang out once more, and the pitch-black metal piece returned to normal. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Based on the meaning of this voice, the fire Qilin should be related to the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. That remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was the reason why the fire Qilin wanted to kill the Crown Prince. Could it be that they are related to the eighth prince? Fong Chin had a bold thought. Thinking of this, Fong Chin felt a lingering fear. If the eighth prince and the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect joined forces, the Divine Wind Country would definitely fall into the hands of the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Relying on the eighth prince, it was impossible to fight against the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect is really everywhere. Fong Chin faintly said, "Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. We'll talk about it later." Fong Chin said. This time, after killing the fire Qilin, Fong Chen's harvest was not small. He obtained more than 100 million spirit stones. His total number of spirit stones had reached a terrifying 7 billion. After that, Fong Chin continued to walk. This mountain range was very large. Fong Chin walked for half a month, but he didn't encounter anything, not even a single demonic beast. However, during this period, Fong Chin encountered a lot of precious spirit herbs, but they were all eaten by the little mouse. After swallowing a large amount of spirit herbs, the little mouse directly fell into a deep sleep. Fong Chin directly put it into a special spatial ring. One day, while Fong Chin was walking, he suddenly saw 2 humans in the distance. These 2 humans' clothes were very different from Fong Chin's. Who are they? Fong Chin wondered. When Fong Chin saw them, they also saw Fong Chin. Outsider. The 2 humans walked in front of Fong Chin and asked in a deep voice, "Outsider." Fong Chin was puzzled. This word was very unfamiliar to him. "Who are you and why are you here?" Fong Chin asked. When the 2 humans heard this, they were even more convinced of their guess. Immediately, they looked at Fong Chin with vigilance and said, "We're natives here. You must be an outsider." "Natives, there are natives here." Fong Chin cried out involuntarily. Natives meant that these people had always been living here and had never left. There were actually natives living in the Divine Wind secret realm. Who left this secret realm behind? Why were there natives here? At this moment, Fong Chin's heart was in a perilous situation. He actually encountered natives here. Moreover, these natives didn't seem to be surprised by an outsider like him. It was as if they were used to it. "Have you seen other natives?" Fong Chin asked tentatively. Chapter 188. Hearing the words of the 2 aboriginals, Fong Chin's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that these aboriginals were the descendants of some almighty being? Moreover, according to the 2 aboriginals, many outsiders had entered this secret realm a long time ago. However, no more outsiders had entered after hundreds of years. This was the first time an outsider had entered this place. "Do you have many aboriginals here?" Fong Chin asked. "We have a total of 2 tribes here. Each tribe has thousands of people." One of the aboriginals said. Fong Chin nodded and did not speak. At this moment, one of the aboriginals said to Fong Chin, "Do you want to come to our tribe and have a seat?" Hearing the aboriginals' words, Fong Chin was a little puzzled. Why would the aboriginals invite him to be a guest? Was there a hidden story? As if he knew what Fong Chin was thinking, the other aboriginals grinned and said, "Our tribe is called the Heavenly Fire Tribe. There are many people in our tribe. However, because we are isolated from the rest of the world, our fighting strength is very weak. Whenever an outsider enters this place, we will invite them to our tribe to give pointers to our young tribe members." "I see." After that, Fong Chin chatted with the 2 aboriginals for a while. Then he followed the 2 to the Heavenly Fire Tribe. The Heavenly Fire Tribe was located in a continuous mountain range in the Divine Wind secret realm. Ordinary warriors could not find this mountain range at all. It was very hidden. Before arriving at the tribe, Fong Chin saw many young tribe members. They were dressed strangely and were constantly cultivating. Seeing Fong Chin appear, many of the aboriginals gathered together and looked at Fong Chin curiously. "An outsider?" someone said in a low voice. After a while, Fong Chin, an outsider, was known by the entire tribe. Countless tribe members were paying attention to Fong Qin. Even the chief of the tribe personally welcomed Fong Qin. The chief of the tribe was only a Qi transformation realm warrior. The rest of the tribe members were all Qi refinement realm warriors. The Heavenly Fire tribe is really isolated from the rest of the world, Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, the chief of the tribe walked in front of Fong Qin and greeted Fong Qin. "Sir, how should I address you?" the chief asked. Every time an outsider appeared, their tribe would try their best to let the outsider teach the younger generation of their tribe. "Just call me Fong Qin," said Fong Qin. The tribe leader nodded and said, "Young Master Fong, our Heavenly Fire tribe hasn't seen an outsider for a long time. Chief, have you always lived here?" Fong Qin asked curiously. The tribe leader nodded and said, "Our ancestor was an extremely powerful existence. Back then, he built this paradise, and we've been living here ever since. However, due to the fall of our ancestor, our tribe was split into two tribes. One is our Heavenly Fire tribe, and the other is the Black Fire tribe that has always been at odds with us." After some explanation, Fong Qin learned that the Heavenly Fire tribe and the Black Fire tribe were both descendants of the Almighty who had built the Divine Wind secret realm. However, due to some differences, they had split into two tribes. These two tribes had been fighting over some of the resources in the secret realm all these years. "Didn't your ancestor leave behind any inheritances for you?" asked Fong Qin. Logically speaking, the Almighty who had built the Divine Wind secret realm should have been an extremely powerful existence. His descendants should also be extraordinary. However, Fong Qin saw that all the cultivators in the Heavenly Fire tribe were weak. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were extremely clumsy. To tell you the truth, our ancestor did leave behind some inheritances for us. However, we've been unable to obtain any of those inheritances. That's why we've become weaker and weaker, said the tribe leader helplessly. Just as Fong Qin was about to speak, a clamor suddenly came from outside the Heavenly Fire tribe. In the next instant, a furious roar entered the ears of the Heavenly Fire tribe. "Tianbing, the date of our decisive battle has arrived." As soon as the voice sounded, a large group of people appeared in front of the Heavenly Fire tribe. The person in the lead was a peak Qi refining realm cultivator. His body exuded a ferocious aura. "It's He Tian of the Black Fire tribe," exclaimed a member of the Heavenly Fire tribe. "Where's Tianbing? Come out and fight." He Tian's face was filled with a ferocious aura as he said coldly. The tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe looked helpless when he saw this. He said, "What will come will come." "Tribe leader, what's going on?" asked Fong Qin. "They're members of the Black Fire tribe. Our two tribes have often been at war. Although the war has stopped recently, the younger generation of the Black Fire tribe often comes to challenge the younger generation of our Heavenly Fire tribe," said one of the aboriginals who had brought Fong Qin here. "This He Tian is the strongest member of the younger generation of the Black Fire tribe. He wants to challenge Tianbing." "Tianbing isn't his match at all," said another native. While they were talking, Tianbing came out to fight. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Tianbing and He Tian had reached its climax. Fong Qin narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. He already knew the answer in his heart. Tianbing wasn't He Tian's match at all. As expected, Tianbing was unable to withstand He Tian's attacks in a short while and was instantly defeated. However, what puzzled Fong Qin was that He Tian of the Black Fire tribe clearly had some exquisite attacking techniques. The reason why the Black Fire tribe has been stronger than our Heavenly Fire tribe all these years is because a long time ago, an outsider appeared in their tribe. Before that outsider left, he gave the Black Fire tribe some cultivation techniques, allowing them to gradually become stronger than our Heavenly Fire tribe over the years, sighed the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe. When he thought of this, Fong Qin finally understood. "Humph, the Heavenly Fire tribe is only SOSO, sneered He Tian at this moment. "The Heavenly Fire tribe has lost the competition. According to our promise, We should give up 1/10 of the control of the mine, roared the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe. The tribesmen of the Heavenly Fire tribe looked gloomy, but there was nothing they could do. Just as the tribe leader was about to speak, Fangchen opened his mouth. "You guys can go back," said Fangchen casually. "Who are you? Are you qualified to speak to me?" sneered He Tian. Fangchen shook his head slightly. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of He Tian. A wild aura instantly engulfed He Tian. "Ah!" He Tian let out a scream. His face was filled with fear as he kept retreating. He looked at Fangchen as if he was looking at a demon. When the crowd looked over, Fangchen didn't seem to have moved at all. "Kid, you're courting death." One of the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe roared furiously when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he attacked, wanting to teach Fangchen a lesson. However, the tribesman was sent flying by Fangchen in an instant. At this moment, the crowd finally realized that Fangchen was a tough nut to crack. "Let's go!" He Tian roared and led the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe away quickly. Seeing the tribesmen of the Blackfire tribe leave, the tribesmen of the Heavenly Fire tribe kept cheering. "Thank you, young Master Fang," said the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe gratefully. If not for Fangchen's help, the Heavenly Fire tribe would definitely have given up 1/10 of the control of the mine. Of course, what made them the happiest was that Fangchen had helped them. This meant that Fangchen was very likely to guide them. "Don't you want my guidance? I can guide you, but you have to tell me everything here," said Fangchen bluntly. Hearing this, the tribe leader of the Heavenly Fire tribe immediately agreed. In the following days, Fangchen stayed in the Heavenly Fire tribe and continued to guide the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe. As time passed, Fangchen realized that the Heavenly Fire tribe was isolated from the rest of the world. Although the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe had good aptitudes, their cultivation techniques were too poor. Fangchen only casually gave some pointers, and some warriors with good aptitudes immediately broke through. This made the Heavenly Fire tribe even happier. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Fangchen had obtained some important information. In the ancestors' land, there is a tall tower that pierces the clouds. The inheritance left behind by the ancestors is in that tower. This was the important information that Fangchen had obtained. It seemed that in this trip to the Divine Wind Secret Realm, everyone's goal should be that tower. While Fangchen was teaching the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe, Gudu, who ranked first on the Qi ranking, accidentally entered the territory of the Blackfire tribe. Subsequently, he was treated as a guest of honor by the Blackfire tribe. In a courtyard of the Blackfire tribe, "My lord, the information you want is here," the Blackfire tribe leader said as he handed a small booklet to Gudu. "Are there any outsiders in the Heavenly Fire tribe that you mentioned?" Gudu asked. "My lord, some time ago, our people went to the Heavenly Fire tribe to challenge them. They were defeated by a mysterious expert. We suspect that he is also an outsider," the Blackfire tribe leader said. Hearing this, Gudu nodded as he pondered. "I don't know who came to the Heavenly Fire tribe. No matter who it is, they can't stop me from obtaining the inheritance in the tower. Even the 8th prince can't." Gudu thought to himself as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Other than Gudu and Fangchen, the countless experts who had entered the Divine Wind Secret Realm had not found any aboriginals. They were all looking for various opportunities in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. In a hidden mountain forest, Star and Moon's clothes were covered in blood. Her body was trembling and her face was pale. She had suffered a great injury. Chapter 189. The entire Divine Wind Secret Land was filled with a unique aura. All the martialists who had entered the Divine Wind Secret Land were searching for opportunities. As time passed, more and more martialists discovered the aboriginal tribes in the Divine Wind Mystic Realm. Their hearts were in a state of shock. At the moment, Fangchen was still cultivating in the Sky Fire tribe. There was a mysterious spirit gathering array in the Sky Fire tribe. The effect of this spirit gathering array was very good. However, because the level of the spirit gathering array was very high, the martialists of the Sky Fire tribe couldn't use it at all. When Fong Qin discovered this spirit gathering array, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This spirit gathering array was very rare, even in Kamikaze Kenbu. He hadn't expected that the Sky Fire tribe would actually have such a spirit gathering array. When the Sky Fire tribe's patriarch found out that Fong Qin wanted to use the spirit gathering array, he agreed readily. However, he had a condition. He wanted Fong Qin to modify the spirit gathering array so that the young martialists of their tribe could enter it to cultivate. Fong Qin agreed to the Sky Fire tribe's patriarch's request and started to study the spirit gathering array. This was a high-level spirit gathering array. Even a powerhouse like Fong Qin could see very obvious effects when cultivating in the spirit gathering array. This spirit gathering array was very magical. However, with Fong Qin's strength, it was still very easy for him to activate the spirit gathering array. Boom! This outsider is very strong. He can actually activate the spirit gathering array, a tribesman said. Of course. The patriarch told us that the outsider is very strong. Look, the outsider has only been here for less than a month. He just casually gave us some pointers, and our strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Yes, if the outsider could stay here, the overall strength of the Sky Fire tribe would definitely be stronger than the Black Fire tribe. Many of the tribesmen looked at Fong Qin in the spirit gathering array and started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Fong Qin was sitting cross-legged in the spirit gathering array. A cylindrical pillar of spirit chi directly pierced into the spirit gathering array from the top of the spirit gathering array and entered Fong Qin's body. Hiss! Fong Qin instantly felt the spiritual chi in the quintessential core in his dantian circulating wildly. Spirit chi is spirit. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. The next moment, Fong Qin began examining the spirit gathering array. An hour later, Fong Qin finally understood the basic structure of the spirit gathering array. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to modify it a little. The spirit gathering array suddenly stopped spinning, and Fong Qin's figure appeared before everyone. The Sky Fire tribe's patriarch looked at Fong Qin nervously and asked, "Young Master Fong, how is it?" The other tribesmen also stared closely at Fong Qin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Qin nodded slowly and said, "I can modify it, but it will take time." Hearing this, the patriarch of the Sky Fire tribe was very excited. Good. As long as you can modify it, it will be fine." Then the patriarch of the Sky Fire tribe led the rest of the tribesmen away, leaving only Fong Qin behind. Fong Qin entered the spirit gathering array once again. It took Fong Qin an entire night to complete the initial modification of the spirit gathering array. Of course, Fong Qin only made a simple modification. It was impossible to completely modify the structure. After the modification, Fong Qin began to cultivate in the spirit gathering array. 3 days later, Fong Qin's core was saturated with spirit chi. At this time, Fong Qin was ready to break through to the chi transformation 8th realm. Fong Qin had been stuck at the chi transformation 7th realm for a long time. During this time, he had been accumulating. Now he finally felt that the opportunity to break through had arrived. Just as Fong Qin thought this, the spirit chi in the spirit gathering array surged into his body. Then the spirit chi in the true core began to circulate wildly. At the same time, it continued to transform. Every advancement in the chi transformation realm was a transformation of the spirit chi. When the spirit chi transformed to a perfect state, one could break through to the chi si realm. Hiss! Large amounts of spirit chi slowly transformed in the true core. After 2 hours, the transformation of the spirit chi was complete. Above Fong Qin's head, the circular light pillar suddenly shattered. Countless spirit chi burrowed into his body. Finally, he felt a deafening sound in his body. Then Fang Chun realized that he had broken through to the Qi Transformation 8th Realm. Is this the Qi Transformation 8th Realm? Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of an excited smile. He had finally broken through to the Qi Transformation 8th Realm. When he was at the Qi Transformation 7th Realm, Fang Chen had already been able to enter the Qi ranking. Now that he was at the Qi Transformation 8th Realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He even dared to challenge the experts in the top 20 of the Qi ranking. In front of the experts on the Qi ranking, I finally have some ability to protect myself, Fang Chen thought to himself. On the second day after Fang Chen broke through to the Qi Transformation 8th Realm, the 8th Prince led a large group and appeared in the Sky Fire Tribe. Knowing that the 8th Prince had arrived, Fang Chen immediately came out to meet him. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Seeing Fang Chen, the 8th Prince's face revealed a trace of a smile. I also came here by accident. Fang Chen nodded. Fang Chen. Behind the 8th Prince, the 3rd Prince clasped his hands in greeting to Fang Chen. No matter what, Fang Chen was his savior. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the 8th Prince asked, Fang Chen, you were the first to arrive here. What have you discovered? Fang Chen thought for a moment, then said bluntly, in this area, there is a tall tower that pierces the clouds. The inheritance is in the tower. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 8th Prince was extremely excited. Then let's set off tomorrow, the 8th Prince said. If they could be the first to obtain the inheritance, the 8th Prince's chances of inheriting the throne would be greatly increased. This was very important to the 8th Prince. Fang Chen told the Sky Fire Tribe's chief that they wanted to challenge the tower. The Sky Fire Tribe's chief readily agreed. After that, the 8th Prince and the others went to rest. When night fell, Fang Chen was preparing to rest. Suddenly, he heard a deafening sound coming from the tribe. Enemy attack! A tribesman shouted. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. He immediately left the courtyard and appeared in the tribe square. At this moment, at the gate of the Sky Fire Tribe, there were 2 warriors fighting fiercely. The battle between the 2 warriors directly affected the Sky Fire Tribe. In the square, there were a large number of Sky Fire Tribe tribesmen who looked at the scene in horror. Fang Chen was about to speak, when suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This shock then turned into anger. This was because one of the 2 people fighting was Yun Jiao, whom Fang Chen was familiar with. Damn it! The one fighting Yun Jiao was an expert on the Qi ranking. His strength was obviously higher than Yun Jiao's. After a fierce battle, he directly suppressed Yun Jiao. In the blink of an eye, countless wounds appeared on Yun Jiao's body. His face was pale and his aura was a little weak. Yun Jiao, today is the day you die. The warrior snorted and directly used his trump card to kill Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao panted and his eyes were filled with anger. Starlight, you despicable man! Yun Jiao roared angrily. Originally, although Starlight was stronger than him, he should not have been in such dire straits. Yun Jiao obtained a spiritual herb in a hidden place. When he obtained the spiritual herb, he was suddenly attacked by Starlight and was seriously injured. The spiritual herb was snatched away by Starlight. Starlight wanted to kill him, and he chased him all the way to the gate of the Sky Fire Tribe. At this moment, Yun Jiao was unable to resist Starlight's attack. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Starlight's fist coming towards him, a scorching aura appeared around Yun Jiao's body. He wanted to blow himself up. Seeing this, Starlight's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, just as Yun Jiao was about to blow himself up, a palm suddenly pressed on his shoulder. The surging spiritual energy in his true core instantly stopped. Leave it to me. Fang Chen's voice sounded, and Yun Jiao was stunned. Before Yun Jiao could react, Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of him. Die. Fang Chen only said one word and then used the solitary heavenly void fist. Majestic spiritual energy gathered on his fist, and he punched out. Crack! Seeing the warrior who suddenly appeared, Starlight's face was full of sarcasm. He thought that this kid was asking for humiliation. "Since you want to die, I'll kill you too," Starlight shouted coldly. In the next moment, his fist collided with Fang Chen's fist. Suddenly, the mocking expression on Starlight's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror, because at this time his fist was actually disintegrating piece by piece. No. Starlight screamed in horror, but he still couldn't stop his fist from shattering. Boom! Fang Chen's fist, which had shattered Starlight's fist, carried a destructive aura and bombarded Starlight's head. Bang! The fist smashed down and Starlight's head instantly shattered. Starlight's body slumped to the ground. Yunjiao was shocked by the scene of Starlight being killed with a single punch. It wasn't just Yunjiao. Even the people of the Sky Fire tribe were shocked. At this moment, the 8th prince and the others who were watching this scene from afar were shocked. "Looks like Fang Chen has had a fortuitous encounter," someone said. "Yeah, his current strength is at least comparable to the top 10 on the Qi roll." Chapter 190. Yunjiao woke up from his daze and looked at Xingguang on the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked up to Fang Chen and whispered, "Fang Chen, you killed Xingguang. You will be in trouble." "Xingguang." Fang Chen was slightly startled before he replied. Yunjiao nodded and said, "Although Xingguang is ranked 20th on the Qi ranking, he has a powerful brother." "You should know his brother," Yunjiao said. "Xinghui?" Fang Chen asked. Yunjiao nodded. Fang Chen realized that the person he killed in anger was Xing Hui's younger brother, Xingguang. But even so, what could he do? Yunjiao and the others had a good relationship with Fang Chen. Fang Chen naturally could not watch Yunjiao be killed by Xingguang. That was not Fang Chen's character. "But I still have to thank you this time. If Xing Hui knows that his brother was killed, tell him that I killed him," Yunjiao said. Yunjiao was very grateful for Fang Chen's help. "It's okay," Fang Chen said. Although Xing Hui was powerful, Fang Chen was not to be trifled with. Later, Fang Chen brought Yunjiao to the square. After a few words with the chief of the Sky Fire tribe, he took Yunjiao to where the 8th prince was. At this time, in a mysterious area, a martial artist was fighting with a demonic beast. Bang! With a punch from the warrior, the monster fell to the ground and lost its vitality. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Xing Hui, the strongest among the younger generation of the Sky Defense Lake. He was also in the top 3 of the Qi ranking. Xing Hui's strength was also at the top of the Qi ranking. Xing Hui had just killed a monster and was about to leave. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. The next moment, he took out a jade pendant from his arms. Cracks started to appear on the jade pendant. Then, the jade pendant shattered right in front of Xing Hui's eyes. The moment he saw the jade pendant shatter, Xing Hui's eyes turned red, his heart burning with rage. "Who the hell killed my little brother?" Xing Hui roared. This jade pendant contained Starlight's soul aura. Once Starlight died, the jade pendant would instantly shatter. Starlight also had a jade pendant, which was exactly the same as Starlight's. This jade pendant could not only tell if the other party was dead or alive, but it could also send a message at a critical moment. Xing Hui was afraid that his younger brother was too weak and would be killed, so he let Starlight ask him for help at a critical moment. However, Starlight didn't even have time to call for help before he was killed. This made Starlight very angry. "I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill my little brother, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xing Hui roared with bloodshot eyes. The two brothers, Starlight and Starlight, had lost their parents when they were young. The two brothers relied on each other for survival. The two of them joined the Heavenly Defense Lake together. However, Xing Hui's talent was extremely heaven-defying. Not long after, he successfully gained a foothold in the Heavenly Defense Lake. In the following period of time, Xing Hui's strength became stronger and stronger. As for Starlight, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't compare to his elder brother. Xing Hui loved his younger brother very much. Once, a warrior fought with Starlight and broke one of Starlight's arms. Xing Hui was so angry that he directly killed the warrior in front of all the disciples in the Heavenly Defense Lake. After that, he helped his younger brother heal. Gradually, Xing Hui became a younger generation warrior in the Heavenly Defense Lake and even the Heavenly Wind Nation. His younger brother also entered the Qi ranking. Xing Hui thought that he and his younger brother would definitely be able to shine in the future. However, not long after, his younger brother was dead. This news was a huge blow to Xing Hui. At the same time, it also made Xing Hui go crazy. Xing Hui clenched the jade pendant's shards tightly until they turned into powder. Then he found a direction and directly flew into the distance. On the second day after Fang Chun killed Starlight, the 8th Prince and the others, under the leadership of the Sky Fire Tribe Patriarch, went to the tall tower. After 2 hours, the group appeared in front of the tall tower. This tall tower towered into the clouds. It was surrounded by rich spiritual energy. It was very spectacular. "Is this the Inheritance Tower?" Fang Qin secretly exclaimed in his heart. This tall tower was too glorious. Moreover, it was surrounded by rich spiritual energy. Ordinary warriors couldn't even get close to it. That's right. This is the Inheritance Tower. However, after so many years, our 2 tribes can't even enter it, said the Sky Fire Tribe Patriarch. At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of something breaking through the air. In the next moment, the people of the Black Fire Tribe also arrived. Behind the people of the Black Fire Tribe, there was the 8th Prince's team and the other princes. "Elder brother, I didn't expect that you would beat us to it again." When the 8th Prince saw the 1st Prince, a faint smile appeared on his face. "You're not too late," the 1st Prince said. "After the patriarchs of the 2 tribes brought people here, they didn't have the right to speak." They all stood in the corner. In the square in front of the tall tower, the 1st Prince and the 8th Prince led the way. Behind them were many disciples. "Haha, the inheritance is mine." Suddenly, in the 8th Prince's camp, a warrior laughed wildly and directly rushed toward the tall tower. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang. Following that, everyone was shocked to find that the warrior had just touched the tower and was sent flying back. "How is this possible?" Everyone exclaimed. How could the tower's rebounding force be so strong? A warrior of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm was sent flying by the rebounding force and lost his ability to fight. Seeing this scene, the 8th Prince's face was a little gloomy. He looked at the 1st Prince and asked, "Elder brother, do you have a way?" The 1st Prince shook his head. He also had no way. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. They were afraid that they would be sent flying like the warrior from before. In the following time, everyone began to study the entrance of the tall tower. During this time, there were many princes who came here. The Divine Wind Secret Realm had been open for more than a month. Many princes had gathered in front of the Inheritance Tower. 2 hours later, while everyone was still in the midst of their research, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure appeared and looked directly at everyone. Finally, his eyes fixed on the 1st Prince's area. "You too have my brother's aura on you. You killed my brother." Xing Hui roared with scarlet eyes. Everyone looked over and saw Fang Qin and Yun Jiu standing where Xing Hui was looking. Before Fang Chun could speak, Yun Jiu stepped forward and said coldly, "That's right. I killed your brother. You killed my brother. You can die too." Xing Hui was furious. His body flashed, and he directly used a wild punch. Seeing this scene, Fang Qin directly appeared in front of Yunjiu and blocked him. Then he used the Hotian Silent Void Fist and collided with Xing Hui's fist. Yun Jiu's strength was not as strong as Fang Chen's. He could not block Xing Hui's punch, so Fang Chen blocked it for him. Bang! Xing Hui and Fang Chen's fists collided. The two of them both retreated a few steps. Yes, Xing Hui angrily glared at Fang Chen. When you kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed. Your brother's death can only be blamed on him being too weak, said Fang Chen indifferently. Too weak? In my eyes, you're also very weak. I'm going to kill you. As soon as Xing Hui finished speaking, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out again. The power of this punch was extremely strong. Even Gu Du and the others' faces changed slightly. Water and fire sword art. Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword and used the water and fire sword art. Water and fire sword light filled the sky and directly collided with Xing Hui's fist. Crack! A crack instantly appeared on the water and fire sword light. Xing Hui's expression changed slightly. He also did not expect that Fang Chen's strength would actually become so strong. Humph, so what if you broke through? You're going to die today, said Xing Hui coldly. In the next moment, Xing Hui started fighting with Fang Chen. The battle between the two was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Fang Chen began to fall into a disadvantage. After all, although he had broken through, there was still a small gap between him and Xing Hui. Go to hell! After a fierce battle, Xing Hui roared and directly punched Fang Chen's head. Seeing Fang Chen being suppressed, Yun Jiu disregarded everything and directly attacked. He wanted to share some of the burden with Fang Chen. Bang! Xing Hui's fist did not hit Fang Chen. Instead, it hit Yun Jiu. Yun Jiu's body was instantly sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was pale. No one can save you, said Xing Hui angrily. Then, Xing Hui once again used a tyrannical attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen is no match for Xing Hui, said the eldest prince softly after watching for a while. Fang Chen has great potential. If he is given time and allowed to grow, it won't take long for him to surpass Xing Hui. Yes, but Xing Hui is too strong. He won't give Fang Chen a chance. The cultivators behind the first prince all spoke up. At this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed across the eyes of the eighth prince. In just a short span of a month, Fang Chen had become so powerful. If he was given more time, he might even surpass Gu Du in the future. To the eighth prince, Fang Chen was a threat. This guy must be eliminated, the eighth prince said in his heart. In an instant, the eighth prince made a decision. Even if Xing Hui couldn't kill Fang Chen, he would kill Fang Chen at all costs. On the other side, the first prince was also pondering over this matter. In the end, the eldest prince decided to save Fang Chen. He said, Fang Chen is on our side. We shouldn't give up on him. After saying that, the eldest prince looked at Yu Hen. In the eldest prince's camp, the only one who could withstand Xing Hui's attack was Yu Hen, who was ranked fourth on the Qi ranking. Hearing the eldest prince's words, Yu Hen nodded. His figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. He blocked Xing Hui's attack and saved Fang Chen. Chapter 191. Although Fang Chen had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, he was still no match for Xing Hui in terms of strength. Furthermore, Xing Hui was currently in a berserk state. His strength was too tyrannical, and Fang Chen had no way of blocking him. Just as Fang Chen was about to be defeated by Xing Hui, Yu Hen suddenly intervened, stopping Xing Hui's attack and greatly reducing the pressure on Fang Chen. Yu Hen, you want to be my enemy? Xing Hui asked when he saw his attack being neutralized by Yu Hen. Even though he was third on the Qi ranking, he didn't have much confidence that he could defeat Yu Hen. So when Yu Hen intervened, he had no choice but to stop. Right now, the most important thing is to enter the Inheritance Tower. Your private matters can wait until you come out of the Inheritance Tower, said Yu Hen. Fang Chen stood behind Yu Hen and clasped his hands. Although Yu Hen had intervened because of the first prince's orders, Fang Chen was still grateful. If Yu Hen hadn't intervened, he probably wouldn't have survived. Humph, he killed my little brother. How can I let him go? Xing Hui's eyes were filled with rage as he spoke coldly. Just as Yu Hen was about to speak, the 8th prince spoke up. Xing Hui, let's stop this matter here. Once we come out of the inheritance tower, you can do whatever you want. The 8th prince had spoken up to stop Xing Hui because he didn't want Xing Hui to ruin his plan. Once Xing Hui and Yu Hen fought, the final result would be both sides suffering. This was something that the 8th prince couldn't do anything about. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Xing Hui glanced at Yu Hen, then coldly looked at Fang Chen. Brat, I'll let you off for now. Once we come out of the inheritance tower, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. Finished speaking, Xing Hui gave up attacking and walked behind the 8th prince. Seeing this, Yu Hen also returned to the 1st prince's side. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Xing Hui, his fists clenched tightly. His heart was filled with rage. Power. I have to quickly increase my power, Fang Chen muttered to himself. A battle was stopped just like that. The 1st prince nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the 8th prince and said, 8th brother, the seals on the inheritance tower are very powerful. Why don't we all work together and see if we can break through the seals? Hearing the 1st prince's words, the 8th prince nodded and said, all right. Then, under the 1st prince's command, all the princes and their teams got ready. Everyone listened to my orders, the 1st prince said. Then the 1st prince waved his hand and a golden handprint appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the 1st prince controlled the handprint and blasted it towards the restriction of the inheritance tower. Pucci, the 1st prince's attack, was nothing to the inheritance tower, and it was instantly neutralized. However, as soon as the 1st prince gave the order, all the martialists unleashed their strongest attacks in the direction of the 1st prince's attack. One person's attack might not be scary, but with so many people attacking together, including a large number of warriors on the Qi ranking, even a Qi high warrior would not dare to take their attacks head-on. Boom! When all the attacks landed on the restriction of the inheritance tower, a loud boom was heard from within the tower. When this sound was heard, ripples appeared around the inheritance tower. Cracks started to appear on these ripples. Seeing these cracks, everyone's eyes lit up. They fought to be the first to break the restriction. Once the restriction was broken, they would definitely rush into the tower. In a corner, the tribe leader of the Sky Fire tribe and the tribe leader of the Black Fire tribe were shocked when they saw this. These aboriginals were very weak. Even the 2 chiefs, who were the strongest among the aboriginals, were only in the Qi transformation realm. No wonder we couldn't break through the restriction all these years, the Sky Fire tribe chief said. Beside him, the Black Fire tribe chief looked at the broken restriction and his eyes lit up. He was thinking quickly. Sky Fire, although we have been fighting all these years, we are still the inheritors of the inheritance tower. Do you want to give it a try? The Black Fire tribe chief said in a low voice. The Sky Fire tribe chief shook his head slightly and said, I will not participate in this matter. You have seen their strength. If we go in, we will die. Let's wait for them to leave before we go in. Any warrior among these people could easily destroy their tribe. Therefore, the Sky Fire tribe chief was unwilling to take the risk. At this moment, the restriction of the inheritance tower was broken under everyone's gaze. The moment the restriction was broken, an ancient aura was emitted from the inheritance tower. The restriction is broken. We can go in. Suddenly, someone shouted. Following that, many princes led their teams and rushed into the inheritance tower. Crash! In the blink of an eye, all the warriors rushed into the inheritance tower like a swarm of locusts. Even the 8th prince could not help but lead his team into the inheritance tower. The last to enter the inheritance tower was the 1st prince. Let's go! Following the 1st prince's order, they all entered the inheritance tower. Of course, Fang Chen and Yun Jiao did not enter. This was because when they were about to leave, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance and attracted their attention. Broken Heart, Zhu Tian. Feng Chan exclaimed when he saw the two figures. At this moment, Broken Heart and Zhu Tian were in a sorry state. They quickly walked toward Feng Chen and Yunjiu. What happened? Yunjiu asked in confusion when the two of them walked over. Feng Chen, Yunjiu, you are also here, Zhu Tian said with a grin. Not long ago, the two of us were exploring a hidden place. However, we met Jun Luo, who was ranked 13th on the Qi ranking. He attacked us. Not only did he seriously injure us, but he also stole our treasures, Broken Heart said in a low voice. Jun Luo. Feng Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Jun Luo was ranked in the 20s in the last Qi ranking battle. This time his strength had skyrocketed and he had risen to 13th. Are you all right? Yunjiu asked. We won't die, Zhu Tian said. Then Feng Chen asked, what about Zhu Xian and Star and Moon? There were a total of 6 people from Kamikaze Kenbu who had entered the secret territory. In addition to the 5 heavenly kings, there was also Zhu Xian. They were considered a small group and needed to take care of each other. At the mention of Zhu Xian, Zhu Tian and Broken Heart's faces gradually darkened. What happened? Yunjiu asked. Broken Heart did not speak. Zhu Tian shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, after we were separated by the tornado, the two of us happened to be together. In the following days, the two of us explored the ruins together. However, one day we saw a corpse on a plain. At this point, Zhu Tian stopped talking. However, even if he did not continue, Feng Chen could guess that Zhu Xian was dead. Who did it? Feng Chen asked in a low voice. Although Zhu Xian had a grudge with him, that was an internal matter in Kamikaze Kenbu. Now that they were outside, the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu had to help each other. Zhu Xian had entered with them. Now that he heard that Zhu Xian was dead, Feng Chen felt rather sad. When we found Zhu Xian, he was already dead. However, there was a very obvious sword mark on his body, Broken Heart said in a low voice. Quick swordly Feng. Feng Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked. This was because the person who could kill Zhu Xian was at least an expert on the Qi ranking. Among the 30 ancient martial art practitioners on the Qi ranking, there was another swordsman besides Bai Yijian. That was Quick Sword Li Feng. Bai Yijian had a good relationship with Feng Chen, so he would not kill Zhu Xian. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The murderer was Quick Sword Li Feng. Quick Sword Li Feng was a disciple of Yu Hong Academy. Although Yu Hong Academy did not have any grudges with Kamikaze Kenbu, Quick Sword Li Feng might have killed Zhu Xian because of some opportunity. I will definitely take revenge for Zhu Xian, Zhu Tian said in a low voice. Feng Chen heard this and nodded. Although he did not say anything, he remembered this matter. If there was a chance, he would not mind killing Quick Sword Li Feng to take revenge for Zhu Xian. Then, Feng Chen suddenly thought of the star and moon. He asked, Have you guys seen the star and moon? The two of them shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen the star and moon. In the end, Feng Chen did not ask any more questions. The 4 of them entered the Tower of Inheritance together. Just as the 4 of them disappeared in front of the Tower of Inheritance, a beautiful figure appeared in the distance. If Feng Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the star and moon that he had asked about earlier. At this moment, Star and Moon's aura was a little special. Her body was shrouded in a layer of light, and her beautiful face had a touch of coldness. Is this the Tower of Inheritance? Star and Moon stood in front of the Tower of Inheritance and said softly. Previously, Star and Moon had been recuperating from her injuries. Fortunately, her injuries were almost completely healed. After asking around, she finally arrived in front of the Tower of Inheritance. Crash! Star and Moon's figure flashed and entered the Tower of Inheritance. She would pay back everything that Xing Hui had done to her in double. At this moment, the seal around the Tower of Inheritance was broken. A layer of gray fog gradually enveloped the Tower of Inheritance. Standing in the square outside the Tower of Inheritance, the two tribe leaders were full of emotions. A sinister glint flashed across the eyes of the tribe leader of the Blackfire tribe. Soon after, he turned around and left. The Skyfire tribe leader glanced at the back of the Blackfire tribe leader and shook his head slightly. Chapter 192. In the Divine Wind Secret Realm, there was a small open space in the middle of an endless mountain range. The open space was surrounded by a dense forest. If one were to look from afar, they would not be able to see that there was actually a tribe in this open space. This tribe was the Blackfire tribe. The Blackfire tribe and the Heavenly Fire tribe had existed for an unknown period of time. They had been passed down from generation to generation. A long time ago, the two tribes were actually one tribe. However, because of disputes and differences in opinion, the Blackfire tribe was separated from the other tribe. Since then, the two tribes had been fighting nonstop. A long time ago, there were still outsiders who entered the secret realm. However, after that, there were almost no outsiders. For so many years, they had always wanted to obtain the inheritance left by their ancestors. Through different channels, they had constantly collected various kinds of information about the Divine Wind Secret Realm. Although they had not been able to open the barrier of the Inheritance Tower, they had secretly grasped some things that outsiders did not know about. Moreover, they had a certain understanding of the inside of the Inheritance Tower. In the past month, with the arrival of outsiders, the Divine Wind Secret Realm, which had been quiet for a long time, had once again become turbulent. When the Blackfire tribe's patriarch saw that many outsiders had broken the barrier of the Inheritance Tower, he had some ideas in his heart. Originally, he had wanted to ally with the Heavenly Fire tribe to do this together. However, the patriarch of the Heavenly Fire tribe had directly refused. Therefore, the patriarch of the Blackfire tribe was prepared to do this alone. After this matter was completed, the Blackfire tribe would be able to truly dominate the Divine Wind Secret Realm. At that time, they would directly annex the Heavenly Fire tribe and become the sole overlord of the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After that, the Blackfire tribe would gradually develop and even rush out of the secret realm. All of this seemed to be a wonderful thing. At this moment, in the Blackfire tribe, in a dark pavilion, there were several old men sitting on armchairs. The patriarch of the Blackfire tribe was sitting on the highest seat. "Blackfire, why did you call us here in such a hurry?" asked one of the white-haired old men. Apart from the patriarch of the Blackfire tribe, there were a total of 5 elders. These 5 elders were considered as hidden warriors in the Blackfire tribe. Their strength had all reached the Chi transformation realm. They were the Blackfire tribe's trump cards. Normally, these 5 elders would not appear in front of the crowd at all. They were secretly researching the Inheritance Tower. Over the years, they had obtained a lot of detailed information about the Tower of Inheritance. In the past month, outsiders have broken the peace here. "I've gathered everyone here because of the Inheritance Tower," Blackfire said. Every chief of the Blackfire tribe had the same name, Blackfire. "Inheritance Tower?" an elder asked. Blackfire nodded and looked around at the 5 elders before saying, "The restriction of the Inheritance Tower has been broken by outsiders." The 5 elders were shocked when they heard Blackfire's words. What restriction was broken? "The outsiders have broken the seal. This is an opportunity. If we can seize this opportunity, the Blackfire tribe will swallow up the Heavenfire tribe." That's right. Our research over the years wasn't a waste of time. We've grasped many secrets of the Inheritance Tower. Using this confidential information, we can completely seize the inheritance under the noses of many outsiders. Blackfire nodded. He had the same idea as the 5 elders. This was an opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity, their Blackfire tribe would rise. Of course, every opportunity was accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Although there were many outsiders, and each of them was very powerful, they had some confidential information about the inheritance tower in their hands. They could make use of the important information in their hands. Then this matter is settled, Blackfire said. We must seize this opportunity. I'll go and prepare now. The elders agreed, one after another. Their faces were full of excitement. After waiting for so many years, this day had finally come. Soon they reached a consensus. The 6 of them would quietly sneak into the inheritance tower and seize the inheritance. After reaching an agreement, they began to act. At this time in the Tower of Inheritance, countless outsiders were undergoing the test. When Fong Qin entered the inheritance tower, he discovered that there were a total of 9 floors. The first 6 floors did not have any treasures. On the contrary, there were some tests. Once they passed the tests, they could obtain the treasures on the last 3 floors. After Fong Qin and the others entered the inheritance tower, they found that they were in a wasteland. The inheritance tower was a space of its own. This is the first floor of the inheritance tower, Fong Qin said in a low voice. Fong Qin, what should we do? Yunzhou asked. We're the last to enter. The others have probably already entered the second floor. Let's speed up, Fong Qin said. Then the 4 of them quickly walked towards the center of the wasteland. After walking for about an hour, the corpses of some monsters suddenly appeared in the wasteland. They must have been killed by other warriors, Zhu Tian said. The other 3 nodded. They ignored the corpses and continued walking. However, after walking for another 2 hours, they finally encountered some trouble. At this time, some mechanical puppets appeared around the 4 of them. These mechanical puppets were very strong and were directly surrounded by the 4 of them. These are mechanical puppets, Broken Heart said in a low voice. Damn it! Who is the owner of this inheritance tower? Why are there mechanical puppets here? Zhu Tian said coldly. Seeing the dozens of mechanical puppets around them, Fong Qin was quite shocked. He did not expect to see mechanical puppets here. Simply put, there were some differences between mechanical puppets and human puppets. Human puppets were actually the souls of the weak controlled by the strong, making the weak obey their orders. Mechanical puppets, on the other hand, had no consciousness or even life. When they were created, they were like walking corpses. Under normal circumstances, they only had one command. The mechanical puppets in front of them were created to guard the inheritance tower and not let outsiders enter the second floor. On the ancient Sword continent, there were countless civilizations. Among them, the most mysterious was the mechanical civilization. A long time ago, the mechanical civilization was the supreme civilization on the ancient Sword continent. According to legend, the Yellow Spring sect was related to the mechanical civilization. However, in the end, the Yellow Spring sect was attacked by all the forces on the continent because they had killed many warriors on the continent. After their destruction, the mechanical civilization never appeared on the continent again. This time, the appearance of mechanical puppets indicated that the owner of the inheritance tower was in control of some kind of mechanical civilization. Mechanical puppets were the most common technology in the mechanical civilization. Is the owner of the inheritance tower related to the Yellow Spring sect? Fong Qin thought to himself. However, before Fong Qin could think about it, the dozens of mechanical puppets launched a fierce attack on the 4 of them. Creak! The mechanical puppets' bodies emitted a series of creaking sounds. Their bodies moved stiffly, occasionally launching powerful attacks. Bang! Fong Qin exchanged a punch with one of the mechanical puppets. His body kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, Fong Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The mechanical puppets' defenses were very strong, and their strength was also very strong. They didn't have any combat skills. They relied entirely on their tyrannical strength to kill their enemies. After a fierce battle, Fong Qin finally discovered the mechanical puppets' weakness. On the mechanical puppets' chests, there was a palm-sized glowing area. This area was the mechanical puppets' core. The reason the mechanical puppets could operate automatically was because this area provided them with a large amount of energy. After discovering this, Fang Qin shouted in a low voice, "Attack their chests!" As he spoke, Fang Qin executed the solitary emptiness fist. He punched out and directly collided with one of the mechanical puppets. Just as the two fists collided, Fang Qin took out the hidden dragon sword with his other hand and used the water and fire sword technique. In an instant, the water and fire sword light pierced the mechanical puppet's chest. The mechanical puppet couldn't block it in time and was instantly pierced by the water and fire sword light. Kacha! As the energy core in its chest was pierced, the mechanical puppet's body came to an abrupt stop. Then, its body crashed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, the other 3 people also attacked the energy core in the mechanical puppets' chests. After a while, the dozens of mechanical puppets were defeated by the group. Phew! When the mechanical puppets were all defeated, the 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. These mechanical puppets should be the lowest level. If we encounter high-level mechanical puppets, it will be troublesome, Broken Heart said. Only low-level mechanical puppets' energy cores would be exposed. If it was a high-level mechanical puppet, its energy core would be integrated into its body. It would be impossible to find it. It seems that the master of the Inheritance Tower has limited mechanical civilization, Fang Qin said in a low voice. The 4 of them rested for a moment and left the wasteland. At this time, the 2 teams led by the 8th prince and the eldest prince had already entered the 2nd floor. Among the many princes, only the eldest prince and the 8th prince had the most hope of seizing the throne. Therefore, this trip to the Divine Wind Secret Realm was actually a contest between the 2 princes. In terms of strength, the 8th prince had a slight advantage over the eldest prince. However, in the Inheritance Tower, everything was possible. If the eldest prince obtained the inheritance first, the 8th prince's efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the 2 princes were racing against time to enter the tower. They wanted to enter the last 3 floors as fast as possible and obtain the inheritance. Chapter 193. Along the way, Fang Qin and the others encountered several batches of mechanical puppets. However, with the strength of the 4 of them, they could easily deal with them. After a fierce battle, they finally saw the entrance to the 2nd floor. The entrance to the 2nd floor is right in front of us. Let's go in quickly, Broken Heart whispered. Fang Qin nodded, and the 4 of them quickly appeared at the entrance to the 2nd floor. In the middle of the wasteland of the 1st floor, there was an illusory staircase. This staircase was the passage to the 2nd floor. They could clearly see that there were many mechanical puppets that had been destroyed in front of the staircase. It seemed that they were all killed by the warriors before them. "Let's go in," Zhu Tian said as the 4 of them walked to the staircase. As they spoke, the 4 of them stepped onto the staircase. However, at this moment, Fang Qin's footsteps paused. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "You guys go in first," Fang Qin said to the other 3. "Fang Qin, what are you doing?" Broken Heart asked. Fang Qin shook his head and said, "There's something I need to do." Then, Fang Qin left the staircase. The 3 of them cupped their hands to Fang Qin and warned Fang Qin to be careful. Then, they entered the 2nd floor. After the 3 of them entered the 2nd floor, Fang Qin identified a direction and directly ran in that direction. Just after Fang Qin left, Star and Moon appeared in front of the staircase. She just missed Fang Qin. She looked around and plunged into the 2nd floor. At this moment, Fang Qin was running wildly. The reason why Fang Qin let the other 3 enter the 2nd floor first was at the moment he stepped on the staircase, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, as if it was guiding him to a certain place. Under normal circumstances, the golden heart would not beat at all. Once it did, it meant that some kind of treasure had appeared. Therefore, Fang Qin did not hesitate to follow the golden heart's guidance and ran in this direction. Not long after, Fang Qin appeared at the foot of a mountain. He raised his head and looked at the mountain. The closer he got to the mountain, the faster Fong Qin realized that the golden heart was beating. Just as Fong Qin was about to ascend the mountain, the little mouse suddenly appeared on his shoulder from the special space ring. Fong Qin was shocked to see the little mouse appear. What's going on? Fong Qin was a little confused. Why didn't he feel anything when the little mouse appeared on his shoulder? Could it be that the little mouse can ignore special space rings and appear as it pleases? Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, as soon as the little mouse appeared, it directly lay on Fong Qin's shoulder and greedily absorbed the aura on Fong Qin's body. Fong Qin observed carefully and was shocked. The invisible aura that the little mouse was absorbing was actually flowing out from the golden heart. What kind of race is the little mouse? It can even absorb the aura flowing out from the golden heart. Fong Qin was shocked to see the little mouse's expression of enjoyment. Fong Qin could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains, so he stopped thinking about it. He had long regarded the little mouse as a mysterious race. It was reasonable for something like this to happen. Then, Fong Qin ignored the little mouse and directly ascended the mountain. After reaching the peak, Fong Qin found that there was nothing here, but the golden heart was beating faster and faster. What's going on? Fong Qin was puzzled as he looked around. Just as Fong Qin turned around and looked around, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then the little mouse on his shoulder widened its eyes and looked at the ground. The ground began to tremble violently. The little mouse directly jumped from Fong Qin's shoulder to the ground and stood on an open space. It pointed its little paw and chirped. What? Fong Qin looked at the place where the little mouse was pointing and narrowed his eyes. His expression was solemn. At this moment there was a boom. The ground where the little mouse was standing suddenly cracked. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from the ground and attacked Fong Qin. Because the little mouse was standing on the ground, when the black shadow appeared, it happened to be standing on the top of the black shadow's head. The black shadow wanted to shake off the little mouse, but found that it could not. Boom! The sudden attack shocked Fong Qin. He immediately used the solitary emptiness fist and punched the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, Fong Qin's body flew back. When he tried to stabilize his body, he found that the black shadow that rushed out from the ground was not a human, but a more advanced mechanical puppet, an intermediate mechanical golem. Fong Qin looked at the shadow and sucked in a breath of cold air. This mechanical puppet was different from the mechanical puppets he had encountered before. It did not have an energy core in its chest. Although intermediate mechanical puppets were not as good as advanced mechanical puppets, they could still hide their energy cores. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse stood on the top of the mechanical puppet's head and chirped at Fong Qin. The mechanical puppet's mechanical arm reached directly above the little mouse's head, wanting to kill it. However, the little mouse easily dodged. You're saying that you can help me defeat it? Fong Qin looked at the little mouse and asked in a low voice. The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Then it continued chirping, as if it was negotiating with Fong Qin. You want to absorb that invisible aura just now? Fong Qin asked. The little mouse nodded, its face full of smiles. Okay. Fong Qin directly agreed to the little mouse's request. In the next moment, the little mouse's petite body directly jumped onto the mechanical puppet's left shoulder and dodged the mechanical puppet's attack. Then, under Fong Qin's gaze, the little mouse's small claws directly reached into the mechanical puppet's ear. Ka-cha! With a slight sound, an energy core appeared in the little mouse's claws. Fong Qin was shocked when he saw this. After the mechanical puppet lost its energy core, it directly lost control and stood in the open space. Seeing this, Fong Qin punched out and directly shattered the intermediate mechanical puppet. The little mouse handed the mechanical puppet's energy core to Fong Qin and chirped nonstop. I didn't expect the mechanical puppet's energy core to be in its ear. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the little mouse, he wouldn't have been able to find the mechanical puppet's energy core. looking at the energy core in his palm. Feng Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. However, at this moment, Feng Chen felt a weak aura coming from the energy core and then entering his body. Suddenly, his body felt very comfortable. How is this possible? Seeing this, Feng Chen's expression changed slightly and he cried out involuntarily. Mechanical heart, it's actually a mechanical heart. Feng Chen cried out excitedly. When Feng Chen was in Kamikaze Kenbo, he would often read some of the unofficial history of the ancient Sword Continent when he was free. In a certain unofficial history, there was a large amount of information about the mechanical civilization. Although this information was spread by the outside world, Feng Chen was also attracted by the magical mechanical civilization. In the unofficial history of the mechanical civilization, there was a very mysterious energy crystal. This energy crystal was called the mechanical heart. Ordinary mechanical puppets only had energy cores, and only higher-level mechanical puppets had mechanical hearts. It could be said that in a certain area, there were countless mechanical puppets. They all had energy cores, but their leader would have a mechanical heart. Seeing the mechanical heart in his hand, Feng Chen was even more convinced because it was exactly the same as described in the unofficial history. It seems that on the first floor, this intermediate mechanical puppet is their leader. Feng Chen said faintly, in a certain area, only the leader would have a mechanical heart. This was a rule of the mechanical civilization. The mechanical heart was of a higher level than the energy core. The energy core could only be used once, but the mechanical heart could store a large amount of energy. Therefore, mechanical puppets with mechanical hearts were very tyrannical existences. If it wasn't for Little Mouse, Feng Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat this intermediate mechanical puppet so easily. Of course, what made Feng Chen the most happy was that the mechanical heart contained a large amount of energy. At the critical moment, he could crush the mechanical heart and let the majestic energy inside burst out instantly, directly injuring the enemy. I didn't expect to get a mechanical heart here. Feng Chen grinned. After obtaining the mechanical heart, even if he encountered Starlight again, he wouldn't be afraid. After putting away the mechanical heart, Feng Chen was in a good mood. He used his mind to control the golden heart to beat rapidly. Traces of invisible energy were emitted and Little Mouse excitedly absorbed it. After a while, Little Mouse was unable to absorb the invisible energy. Then, Feng Chen stopped controlling it. Little Mouse returned to the special spatial ring to digest the invisible energy, while Feng Chen continued to walk. At this moment, on the second floor, Zhu Tian and the other two were walking. They stopped in their tracks. This was because they saw a black-clothed martial artist on the flat ground in front of them. This black-clothed martial artist carried a huge sword on his back. "Quick sword, Li Feng." Broken Heart said in a deep voice. Zhu Tian and Yunjio's faces turned completely gloomy. Quick sword, Li Feng, a disciple of Yuhong Academy, was very strong. He was ranked 14th on the Qi ranking and was the murderer of Zhu Exan. At this moment, Quick Sword Li Feng had just killed a powerful demonic beast and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed a few auras. "Oh, it's the people of Kamikaze Kenbo." Quick Sword Li Feng said, "Quick Sword Li Feng, you killed Zhu Exan. I want to avenge Zhu Exan." Yunjio's eyes were filled with a strong murderous aura as he said coldly, "Li Feng, I'm a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbo. I won't die in vain." Zhu Tian said in a deep voice. Broken Heart also took a step forward and stared at Quick Sword Li Feng. Although Li Feng's ranking on the Qi ranking was higher than theirs, the three of them still had a chance to kill Quick Sword Li Feng if they worked together. Hearing this, Li Feng grinned, his face full of mockery. Chapter 194. Li Feng's face was full of disdain. The three people in front of him were not qualified for him to fight. "Fast Sword Li Feng, today is the day you die," Zhu Tian said coldly. The three of them were confident that they could defeat Li Feng and even kill him if they joined forces. That was why Zhu Tian said that. However, Li Feng did not care about the three of them joining forces. He sneered and said, "Kamikaze Kenbu is known as the holy land of sword cultivators. I would like to see how strong the so-called elite disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu are." After saying that, Li Feng took out the giant sword on his back. At the same time, the giant sword emitted a sword cry, and a majestic sword intent instantly engulfed the entire giant sword. Li Feng's body was surrounded by a dense aura. This aura made the faces of the three people from Broken Heart a little gloomy. "Let's go together," Broken Heart shouted when he felt the tyrannical aura around Li Feng. In the next moment, the three of them joined forces and used their strongest attack. Whoosh! A long sword appeared in their hands at the same time. Each of their long swords emitted a dense sword intent. Then, the three of them used their strongest swordsmanship. In the sky, sword lights instantly filled the sky. These sword lights interweaved together, forming a powerful sword net. "Go!" Following Paexian's low growl, the sword net in the sky instantly shot towards Li Feng. At this moment, Li Feng was holding his giant sword and looking at the incoming sword net. His eyes were full of mockery. "Is that all you've got?" Li Feng laughed sinisterly. As he spoke, he waved the huge sword in his hand. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in front of him. Then, a majestic sword light appeared on the huge sword. The sword light contained a destructive aura as it clashed with the net of swords. Whoosh! When the sword light hit the sword net, it directly stopped the sword net. At the same time, the sword light also wore down the sword net. Seeing this scene, Li Feng waved his sword again. His sword was so fast that the three people from Broken Heart were shocked. Hundreds of sword lights were released from his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the sword net in the sky was destroyed. Broken Heart and the other two people saw this and cried out, "How is this possible?" Fast Sword Li Feng. The reason why he was called Fast Sword was because the speed at which he drew his sword was extremely fast. Ordinary martial artists were simply unable to see the trajectory of Li Feng's sword. Broken Heart and the other two people originally thought that even if they could not defeat Li Feng, they could at least fight him to a draw. But now, they knew that they were too naive. Li Feng must have encountered some opportunities in the Divine Wind secret domain. Otherwise, he could not be so tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng had broken through their strongest attacks. Killing intent emerged in Li Feng's eyes. Sword flash! Quick sword, Li Feng roared as he brandished the huge sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light appeared directly in front of him. Under his control, these huge swords rapidly attacked Paexian's group of three. "Damn it!" Paexian shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, Paexian also displayed his strongest sword move. The long sword in his hand was constantly waving, and sword light filled the sky. There was a wild aura above the sword light. Bang! The two sword lights collided, and Broken Heart's sword light was instantly shattered. Then, Broken Heart's body was also sent flying. After sending Heartbreaker flying, Zhu Tian and Yunjiu were no longer a threat to Li Feng. The two of them wanted to stop Li Feng, but they were sent flying by Li Feng. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, Li Feng walked towards them step by step. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kamikaze Kenbu's so-called Heavenly King is just a piece of trash. Li Feng sneered. "If Star and Moon were here, would you still dare to say such words?" Zhu Tian shouted angrily. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, Li Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Immediately his face was filled with ridicule, and he said, "How stupid. It's just Star and Moon. Why would I be afraid of them? Star and Moon and I will have a battle sooner or later, but I'm afraid you won't be able to see it," Li Feng said with a playful smile. Then Li Feng raised his huge sword and slashed towards the three people. He wanted to kill the three people in front of him. "Stop!" Just as Quicksword Li Feng was about to kill Heartbreaker and the other two, A furious roar was suddenly transmitted into Li Feng's ears. Immediately after, a wild aura shot directly from afar, and swift sword Li Feng's huge sword was immediately bounced away. Li Feng himself was also forced to take a few steps back. After he stabilized himself, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. At this moment, a figure was rushing over from afar. The speed of this figure was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to appear in front of Xian and the other two. Fang Qin, the three from Broken Heart, cried out in surprise. Fang Qin. Seeing Fang Qin appear, Li Feng's face showed a trace of fierceness as he asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am Fang Qin. Fang Qin said. Humph. A piece of trash who doesn't even qualify for the Qi ranking battle dares to stand in my way? Li Feng sneered. The three from Broken Heart looked at Fang Qin worriedly and said, Fang Qin! Before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Fang Qin. He said, Zhu Xian was killed by you, right? Yes, Zhu Xian was killed by me. Who told him to be a piece of trash? He is not qualified to be a sword cultivator. Li Feng said in a deep voice. Fang Qin nodded and said, If that's the case, then you can die too. Fang Qin had said that if he met Li Feng, he would avenge Zhu Xian. Now, not only did he meet Li Feng, but he also wanted to kill the three from Broken Heart. This made Fang Qin a little angry. With Fang Qin's current strength, dealing with Li Feng was not a big problem. Arrogant words. I hope you can still say that later. Li Feng sneered. Fang Qin ignored Li Feng's taunt and responded with a sword light. Whoosh! A sword light suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng. Li Feng hurriedly slashed at the sword light with his huge sword. With a bang, the sword light shattered and Li Feng was pushed back. You're courting death. Quick sword Li Feng's eyes were filled with anger as he roared furiously. At the same time, fast sword Li Feng held a huge sword in his hand and displayed a powerful sword technique. Sword flash. After Li Feng displayed the sword flash, his body flashed faster and faster. Even the speed of his sword became extremely fast. Li Feng. Fang Qin looked at this scene and muttered, You dare to call yourself a fast sword with this kind of sword speed? When Fang Qin practiced the fast sword, he could unleash 1,000 sword lights in one breath. However, Li Feng could not do it. Therefore, when facing Li Feng, Fang Qin did not care at all. Whoosh! As soon as Fang Qin finished his words, the hidden dragon's sword in his hand quickly stabbed out. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing Li Feng. In an instant, 1,000 sword lights appeared in the sky. These sword lights intertwined with each other and were extremely powerful. How is this possible? Fang Qin's sword speed shocked Li Feng. He cried out involuntarily. However, after a moment of shock, Li Feng calmed down and said in a deep voice, Humph, so what if your sword speed is fast? Then, Li Feng displayed the sword flash again and controlled his huge sword to attack Fang Qin. Bang, bang, bang fast sword Li Feng's huge sword kept colliding with the sky. The countless sword lights emitted a deafening sound. Water fire sword technique. At the same time, Fang Qin displayed the first level of the water fire sword technique. The water fire sword light was displayed and directly pierced towards Li Feng. Bang when the water fire sword light hit Li Feng's huge sword, it instantly made Li Feng's huge sword fly out of his hand. No. Li Feng saw this scene and finally felt a little threatened. His face changed and he shouted angrily. In the next moment, Li Feng's body flashed. He grabbed the huge sword flying in the sky and displayed a fierce attack. Heavenly Void Fist. When Fang Qin performed the fire and water sword technique, his other hand performed the solitary emptiness fist. The fist radiance and the sword radiance blasted towards fast sword Li Feng from different directions. How can this be? Li Feng's face was covered with frost. He did not expect Fang Qin to be so strong. Damn it! Li Feng held his huge sword and fiercely chopped at the water-fire sword light. He cursed angrily. After some effort, Li Feng finally blocked the attack of the water-fire sword light. But at this moment, the heavenly void fist appeared in front of him. Li Feng did not have time to block it. Bang! The majestic fist light directly bombarded Li Feng's body. Li Feng's body was instantly blown away. Li Feng fell to the ground. His face was a little pale. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with madness. How can this be? Li Feng had always thought that even the Heavenly King's disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu could not compare with him. He was the strongest sword cultivator among the younger generation of the entire Shangfeng country. But after fighting with Fang Chen, Li Feng realized that Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. He was not as simple as he looked. A warrior who is not even on the Qi ranking actually defeated me. Li Feng's heart was filled with unwillingness. Not only did Fang Chen defeat him, but his sword speed was also much faster than him. It was ridiculous that he was called Li Feng. It was a disgrace. Seeing Fang Chen walking towards him step by step, Fast Sword Li Feng roared at the sky. He waved the huge sword in his hand, and the aura around him surged. Chapter 195. The quick sword Li Feng suddenly burst into action, and a wild aura emerged from his body. The aura of the true core was all gathered into the giant sword. At this moment, the giant sword was surrounded by a strong sword essence. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the giant sword. Fang Chen, watch out! Seeing this, Paexian and the other two shouted loudly. At this moment, the giant sword in Li Feng's hand slashed out fiercely. Sword explosion! Fast Sword Li Feng roared and waved his giant sword. Wherever the giant sword passed, the air exploded. Sword explosion was also one of the sword moves of the Fast Sword Li Feng, and it was also the last and final move. Fast Sword Li Feng's sword technique had a total of 3 moves. Sword Flash was the second move. Under normal circumstances, using Sword Flash would be enough to defeat the enemy. However, Li Feng did not expect Fang Chen to be so powerful that he could easily defeat his Sword Flash. Therefore, in a situation where he had no choice, Li Feng used Sword Explosion. The reason why he used Sword Explosion at the last moment was that even Li Feng had not grasped the essence of Sword Explosion. Once he used Sword Explosion, he would not be able to control the situation. Boom! As the Sword Explosion was unleashed, the sound of claps of thunder could be heard in the sky. A cold light shot out from the huge sword. Not long after, this cold light formed a majestic sword light in the sky. Wherever this majestic sword light passed, the air would explode. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. This is... Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene with a hint of surprise. He did not expect Li Feng to be able to use such a powerful sword technique. Water Fire Sword Technique Level 1. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use it. The Water Fire Sword light danced in the sky and collided with the majestic sword light. Explode! Following Li Feng's roar, the majestic sword light instantly exploded. Countless sword qi directly bombarded the fire and water sword light. Crack! At this moment, the sword light of water and fire was directly shattered. Immediately after, the majestic sword qi broke through the shattered fire and water sword radiance and surged toward Fang Chen. Heavenly Void Fist. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the Heavenly Void Fist. At the same time, he activated his 1-star Taoist body. His physical defense reached the highest level. Boom! The Solitary Emptiness Fist only managed to fend off the majestic sword qi for a moment before it shattered. Finally, the majestic sword qi struck Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was blown away and fell to the ground. It hurts, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Spiritual qi rolled in his true core, as if all his bones were broken. If it was not for the heavenly void fist and water fire sword light dissipating a part of the majestic sword chi, even a one-star Taoist body would not be able to withstand this tyrannical power. Fortunately, Fong Qin managed to block it. Furthermore, his life was not in danger. He only suffered some light injuries. How is this possible? After using this move, Li Feng's body was extremely weak. With a plop, he fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He could not believe that Fong Qin had actually withstood the attack of the sword explosion. Could it be? Suddenly, Li Feng seemed to have thought of something and cried out, "One-star Taoist body!" Seeing how strong Fong Chen's physical body was, Li Feng finally understood that Fong Chen's physical body had reached the one-star Taoist body. Quick Sword Li Feng was even more shocked when he realized this. It's actually a one-star Taoist body. Under normal circumstances, warriors would only have the opportunity to cultivate a Taoist body after reaching the Qi-Si realm. It was very difficult to cultivate a Taoist body in the Qi transformation realm. Even the most outstanding of geniuses would have a hard time. Any warrior who could cultivate a Taoist body in the Qi transformation realm was definitely a monster among monsters. The defense of a Taoist body was simply unimaginable. Cough, cough, Fong Qin gently coughed a few times. Soon after, he slowly got up and shook off the dust on his body. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Feng. "Fong Qin, are you okay?" The Broken Heart trio asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Fong Qin said. Then, Fong Qin walked step by step towards Li Feng. When he stopped in front of Li Feng said in a hoarse voice, "Fong Qin, I underestimated you. When you kill others, you should be prepared to be killed." Fong Qin said, "Fong Qin, can you let me go? I can give you anything." Li Feng said. He believed that Fong Qin was also a smart person. "You killed Zhu Xian, and now you want to kill us," Fong Qin said. "Zhu Xian is not related to you. You don't have to avenge him. I wanted to kill you, but I didn't succeed in the end." "It's nothing," Li Feng said. "If you let me go, I can give you everything." Hearing Li Feng's words, Fong Qin frowned slightly and asked, "What can you give me?" "My swordsmanship," Li Feng said. He believed that Fong Qin would be moved. Fong Qin nodded and said, "That's a good deal, but I need to see your swordsmanship first." Hearing Fong Qin's words, Li Feng was overjoyed. He took out an ancient book from his interspatial ring and handed it to Fong Qin. "This is my swordsmanship. It's very powerful," Li Feng said. Fong Qin took the book and opened it. He found that it was indeed Li Feng's swordsmanship. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "I like your swordsmanship. So I can go." Li Feng climbed up with difficulty and said with a smile. Fong Qin put Li Feng's swordsmanship into his interspatial ring and said, "Your swordsmanship is good, but I didn't say that I would let you go." Li Feng's face became gloomy. He roared angrily, "Fong Qin, you're playing with me." "Yes, I've been playing with you." Fong Qin nodded. "Humph. I promise you that if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a high price," Li Feng threatened. Fong Qin shook his head slightly. Then, without any warning, he threw out a punch that landed directly on Li Feng's body. Bang! With a loud sound, Li Feng's body was blown away and fell to the ground. "Fong Qin, if you want to die, let's die together." Li Feng roared and shot towards Fong Qin. He wanted to self-destruct. However, Fong Qin wasn't afraid at all. He used the hidden dragon sword and the water and fire swords stabbed into Li Feng's body. In an instant, his true core was broken. Crash! Li Feng wanted to self-destruct, but now that his true core was broken, the spiritual energy in his body dissipated. He couldn't even self-destruct. "Fong Qin, your Yuhong Academy won't let you go," Li Feng roared furiously. At the same time, a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Then he gently crushed the jade pendant. Fong Qin wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Damn it! Seeing Li Feng's body fall, Fang Qin couldn't help but curse. Although he killed Li Feng managed to spread the news. He didn't know where Li Feng had spread the news to. Fang Qin, are you okay? Broken Heart asked. Fang Qin, thank you so much. Zhu Tian grinned. Fang Qin, it seems that you'll be the leader of the 5 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu. Yun Jiu smiled. Fang Chen's current strength had already surpassed Broken Heart's group. Even compared to Star and Moon, he wouldn't lose out. Let's go, Fang Qin said. While Fang Chen was fighting Li Feng, Star and Moon had found the entrance to the 3rd floor from another direction and entered. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others were still on the 2nd floor. The 4 of them found a safe place to rest. Fang Qin just fought and needed to recover. After sitting down cross-legged, Fang Chen recovered while taking out swift Sword Li Feng's swordsmanship. 3. Sword Realm. On the ancient book, there were 3 bold and powerful words written on it. After Fang Qin opened the book, he read it carefully. The 3 Swords Realm was a rank 3 cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a special cultivation technique. This cultivation technique had a total of 3 moves. If one could cultivate all 3 moves, the power would not be inferior to a top rank 3 cultivation technique. Sword Chime, Sword Flash, and Sword Explosion. These were the 3 moves of the 3 Sword Realm. Li Feng only mastered the 2nd move, but he was able to rank 14th on the Qi ranking. It was enough to show how powerful the 3 Sword Realm was. Fang Qin had personally experienced the power of the 3rd move, Sword Explosion. If Li Feng could master the Sword Explosion, even Fang Qin wouldn't be his opponent. After carefully reading the 3 Sword Realm, Fang Qin began to cultivate. Because of the Golden Heart, Fang Qin had a deep understanding of the Sword Dao. His talent in the Sword Dao was heaven-defying. Therefore, it was very easy to cultivate the 3 Sword Realm. After a while, Fang Qin mastered the 1st move, Sword Chime. Then, Fang Qin began to cultivate the 2nd move. Because he had fought with Li Feng, Fang Qin had a certain understanding of the Sword Flash. After 2 hours, Fang Qin mastered the Sword Flash. But after that, Fang Qin stopped, because the 3rd move, Sword Explosion, couldn't be mastered in a short time. The power of these 2 moves has already surpassed the 1st level of the Water and Fire Sword Radiance. Fang Qin said to himself, the Water and Fire Sword technique had a total of 12 levels. To cultivate the next level, one had to cultivate the previous level to the Perfection Realm. This was very demanding for warriors. That was why Fang Qin was stuck at the 1st level for so long. Now that he had the 3 Sword Realm, Fang Qin had another life-saving sword technique. After putting away the 3 Sword Realm, Fang Qin noticed something strange in the special space ring. Then he realized that the little mouse was hungry and needed to eat spiritual stones. Then Fang Qin threw in 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. After a while, the little mouse was full. After eating, the little mouse fell into a deep sleep. A great aura appeared around its body again. Every time it ate spiritual stones, the little mouse's strength would increase greatly after waking up. Fang Qin was already used to it. Chapter 196. Fang Qin nodded, and the 4 of them continued onward. The entire 2nd level was empty. All the cultivators had entered the 3rd level, and even the 4th level. There are far fewer mechanical puppets on the 2nd floor, thought Fang Qin. The 4 of them walked for about 2 hours before finally arriving at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Then they naturally entered the 3rd level. As soon as they entered, Fang Chen's group sensed countless powerful auras around them. Then they sensed someone attacking them. Bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen threw out a punch and collided with a black shadow. After that, his body continuously retreated. When the 4 of them steadied themselves, they saw a group of cultivators at the entrance. These cultivators all emitted powerful auras. Yes. Fang Chen looked around. It's the Crown Prince's people. At this moment, a voice rang out. The four of them looked over and saw that the person who had spoken was the Ninth Prince. "Ninth Prince!" shouted Broken Heart. "Ninth Prince, what is the meaning of this?" It was clearly the Ninth Prince who had ordered them to attack. Broken Heart was a bit angry. "Ha ha ha, not long ago, I reached an agreement with Eighth Brother. I helped him seize the throne, and he promised me benefits." The Ninth Prince laughed heartily. "So I've been waiting here on the third floor to kill Big Brother's people," said the Ninth Prince. Fong Chen's group of four was gloomy. They saw several corpses around them. It seemed they had been killed by the Ninth Prince's people. "The four of you should just kill yourselves." The Ninth Prince sinisterly smiled. "Ninth Prince, do you think you can stop us with just these people?" asked Broken Heart. "A woman managed to break out of our encirclement. This time, I'll definitely kill the four of you to weaken Big Brother's power," said the Ninth Prince icily. Fong Chen's group exchanged a glance and prepared to attack. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Following the Ninth Prince's command, the numerous cultivators around him unleashed their tyrannical auras and attacked directly. Rumble Fong Chen and the other three also attacked with all their might. Sword lights of water and fire filled the sky as they continuously slammed into the Ninth Prince's members. However, as Fong Chen and company interacted with these warriors, they realized that although these warriors were not the strongest, they already had the strength of an expert on the Qi roll. Bang! Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword directly pierced into a martial artist's head, instantly killing this martial artist. When the Ninth Prince saw this, his eyes turned gloomy, and he said coldly, "Surround and annihilate them." Water and fire sword technique. Fong Chen bellowed and displayed the water fire sword technique. The water fire sword light blasted out. At the same time, Fong Chen once again displayed the second of the three sword realms, the sword flash. Walla sword light flashed in the sky. In the next moment, two majestic sword lights pierced the body of a cultivator, instantly killing him. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen had killed two warriors, which infuriated the Ninth Prince. "Surround and annihilate Fong Chen," the Ninth Prince shouted. Upon hearing the Ninth Prince's order, except for the three warriors who were dealing with Broken Heart and company, the other warriors all gathered around Fong Chen to annihilate Fong Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Chen used the water and fire sword technique and the three sword realms to easily block the attacks of these warriors. However, just as Fong Chen was about to display the second of the three sword realms, a black-clothed warrior suddenly appeared in the crowd and blasted out a punch, directly hitting the sword light. Fong Chen was forced to retreat. His face was completely gloomy. How is this possible? The black-clothed warrior's strength was comparable to Xing Hui's. He had not expected that there would be such an old monster hidden in the Ninth Prince's team. "Kid, you will definitely die if you meet me," the old man said sinisterly. However, just as the old man was about to make a move, he was stopped by the Ninth Prince. Broken Heart and company stood together and stared vigilantly at the Ninth Prince's team. At this moment, the Ninth Prince's face revealed a trace of a smile. "I will give the four of you a chance. If you pledge allegiance to me, I will let you go," the Ninth Prince said with a smile. "You want us to pledge allegiance to you? Dream on." Broken Heart cursed. "Fong Chen, what about you?" the Ninth Prince asked with narrowed eyes. "I believe that you are a warrior who understands the situation." The Ninth Prince's words were full of threats. At first, the Ninth Prince had wanted to kill all four of them. However, after seeing Fong Chen's tyrannical strength, he wanted to recruit Fong Chen. If he succeeded, he would definitely have an additional general under his command. "What if I refuse?" Fong Chen asked rhetorically. "You know the consequences. You should also know Elder He's strength. You are not his match. If you refuse, the four of you will die here," said the Ninth Prince softly. Elder, he was the old man who had just fought Fong Chen. His strength was on par with Xing Hui's. The current Fang Qin was unable to challenge him. Fang Qin sneered, "I'm afraid you won't be able to keep the four of us here." "Fang Qin, I'm very curious. Just where did you get the courage to say such words?" The ninth prince was puzzled. Fang Qin grinned and laughed. He slowly raised his hand. There was an energy crystal lying in his palm. This energy crystal contained a destructive aura. The mechanical heart. The ninth prince cried out involuntarily. As a prince of the imperial family, he was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He had heard of the mechanical heart before, but he had never seen it. "I didn't expect you to have the mechanical heart." The ninth prince's expression was incomparably gloomy. "On the first floor, we searched the entire space, but we couldn't find it. So it was you who obtained it. Where there were automatons, there would definitely be a mechanical heart." The imperial family's princes all knew that, but they had all given up looking for it. Now that Fang Qin had taken out the mechanical heart, the situation had instantly changed. Even the ninth prince didn't dare approach Fang Qin. This was because the moment the mechanical heart was crushed by Fang Qin, the tyrannical power would surge out and instantly crush everyone. "Fang Qin, give me the mechanical heart, and I'll let you leave," said the ninth prince. Fang Qin shook his head. If he handed over the mechanical heart, would he be able to leave safely? "I don't mind dying together with you." Fang Qin lightly pinched his finger, and a tyrannical energy surged out of the mechanical heart. "Stop!" the ninth prince shouted when he saw this. Fang Qin stopped and looked at the ninth prince. "What about now?" The ninth prince's face was full of anger, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Let's go," Fang Qin shouted. Broken Heart and the other two took the lead, while Fang Qin took the rear. They carefully retreated from the ninth prince's encirclement. "Fang Qin, the next time we meet, I will definitely take your life," said the ninth prince in a deep voice. He didn't chase after them. "The next time we meet?" Fang Qin's face showed a trace of a smile, and then he quickly disappeared from the third floor. "Elder," he only spoke after Fang Qin's group had disappeared. "Ninth prince, are you going to let them go just like that? They have the mechanical heart. You should know the power of the mechanical heart." "I can't die together with them," said the ninth prince in a deep voice. Then, "Elder, he was a bit unwilling. Let the other princes deal with him first. Once he loses the mechanical heart, we'll kill him as quickly as we can," said the ninth prince. "Spread the news that Fang Qin has the mechanical heart." "All right," said Elder He. A trace of killing intent flashed in the ninth prince's eyes. Fang Qin dared to threaten him, so he held a grudge against him. After Fang Qin's group of 4 left the ninth prince's line of sight, they madly ran. After about 2 hours, they finally found a small hill and stopped. "Fang Qin, when did you get the mechanical heart?" Zhu Tian grinned. "Yeah, if it hadn't intimidated the ninth prince, we would have all died," said Yunjiu. Although the mechanical heart temporarily intimidated the ninth prince, he will definitely hold a grudge. "We must be careful," said Broken Heart. Fang Qin put away the mechanical heart. "The next time we meet, we don't know who will kill who." Just as Fang Qin finished speaking, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder from the special space ring. Its body faintly emitted a destructive aura. "You've improved your strength." Seeing this, Fang Qin grinned. The little mouse could not stop giggling. Then, as if it wanted to prove itself to Fang Qin, it saw a demonic beast appear in the distance. With a tap of its foot, it landed on the ground and charged towards the demonic beast. "It's the demon rhinoceros," said Broken Heart and the others in a low voice when they saw the demon. The demon rhinoceros was a very powerful race in the world of demon beasts. An adult demon rhinoceros's strength would automatically reach the Qi-Hai realm. The demon rhinoceros in front of them was obviously a juvenile demon rhinoceros. It was only at the Qi transformation, 7th realm. Under everyone's gaze, the little mouse directly jumped on top of the demon rhinoceros's head. The demon rhinoceros noticed the little mouse and let out a furious roar. Its body shook continuously, trying to shake the little mouse off. The little mouse's small claws reached out and pierced into the demon rhinoceros's head. A layer of light flashed, and the demon rhinoceros fell to the ground. The little mouse jumped down from the demon rhinoceros's head and looked at Feng Chen with its chest puffed out. Seeing this, Xian and the other two's hearts were filled with shock. Where did the little mouse come from? Why was it so powerful that it could kill the demon rhinoceros so easily? Even Feng Chen was shocked. When he first got the little mouse, it was only at the Qi cultivation realm. In just 2 months, it had grown to the Qi transformation 7th realm. It was really heaven-defying. Seeing Feng Chen and the others' shock, the little mouse returned to Feng Chen's shoulder and chirped. Chapter 197. The little mouse's words shocked Feng Chen. What kind of race was this little mouse? Why was it so strong? Feng Chen, what kind of race is this little mouse? Why is it so strong? Zhu Tian asked. Yeah, when we first got the little mouse, it was only in the Qi refining realm. In the blink of an eye, it could easily kill a demon rhinoceros in the 7th realm, Yunjiu said. Broken Heart was also looking at the little mouse on Feng Chen's shoulder with a serious expression, deep in thought. Among the rat species, there are a few relatively powerful races. However, the characteristics of those races are completely different from the little mouse, Broken Heart said. In the world of monsters, there were several rat species. They were also the overlords of the world of monsters. The purple gold spirit, rats had purple fur all over their bodies. When they reached adulthood, their fur would turn purple gold. Moreover, the most powerful thing about the purple gold spirit rats was that they had the same soul as human warriors. That's right, it was the soul. Because of this special soul, they were very powerful and had very powerful innate talents. Earth devil rats were demonic beasts that lived in groups. They often lived on the ground, and their fur was earthy yellow. The reason why their clan could become the overlord force in the demonic beast world was because they had extremely strong bodies. Among demonic beasts of the same level, their defense was the strongest. The flying rat was a mutated rat species. After a successful mutation, they would grow a pair of wings that allowed them to fly. The 3 rat species mentioned above were all famous overlords in the monster beast world. The rest of the species were basically weak species. Although the little mouse in front of him was also from the rat race, it was completely different from the 3 overlords of the rat race. Its fur was white, it had no wings, and its defense was not very strong. Broken Heart and the others were very confused. Which rat species did this little mouse belong to? Could it be a mutated rat? Zhu Tian wondered. Even Feng Chen didn't know the answer to this question, let alone the other 3. Feng Chen only knew that the origin of this little mouse was not simple. It was only a minor now. When it became an adult, he might be able to find the answer. I'm not sure either. Feng Chen shook his head slightly. After the 4 of them chatted for a while, they changed the topic and stopped talking about the little mouse. The little mouse was too mysterious. They had no idea what race the little mouse belonged to. Broken Heart then talked about the 9th prince. Feng Chen, we've definitely angered the 9th prince this time. We should be careful in the future, Broken Heart warned. Once we meet up with the 1st prince's team, we won't have to be afraid of them, Zhu Tian said. After Feng Chen and the other 3 rested for a while, they prepared to leave. However, just as they stood up, they suddenly felt the entire ground tremble. A wild aura engulfed the entire hill. What's going on? Broken Heart asked in a low voice as he looked around. The other 2 also entered a state of battle readiness and looked around vigilantly. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance. Soon after, a group of black, demonic beasts swiftly shot over from the distance. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen's pupils shrunk. Soon after, he roared, "Run quickly, it's the demon rhino herd." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Broken Heart and the other two were shocked and quickly ran away. The demon rhinos must have smelled the aura of the demon rhinos that just died. That's why they came over. "We can't be surrounded by them, or else we'll all die," Fang Chen said hurriedly. As they walked, they stared at the demon rhinos behind them. A large group of demon rhinos quickly chased after Fang Chen and the other three. They roared at the sky, full of anger. They wanted to kill Fang Chen and the other three. However, because the demon rhinos were bigger, their speed was slightly slower. In terms of speed, Fang Chen and the other three were completely superior to the demon rhinos. However, even so, Fang Chen and the other three had to expend a lot of effort to run. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Fang Chen and the other three had been running for 2 hours, and the demon rhinos behind them were getting further and further away. Seeing that Broken Heart and the other two were about to stop, Fang Chen immediately shouted, "Keep going!" Immediately, the four of them rushed forward again. At this moment, in the distant wasteland, there was a group of people rushing towards Fang Chen and the other three. They had discovered Fang Chen and the other three. "It's Kamikaze Kenbu's disciples," someone suddenly said. The others also looked at Fang Chen's group and said, "They're running away. Could it be that they're being chased?" "Kamikaze Kenbu's disciples. They're the first prince's people. Should we capture them?" asked a cultivator. At this moment, the leader of the group spoke. "Since they're Big Brother's people, we naturally have to stop them. However, Fang Chen must be captured alive." The person who spoke was the fourth prince. The fourth prince's face was filled with a sinister smile. He was on the same side as the 8th and 9th princes. Not long ago, he had received news that Fang Chen had the machinery heart. Thus, when he saw Fang Chen, he began to plan how to obtain the machinery heart. "Yes, there's a wild aura behind them," a cultivator suddenly said. "Could it be the demon rhinos?" "They're being chased by the demon rhinos." The fourth prince's subordinates were even more certain. "That's even better. As long as we block them, they'll definitely die when the demon rhinos arrive. Stop the other three and capture Fang Chen, then immediately retreat." Even the fourth prince wasn't willing to fight with the demon rhinos. Hearing the fourth prince's orders, his subordinates all acted. They directly appeared in the path Fang Chen's group had to take. At this moment, Fang Chen's group was hurriedly moving. Suddenly, they saw a large group of cultivators appear in front of them. Their expressions became grave, and they stopped. "The fourth prince's people?" asked the Broken Heart. "Aren't these the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu?" sneered a skinny old man from the fourth prince's group. "Let's go." The Broken Heart didn't want to pay attention to the fourth prince's people and turned to leave. "You want to leave? My guess is that you're being chased by the demon rhinos, haha," continued the skinny old man. "So what if we are?" asked the Fang Chen. "You must be Fang Chen. The fourth prince has ordered us to capture you alive. As for the other three, we'll throw them to the demon rhinos," said the skinny old man. "It seems a huge battle is unavoidable." Fang Chen turned to the Broken Heart's group of three. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. How could we, the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, be afraid of them?" shouted Zhu Tian. They're really courting death." The skinny old man coldly snorted and waved his hand. Countless cultivators charged at Fang Chen's group of four, launching fierce attacks. Puchi Fang Chen was enraged this time. Wherever the hidden dragon sword in his hand passed, warriors would be killed one after another. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed 5 cultivators. This scene infuriated the skinny old man. "Damn it!" The skinny old man cursed. Then he personally attacked Fang Chen and launched a fierce attack. "Is that all you've got?" Fang Chen exchanged a punch with the skinny old man and instantly discovered the old man's strength. Although he was strong, he was no match for Fang Chen. "It's enough to kill you," said the skinny old man gloomily. He then clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fong Qin. At this moment, not far away, the demon rhinos were advancing quickly. They seemed to have sensed the human cultivators they wanted to kill. The fourth prince also seemed to have sensed the demon rhino's approach and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and finish the battle. The demon rhinos are coming." Hearing the fourth prince's words, the skinny old man's attacks became even fiercer. He continuously threw out killing moves in an attempt to kill Fong Qin. "Not long ago, I killed an expert on the Qi ranking who was on par with you," said Fong Qin coldly after throwing out a punch. "Who?" asked the skinny old man subconsciously. "Swift Sword Li Feng." With that, Fong Qin's hidden dragon sword used the second level of the three-sword realm, Sword Flash. The sword flashed and directly pierced the skinny old man's chest. Poochie the skinny old man was stabbed by the hidden dragon sword and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground, his face pale and his aura weak. How is this possible? The skinny old man's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Fong Qin. "You can go die now." Fong Qin decisively raised his sword and slashed down, directly killing the skinny old man. The skinny old man's death instantly put the fourth prince's team at a disadvantage. Fong Qin's team of 4 attacked together and continuously killed the fourth prince's team. "Damn it! How can Fong Qin be so strong?" cursed the fourth prince with a gloomy expression. He had always thought that the reason Fong Qin could escape from the ninth prince's grasp was because of the mechanical heart. At this moment, he realized that Fong Qin was not what he had imagined. Fong Qin's strength was enough to enter the top 10 of the Qi ranking. At this moment, the demon rhino herd majestically appeared here. Seeing this, the fourth prince's figure flashed, and he immediately fled. Fong Qin's team of 4 was fighting fiercely with the fourth prince's team when they suddenly sensed the arrival of the demon rhino herd. Their expressions changed slightly. "Let's go!" Fong Qin shouted. Immediately after, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the fourth prince's team, escorting Broken Heart and the other 2 away. After Broken Heart and the other 2 left, Fong Qin used the water and fire sword technique and directly repelled the fourth prince's team that wanted to chase them. Miserable screams rang out as the fourth prince's team members were caught in the demon rhino herd and were instantly killed. There were at least a few dozen demon rhinos in this herd. Some of them were in the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm, while others were in the 9th realm. Their combined strength was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the fourth prince's team was completely annihilated. At this time, Broken Heart and the other 2 had already fled far away. As for Fong Qin, because he was blocking the escape of the fourth prince's team, he was delayed for a while and ended up being entangled by a demon rhino. "Die!" Fong Qin growled. The hidden dragon sword in his hand directly pierced the demon rhino's head, instantly killing it. However, because of the demon rhino's entanglement, Fong Qin missed the best time to escape and was instantly surrounded by a large number of demon rhinos. Chapter 198. Fong Qin. Broken Heart's group of 3 had fled far away. Seeing Fong Qin trapped in the devil rhino herd, Zhu Tian roared. He wanted to go back to save Fong Qin, but Broken Heart stopped him. "Why are you stopping me? Fong Qin saved our lives. Are we just going to watch him die like this?" roared Zhu Tian. Even Yunjiao had an impulse to go save Fong Qin. The 2 of them looked furiously at Broken Heart. At this moment, Broken Heart was very calm. He said, "Fong Qin was trapped in the devil rhino herd to save us. Even if we go back now, we'll definitely die. It doesn't matter if we die. But who will avenge Fong Qin?" asked Broken Heart. "Our lives were saved by Fong Qin. So no matter what, we have to live well. Only then can we avenge Fong Qin," continued Broken Heart. Hearing Broken Heart's words, Zhu Tian and Yunjiao gradually calmed down. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with sorrow. "As long as I, Zhu Tian, am alive, I will definitely avenge Fong Qin. I will personally kill the 9th prince and the 4th prince, said Zhu Tian. That's right. I will also avenge Fang Qin. Even if I die, I won't be afraid, said Yin Jiao. Broken Heart didn't say anything. He just nodded heavily. He had already made a decision in his heart. He would do whatever it took to avenge Fang Qin. Right now, we have to escape from here and find the 4th prince, said Broken Heart. Yun Jiao and Zhu Tian nodded heavily, and then the three of them left together. At this time in the wasteland, Fang Qin was surrounded by a herd of demonic rhinos. Broken Heart and the others thought that this was a dead end, but Fang Qin didn't think so. He tried to break through the encirclement of the demonic rhinoceroses a few times, but he was unable to break out of the encirclement, so he had no choice but to take out the mechanical heart. This mechanical heart was a middle-level mechanical heart. Once it was crushed, the energy inside would explode, and it would definitely be able to instantly kill a martial artist in the first 3 levels of the Sea of Qi realm. There were dozens of demon rhinoceroses in front of him. Luckily, they were all underage and were only in the Qi transformation realm, not the Qi high realm. Therefore, Fang Qin was confident that with the help of the mechanical heart, he would be able to break through the encirclement. Puchi! The moment Fang Qin took out the mechanical heart, a demon rhinoceros that was relatively close to him suddenly charged at him, wanting to destroy the mechanical heart. However, Fang Qin killed it with a backhand slash. How the other demon rhinoceroses raised their heads to the sky and roared with rage. One after another, they attacked Fang Qin. Crack! At this moment, Fang Qin's fingers exerted a bit of force and instantly crushed the mechanical heart. The palm-sized mechanical heart shattered in an instant. The moment it shattered, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly appeared in the wasteland. When this aura appeared, it immediately swept through the entire wasteland. On the wasteland, a wild storm appeared, and Fang Qin was in the middle of this storm. Roar! The demon rhinoceroses that were attacking Fang Qin suddenly felt this aura. Their bodies trembled, and their hearts were filled with fear. Some of the weaker demon rhinoceroses directly prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. As for the other demon rhinoceroses, they wanted to destroy the mechanical heart in Fang Qin's hands, so they madly charged at Fang Qin. Puchi! With Fang Qin as the center, the energy that emerged from his palms was too strong. Even Fang Qin felt his heart palpitate. Any demon rhinoceroses that approached Fang Qin were instantly destroyed by this storm. Rumble! The entire sky was filled with dark clouds, and the sound of thunder was unceasing. The wild aura engulfed the entire demon rhinoceroses, and countless miserable cries rang out from the demon rhinoceroses. What a powerful force! Fang Qin's heart was filled with shock. His body began to tremble, and he was a little unable to control this tyrannical force. Crack! The demon rhinoceroses died one after another, and Fang Qin's body was also bearing the brunt of this tyrannical force. In the blink of an eye, all the demon rhinoceroses that surrounded Fang Qin were dead. At this moment, a powerful storm appeared in the wasteland. This storm did not dissipate, and it revolved around Fang Qin, as if it wanted to devour Fang Qin. Ah! Fang Qin let out a miserable cry, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within his body. His mind instantly lost consciousness. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Qin's body began to rapidly beat. As the golden heart beat rapidly, the surrounding wild storm that approached Fang Qin was sucked away by the golden heart. Hiss! The golden heart's speed of absorbing the storm was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for the wild storm to weaken. At the same time, the little mouse in the special interspatial ring was also continuously absorbing the wild storm, and at the same time it was squeaking loudly. After an unknown amount of time, the wasteland once again regained its calm. After the golden heart finished absorbing the wild storm, it once again fell silent. At this moment, Fang Qin had fallen into a coma. His body was battered and exhausted, and his aura was weak. The little mouse stood on Fang Qin's shoulder, looking left and right, as if it was protecting Fang Chen. Countless demon rhinoceroses' corpses were scattered around the wasteland. They had all died tragically under the tyrannical energy of the mechanical heart. The entire wasteland was in a mess, as if it had experienced an unprecedented battle. After an unknown amount of time, two figures suddenly appeared in the wasteland. One of them was a lady in red with an impressive figure. She had a slightly dignified expression on her face, and her beauty was comparable to Star and Moon's. Of course, her personality was the complete opposite of Star and Moon's. Star and Moon were as cold as an iceberg, but the lady in front of them gave off a fiery feeling. Her entire body emitted a scorching aura. Beside the dainty lady was a stooped old man. This old man looked like an old man in his twilight years as he followed beside the lady in red. "Grandpa, there are many demon rhinoceroses here," the lady in red said delicately. "There was an intense battle here," the stooped old man said in a low voice. At this moment, he discovered Fang Chen sleeping in the distance. "There's a human over there," said the stooped old man. The lady in red quickly ran in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, the little mouse chirped at her, not allowing her to approach Fang Chen. What an adorable little mouse! The lady in red smiled when she saw the little mouse. She reached out her hand to pet the little mouse. "Careful." The stooped old man had appeared beside her at some unknown time. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" asked the lady in red. "This little mouse is extraordinary. There seems to be a wild aura within its body," whispered the stooped old man. "And from the looks of it, this young man should be its master. It's protecting him." The lady in red glanced at the unconscious Fang Chen and said, "Little mouse, your master's injuries are too heavy. He needs treatment or he'll die." The lady in red blinked her eyes and laughed. She hadn't expected the little mouse to constantly nod its head. What a smart little mouse. The lady in red giggled. Then she crouched down and placed her hand on Fang Chen's pulse to examine Fang Chen's body. "Grandpa, how could his organs be so damaged?" cried the lady in red. The stooped old man also crouched down and examined Fang Chen's body. This brat must have used the machinery heart and suffered a backlash. I just don't know how he managed to survive the explosion of the machinery heart. The more he examined Fang Chen's body, the more interested he became in Fang Chen. "Strange, how could this be?" asked the stooped old man. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" asked the lady in red. "This person's body is very special. There seems to be something sealed within his body that I can't see," said the stooped old man. "Then, Grandpa, can you save him?" asked the lady in red. "Little girl, every time I see someone injured, you want me to save them." The stooped old man helplessly shook his head. Hearing this, the woman in red acted coquettishly and pulled on the hunchbacked old man's arm. She giggled and said, "I knew that Grandpa was the best. I can save him, but you have to agree to a condition of mine," said the stooped old man. The lady in red had a kind heart. Every time they encountered an injured martial artist, she would have him help. The stooped old man had long since grown accustomed to it. But this time, the stooped old man didn't rush to save Fang Chen. Instead, he said, "I can save him, but you have to agree to a condition of mine." "What condition?" asked the lady in red. Chapter 199. In a hidden cave, Fang Chen was quietly lying on the ground. On his shoulder, the little mouse was constantly chirping. To the side, the hunchbacked old man's hands were placed on his chest, treating his injuries. For an expert like the hunchbacked old man, Fang Chen's injuries were nothing. The red-clothed woman blinked as she watched. After about 15 minutes, the hunchbacked old man withdrew his hands. The red-clothed woman asked, "Grandpa, how is it?" "This child's body contains a great amount of energy. It's very miraculous. His wounds can actually heal on their own." The hunchbacked old man sighed. Fang Chen's body had truly shocked him. This child is not simple. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. The hunchbacked old man thought to himself. After treating Fang Qin, the hunchbacked old man stood up and glanced at Fang Qin. Then he looked at the red-clothed woman and smiled. "Can we go now?" The red-clothed woman nodded. She crouched down and placed her small, white hand on Fang Chen's pulse. After confirming that Fang Chen's life wasn't in danger, she stood up and left. "Little fellow, take good care of your master." The red-clothed woman giggled as she spoke to the little mouse. The little mouse clasped its paws and bowed to the red-clothed woman, causing her to laugh wildly. In the end, the red-clothed woman and the hunchbacked old man left. But as they left, a jade pendant fell from the red-clothed woman's body. They didn't notice it. The little mouse saw the jade pendant fall from the red-clothed woman's body. With a tap of its foot, it appeared in front of the jade pendant. It picked it up with its paws and walked out of the cave, wanting to return it to the red-clothed woman. But when it appeared outside the cave, the two of them were long gone. In the end, the little mouse took the jade pendant and entered the cave. In the following period of time, the golden heart constantly emitted a tyrannical energy. This energy was all from the mechanical heart that it had absorbed. Now, this energy was constantly being absorbed by Fang Chen's body. Within the core of his dantian, the spirit qi circulated wildly. As time passed, Fang Chen's body absorbed all the energy. 7 days later, Fang Chen slowly woke up. Chirp, chirp, chirp. When the little mouse saw that Fang Chen had woken up, it chirped nonstop. Fang Chen felt sore all over his body. However, just as he was about to check his body, he suddenly realized something. The 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. While I was unconscious, I somehow managed to break through to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen was shocked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood that the golden heart must have absorbed the wild energy of the mechanical heart to be able to break through to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. What a blessing in disguise! Fang Chen grinned. Right at this moment, Little Mouse took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fang Chen. "What's this?" Fang Chen took the jade pendant and carefully examined it. The jade pendant was very exquisite. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely valuable jade pendant. On the front of the jade pendant was the word Qin. On the back of the jade pendant was a drawing of an old man with a transcendent aura. His entire body was surrounded by thick flames. "You're saying that someone once saved me and brought me to this cave. This jade pendant was left behind by him?" Fang Chen asked curiously when he heard the little mouse's chirping. The little mouse nodded repeatedly. Fang Chen's face was filled with confusion. Just who had saved him? When the mechanical heart had shattered, the wild energy had directly killed all the demon rhinos. In the end, he had fallen into a coma. Fang Chen had also been very curious as to why he was in this cave. He had never thought that there would be an expert helping him. A stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Fang Chen asked when he saw the little mouse's gestures. The little mouse nodded. Fang Chen was even more confused. Fang Chen had more or less seen all the warriors that had entered the Divine Wind secret realm. However, he had never seen a stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Could they be natives? That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the natives, it would be impossible for them to heal me. Fang Chen said doubtfully. Fang Chen examined his body and found that there was a pure energy within his body. This energy was very tyrannical. The owner of this energy was at least a Qi high warrior. Could it be that other than the princes of the imperial family, there are also outsiders? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more confused. However, Fang Chen put away the jade pendant with the word Qin engraved on it. No matter what, the owner of this jade pendant was his savior. If there was a chance, Fong Chen would repay this life-saving grace. After that, Fong Chen took the little mouse and left the cave. After breaking through to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Fong Chen's strength had become even more tyrannical. Looking at the entire Qi ranking, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. Invincible in the same realm could be described as Fong Chen. Xing Hui, the next time we meet, I will definitely take your dog life. Fong Chen thought to himself. After Fong Chen left the 3rd level, he quickly searched for the entrance to the 4th level. After a day, he found the entrance to the 4th level. After entering the 4th level, Fong Chen encountered some groups of other princes and heard a piece of news. Broken Heart, Yunjiu, and Zhu Tian were chasing after the 4th prince as if they had gone mad. There were a few times when the 4th prince had almost died. You're saying that Broken Heart and the other 2 are chasing after the 4th prince? Fong Chen looked at a warrior in front of him and asked. That's right. Just a few days ago, Broken Heart and the other 2 were chasing after the 4th prince as if they had gone mad. Everyone knows about this, and they have no intention of hiding it. However what? Fong Chen frowned slightly and asked. However, it is said that the 4th prince is heading in the direction of Jun Luo. He has a good relationship with Jun Luo. Once he has Jun Luo's protection, even if Broken Heart and the other 2 join forces, they will not be able to kill the 4th prince, the warrior continued. Hearing the 2 words Jun Luo, Fong Chen's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He asked, where is Jun Luo? Jun Luo is in the north, the warrior said. Fong Chen nodded and headed north. We have to be quick. Fong Chen was worried for Broken Heart and the other 2. Jun Luo's strength was even greater than Broken Heart's. The 3 of them were not Jun Luo's match at all. The 3 of them were definitely chasing after the 4th prince to take revenge for him. He couldn't let them fall into danger. At this time, in a wasteland north of the 4th floor, Broken Heart and the other 2 were chasing after the 4th prince. 4th prince, you're dead, said Broken Heart. You dare to chase after me? The imperial family won't let you off, said the 4th prince icily as he fled. The 4th prince's strength was not a match for Broken Heart and the other 2. But as a prince, the 4th prince possessed a priceless treasure bestowed by the imperial family. At that moment, the 4th prince was standing on a long sword. That long sword was different from other long swords. It was capable of flying on a sword. The reason the 4th prince had been able to flee for so long was because of this sword. We want to take revenge for Fong Chen, said Zhu Tian. The 4th prince was fleeing when he suddenly sensed a wild aura in front of him. A wild smile appeared on his face. Haha, Jun Luo is here. You're dead. As he spoke, Jun Luo appeared in front of the 4th prince. His face was filled with malevolence as he looked at Broken Heart and the other 2. Looks like the 3 of you are really unlucky to have met me again. Jun Luo said, I already said last time that if I see you again, I will definitely kill you. Jun Luo, if you want to stop us, we don't mind taking you down with us, said Broken Heart. In order to take revenge for Fong Chen, they couldn't care less anymore. Jun Luo's appearance had disrupted their revenge plan. At this time, they could only do this. With just the 3 of you, you want to take me down with you? Jun Luo sneered. Jun Luo, kill them for me, shouted the 4th prince. Don't worry, they will all die. Jun Luo nodded. Attack together. Broken Heart and the other 2 looked at each other and said in a low voice. At the same time, the 3 of them erupted with tyrannical power and displayed fierce attacks. 3 sword lights filled the sky. Insignificant skill. Jun Luo suddenly waved his hand, and a large handprint appeared in the sky, directly attacking the 3 sword lights. Crack! The 3 sword lights were directly shattered by the large handprint. Broken Heart and the other 2 retreated, their faces incomparably gloomy. Is this all you've got? Jun Luo's figure flashed, and he waved his hand 3 times in a row. 3 large handprints appeared in the sky. These 3 giant handprints, which contained boundless power, directly blasted toward Paeksayan and the other 2. Kamikaze Kenbo's disciples are only SOSO, sneered Jun Luobing. Damn it! Broken Heart and the other 2 roared furiously. The 3 of them joined forces to display their most powerful attack, but they still couldn't break the 3 large handprints. Bang! 3 big handprints bombarded the bodies of Paeksayan's group of 3 and immediately sent them flying. The 3 of them fell to the ground, their faces pale as they vomited blood. Their auras were weak. Ha ha ha! You 3 pieces of trash, you actually want to kill me? Seeing this, the 4th prince laughed wildly. Seeing Jun Luo walking over, Broken Heart and the other 2 smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like we can't avenge Fang Qin." Jun Luo let me kill them myself. The 4th prince quickly walked in front of Jun Luo and said eerily. Jun Luo nodded and made way for the 4th prince. The 4th prince walked in front of Broken Heart and the other 2, his face full of ridicule. "The 3 of you dare to chase after this prince, go to hell." The 4th prince's eyes were filled with madness. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Seeing that the 4th prince was about to attack, Zhu Tian stood up and roared furiously. Then Zhu Tian prepared to commit suicide. He couldn't accept the 4th prince's humiliation. Rather than this, he would rather commit suicide. Whoosh! A large handprint solidly hit his body, and he was once again sent flying. This time, he didn't even have the strength to kill himself. "You want to commit suicide in front of me?" sneered Jun Luo. The 4th prince laughed heartily and clenched his fists. Spiritual chi surged as he prepared to kill Broken Heart. But at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 200. Jun Luo stood to the side. The 4th prince's heart was filled with fury. He wanted to personally kill these 3 fellows. This was the perfect opportunity. Just as the 4th prince raised his hand, he suddenly heard a gloomy voice. At the same time that the voice was heard, a figure quietly appeared on the plains. The 4th prince was horrified to discover that his palm had been imprisoned in the air and was unable to move. At this moment, the 4th prince was horrified. He lifted his head and was shocked to discover that the martialist standing not too far away was Fang Qin. "What? You're not dead!" The 4th prince cried out involuntarily when he saw Fang Qin. "Not only am I not dead, but I'm also going to take your dog life," Fang Qin said in a gloomy voice. Then he waved his fist and a fist radiance appeared instantly, attacking the 4th prince directly. Bang! Jun Luo appeared in front of the 4th prince and blocked Fang Qin's attack. Killing intent leapt out of his eyes. Even trash dares to jump around. Jun Luo sneered. Broken Heart's group of 3 had already lost their ability to fight. They were seriously injured and thought they were dead for sure. But now Fang Qin had appeared. "Fang Qin, you're not dead." Broken Heart's group of 3 excitedly asked Fang Qin, "Are the 3 of you all right?" Fang Qin nodded. "We're fine." Zhu Tian grinned. Fang Qin not being dead was the best news. Just as they were talking, the 4th prince opened his mouth. He was incomparably furious and directly ordered, "Jun Luo, kill him for me." Jun Luo nodded. "Don't worry. He's just a piece of trash. I don't care about him." In Jun Luo's eyes, Fang Qin didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Qi ranking. He could easily kill Fang Qin. "The 3 of you back off a little." Fang Qin's killing intent had also been aroused. He had Broken Heart's group of 3 retreat to a safe place. In the next instant, the hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Qin's hand. Dense sword intent revolved around the hidden dragon sword, and a tyrannical sword qi exploded out. Fang Qin die. Jun Luo's eyes were filled with killing intent. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the spiritual qi in his true core poured into his fist. Boom! Jun Luo punched out. The power of this punch was so tyrannical that the surrounding air was escaping. Jun Luo believed that this punch would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen. He was very confident in his attack. Even the fourth prince thought that Fang Chen's death. But the truth was the truth. This was because after Fang Chen reached the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. A mere Jun Luo was simply no match for him. Fang Chen didn't want to waste time. He immediately used the first level of the water-fire sword technique. A majestic water-fire sword ray shot out from the hidden dragon sword. Crack! After the water-fire sword ray came into contact with the fist ray, it instantly shattered. How is this possible? Jun Luo was shocked to see the scene. His fist ray was actually shattered by Fang Chen's sword ray without any resistance. Had Fang Chen's attack reached this level? Jun Luo didn't believe it. He continued to use a tyrannical fist ray, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. But it was to no avail. Crack! The majestic water-fire sword ray once again shattered Jun Luo's sword ray. Then, with an incomparably tyrannical aura, it directly attacked Jun Luo. This time, Jun Luo finally panicked. He never thought that Fang Chen's strength would be so tyrannical. Fang Chen's strength has improved again, Broken Heart said with a smile in the distance. Looks like Fang Chen got an opportunity. How domineering. Zhu Tian grinned. To be able to suppress Jun Luo, Fang Chen's strength is at least in the top 10 of the Qi roll, Yunjiu said. Beside Jun Luo, the incomparably arrogant fourth prince's face was now extremely gloomy. His heart was filled with horror. How can Fang Chen be so strong? The fourth prince thought to himself. At this moment, the fourth prince even wanted to secretly escape. Although it was just a face-off, Fang Chen's strength was much more tyrannical than Jun Luo's. Once Jun Luo died, he would also suffer from Fang Chen's revenge. No, I have to leave. The fourth prince made his decision and immediately turned to leave. Seeing the scene, Fang Chen coldly snorted. The hidden dragon's sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out, and the surrounding space seemed to distort. Ah! Jun Luo was stabbed by the majestic sword light of water and fire. His body was constantly pushed back. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Jun Luo screamed. With great difficulty, he resolved the attack of the sword light of water and fire. He wanted to escape, but Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword instantly appeared in front of him. Puchi the hidden dragon's sword didn't hesitate to stab into Jun Luo's body, causing his body to be instantly imprisoned. You. Jun Luo stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Fang Chen. However, his hand only stretched out halfway before it finally fell limply. I'm not willing. Jun Luo roared hoarsely. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden dragon sword and then waved it at the void. Suddenly, a sword light appeared directly behind the fourth prince. When the fourth prince sensed this sword light, he did his best to escape. However, in the end, he wasn't faster than this sword light. Bang! The fourth prince was directly sent flying. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale. Fang Chen, you dare kill me? Roared the fourth prince furiously. Fang Chen walked step by step in front of the fourth prince. He icily said, You've tried to kill me time and time again. Could it be that I'm not allowed to kill you? Fang Chen, I am the prince of the divine Wind Nation. If you kill me, it will bring you a lot of trouble. The fourth prince said in a deep voice. Fang Chen had already thought about this before. Killing a prince was a very big risk. But this time, no matter what, he had to kill the fourth prince. He didn't want to let a tiger return to the mountain. Furthermore, once the Divine Wind Secret Realm's core was over, the crown prince might have already seized the throne. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear the imperial family's punishment. Thinking of this, Fang Chen slowly raised the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction." Fang Chen, stop. I can agree to any of your conditions as long as you let me go. The fourth prince directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Too late. Fang Chen shook his head. Fang Chen, the fourth prince hastily cried out. He wanted Fang Chen to let him go. However, it was too late. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand slashed down, directly slashing the fourth prince's body. But just at this moment, a strange change occurred. Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword hacked down on the fourth prince's body and was actually unable to move. At this moment, a golden aura appeared around the fourth prince's body. This golden aura contained a strong majesty. Fang Chen, you forced me to do this. The fourth prince slowly stood up. His body was surrounded by a golden aura. His defense had reached its strongest state. Dragon Seal, Xian, and the other two exclaimed in surprise when they saw the scene. The dragon seal was a very mysterious treasure. Only the imperial family had it. In order to protect the princes, the imperial family would give each prince a dragon seal. Usually, the dragon seal would be in the prince's body. At a critical moment, the dragon seal would explode. When the dragon seal exploded, the prince's defense would reach its peak state. It could be considered a life-saving treasure. At this moment, after releasing the power of the dragon seal, the fourth prince's face revealed a sinister smile. Fang Chen, I will remember what happened today. The fourth prince said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The current him wasn't afraid of Fang Chen. Although his attacks were weak, his defense was shocking. Fang Chen couldn't break through his defense. Wait until we leave the Divine Wind Secret Realm. I will definitely make you die without a burial ground. The fourth prince said in a deep voice. Fang Chen looked at the dragon seal aura around the fourth prince and said, I want to see just how strong the legendary dragon seal is. The moment Fang Chen finished speaking, he instantly executed the first level of the fire and water sword technique. The tyrannical fire and water sword radiance violently bombarded the fourth prince. Boom! The dragon seal aura around the fourth prince's body constantly changed. In the end, it blocked Fang Chen's attack. However, the fourth prince was sent flying by Fang Chen. Puchi! The fourth prince spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. Fang Chen, you can't kill me. The fourth prince's face was sinister as he roared. Fang Chen didn't believe it and continuously used the water-fire sword technique. He even used the Tri-Sword Realm. The Tri-Sword Realm's sword flash. When the sword flash was used, the entire sky turned dark. The hidden dragon sword flickered incessantly. On the tip of the hidden dragon sword, a flickering sword light appeared. This sword light was clearly much stronger than the water and fire sword lights. At this moment, the fourth prince also felt a trace of danger. Although the dragon seal's defense was tyrannical, it wasn't invincible. If one's strength reached the level of a top expert on the Qi ranking, they could also break through the dragon seal's defense. Not good. The fourth prince realized the danger and shouted. However, at this moment, the flickering sword light with a destructive aura had already arrived in front of the fourth prince. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the Broken Heart trio, the flickering sword light heavily bombarded the fourth prince's body. The dragon seal aura around the fourth prince's body constantly changed. Crack! At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The fourth prince was shocked to find that a crack had appeared in the dragon seal's defense. No. The fourth prince screamed miserably. He frantically tried to escape, but the flickering sword light actually pierced through the dragon seal's defense after a series of collisions. Boom! The dragon seal's defense suddenly shattered. The fourth prince's body was directly exposed in front of Fang Chen. How is this possible? The fourth prince's heart was filled with shock. Puff. Chapter 201. This, seeing the dead fourth prince, Broken Heart, and the other two, were dumbfounded. They did not expect Fang Qin to be so powerful. After a long while, the three of them finally recovered from their shock. They immediately ran in front of Fang Qin with smiles on their faces. Fang Qin, you must have had a fortuitous encounter to be so powerful. Zhu Tian grinned. Yes, you can even break the dragon seal's defense. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Yunjiu said. Fang Qin, with your current strength, you can at least be ranked in the top 3 of the Qi ranking. Broken Heart said, it feels like a dream. You've only been in the Divine Wind Secret Land for a month, and you've improved so much. Before Fang Qin entered the Divine Wind Secret Land, his strength was on par with Yunjiu. However, after a month, Fang Qin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now he had already left Broken Heart and the other two behind. This made the three of them sigh. Some geniuses, as long as they had a fortuitous encounter, would soar to the sky. Fang Qin was undoubtedly one of these geniuses. Hearing this, Fang Qin grinned. However, you've killed the fourth prince. There will be a lot of trouble. Broken Heart said worriedly. Let's not worry about this for now. We'll talk about it when we get out. Fang Qin said. The three of them nodded and did not speak anymore. Fang Qin took the fourth prince's space ring and said, You three can divide Jun Luo's space ring equally. Thank you. Zhu Tian grinned and took Jun Luo's space ring. Fang Qin checked the space ring. There were several high-grade yuan weapons in the fourth prince's space ring. There were even top-grade yuan weapons. Of course, spiritual stones and spiritual herbs were indispensable. As expected of a prince, Fang Qin could not help but sigh after checking the fourth prince's space ring. There were many precious spiritual grasses in the fourth prince's space ring, including the mysterious Yin grass that Fang Qin had obtained before. Moreover, there were also a large number of spirit stones. These spirit stones were actually high-grade spirit stones. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fang Qin sighed. Although according to the ratio, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. But in the Divine Wind Nation, there was no supply. This was because in the Divine Wind Nation, the most widely circulated item was middle-grade spirit stones. Other than the imperial family, ordinary martial artists simply couldn't obtain high-grade spirit stones. The purity of upper-grade spirit stones was much higher than that of medium-grade spirit stones. Some powerful warriors would rather use upper-grade spirit stones to cultivate than medium-grade spirit stones. Although Fang Qin had more than 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones, he had no way to exchange them for high-grade spirit stones. And in the fourth prince's spatial ring, there was actually a high-grade spirit stone. It was said that on the ancient Sword Continent, only those countries with tyrannical strength would have high-grade spirit stones. For a small country like the Divine Wind Country, only the royal family would have some high-grade spirit stones. The outside world simply would know about it. Fang Qin took out the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and prepared to put them into his spatial ring. At this time, the little mouse suddenly rushed out and chirped at Fang Qin. You want to swallow these high-grade spirit stones? Fang Qin asked doubtfully. The little mouse continuously nodded. Seeing this, Fang Qin handed the little mouse a few high-grade spirit stones. The little mouse happily swallowed them. However, Fang Qin immediately regretted it, because in less than 2 hours the little mouse had actually swallowed all 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This, Fang Qin was a little speechless. This little mouse was too good at eating. Not even the dregs were left. After eating the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, the little mouse's little paw touched its stomach and immediately went into the special spatial ring. Fang Qin helplessly shook his head. Broken Heart and the other two were stunned. Fangchen, your little mouse, can eat too much, Broken Heart asked. What kind of race is this little mouse? Why is it so special? Zhu Tian was also very puzzled. Maybe it's a mutated race, Yunjiu said. The four of them, after resting for a while, left the 4th floor and entered the 5th floor. There was no one in the 5th floor. Soon, Fangchen and the other 3 entered the 6th floor. There were many warriors gathered on the 6th floor. Most of the warriors were trapped on the 6th floor. This was because there were treasures in the last 3 floors. All the warriors wanted to obtain them, but it was too difficult to enter the last 3 floors. At this time, there was a large number of warriors on the 6th floor, including the 1st Prince's team and the 8th Prince's team. Big brother, how do we enter the 7th floor? The 8th Prince asked. I don't know. There seems to be a test at the entrance. It's very difficult to pass, the 1st Prince said. As they spoke, a warrior in the 1st Prince's team walked in front of the seal and punched it. He wanted to see how strong the seal was. Boom! The warrior was directly sent flying by the seal, which surprised the other warriors. At this time, in the dark area of the 6th floor, Blackfire led 5 elders and quietly hid. Their eyes were full of killing intent. When do we act? Blackfire asked. This was related to the rise of the Blackfire tribe. It was very important. According to our research over the years, this floor has a monstrous array. If we can activate the array, we can trap them, one of the elders said. How do we activate the array? Asked Blackfire. The array has a total of 5 array bases. The 5 of us will activate each array base. When the time comes, you can control the control center, said another elder. The Blackfire tribe had made up their mind. This time, they had to obtain their ancestors' inheritance. So they didn't hesitate to take this risk. All right, then it's decided, said Blackfire. Let's begin. Just as one of the elders finished speaking, the 5 elders' figures suddenly flashed and appeared in front of everyone. Before anyone could react, they each stood at the array base. Crash! A strange supreme treasure appeared in the hands of the 5 elders. This supreme treasure exuded a strange aura. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. With the 5 elders as the center, a dusky aura instantly filled the air. Not good, it's a formation, cried a warrior. All the warriors instantly spread out and vigilantly looked around. The formation is complete. Following the roar of an elder, the monstrous formation was instantly completed. At this moment, Blackfire came out of the darkness and formed a seal with his hands to control the core of the formation. This is an extremely powerful formation. We have to think of a way to get out, said the Crown Prince gloomily. Big brother, how about we join forces? Asked the 8th Prince. The Crown Prince nodded and then said, Let's join forces and attack the formation. Following the 1st Prince's command, all the martialists attacked the array formation at the same time. Rumble! When all the attacks landed on the formation, it instantly shook, and the 5 elders outside couldn't help but spit out blood. Not good, they're too strong. Patriarch, you go in first, shouted the 5 elders. If it was a powerful warrior controlling the formation, it would definitely be able to trap these warriors. But the 5 elders were too weak. They simply couldn't withstand their attacks. Hearing that, Blackfire gave up on controlling the core of the formation. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the formation. A black key appeared in his hand. He pressed the key against the formation. Immediately, a dazzling light erupted from the formation, and the formation slowly dissipated. Hurry! Seeing that the formation was about to break, Blackfire was extremely anxious. Rumble! All the warriors were constantly attacking the formation. The 5 elders outside were growing weaker and weaker. They were almost unable to resist. Finally, under the joint attack of the crowd, the 5 elders were sent flying, and the formation shattered. The moment the array formation shattered, all the warriors attacked together and killed the 5 elders. Hurry! Seeing this scene, Blackfire's heart was filled with fear. He didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. "Kill him," said the eighth prince. Hearing this, Xing Hui's figure flashed and appeared behind Blackfire, ready to kill him. Crash! Blackfire sensed danger. He held the key in his hand and turned to look at Xing Hui. "If you dare to attack, I will crush the key." After Blackfire took the key, the formation that was slowly breaking closed instantly. When everyone saw this scene, they frowned slightly. They didn't expect to need a key to open the formation. "You should be the patriarch of the Blackfire tribe. If you don't want your tribe to be destroyed, hand over the key," said the eighth prince softly. The first prince also stared at the key in Blackfire's hand without blinking. Blackfire's eyes were filled with anger. Their plan was perfect, but who knew that the formation would be activated? However, they had underestimated the strength of these people, causing their previous efforts to be wasted. Therefore, the key was his biggest guarantee. Once the key was lost, he would be killed by these warriors. Even the Blackfire tribe would be destroyed. "I am not satisfied." Blackfire's heart was filled with unwillingness. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Just as Blackfire was confronting everyone, on the 9th floor of the Inheritance Tower, a stooped old man and a lady in red quietly appeared. "Hurry up and accept the Fire Emperor's inheritance, then leave this place," said the stooped old man slowly as he looked around. "Okay." The lady in red heard this and sat down cross-legged. In an instant, the Fire Emperor's inheritance landed on her body. She began to accept it. While the lady in red was accepting the Fire Emperor's inheritance, the stooped old man stood quietly by her side, protecting her. Chapter 202. On the 6th floor, Blackfire was holding the key in his hand. His face was full of anger as he stared at the outsiders. "If I destroy the key, none of you will be able to enter the last 3 floors." Blackfire roared. At this moment, many warriors were staring at Blackfire. They did not dare to force him. If he destroyed the key, all their efforts would be in vain. "If you can give me the key, I can guarantee that your Blackfire tribe will become the overlord of the Divine Wind Secret Realm." The 8th prince stepped forward and said with a smile, "Give me the key and I can let you enjoy endless glory and wealth." The 1st prince also stepped forward and said, the two of them were competing with each other. If the key was obtained by the other, they would suffer great losses. They might even lose the qualification to fight for the throne. So at this moment they could not give in. "Don't move. If you move, I will crush the key." Seeing the 1st prince and the 8th prince approaching, Blackfire roared. At the same time, he squeezed the key slightly. The 1st prince and the 8th prince were frightened and stopped in their tracks. Just as the 1st prince was about to speak, a tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, everyone was surprised to find that it was actually the kamikaze Kenbu star and moon. "It's Star and Moon." A warrior shouted. Seeing Star and Moon's arrival, the 1st prince and the 8th prince did not say anything. However, Xing Hui, who was in the 8th prince's camp, was completely gloomy. "Star and Moon." "Xing," Hui said word by word. His face was full of anger, and his heart was filled with anger. "I will kill you." Xing Hui roared. He tiptoed and directly appeared in the path of Star and Moon, blocking the path of Star and Moon. Before this, Star and Moon was almost killed by Xing Hui. Originally, she was prepared to join the 1st prince's team. She did not expect to meet Xing Hui. "Yu Hen, if you make a move this time, I will not let you off." Xing Hui was worried that Yu Hen would make a move. When Yu Hen heard this, he didn't say anything. The 1st prince also narrowed his eyes and looked at the Star and Moon. "Star and Moon, let's see how you escape this time," Starlight said coldly as he looked at Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon was like an otherworldly fairy. She was dressed in a white dress that perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Her pretty face was covered with frost, as if no one could get close to her. Star and Moon had a tinge of fear in their eyes when they saw the starlight. I will definitely kill you. Xing, Hui didn't give Star and Moon any time to react. He clenched his hand into a fist and gathered all the spirit energy in his body into it. Then he threw a punch at Star and Moon. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Star and Moon and Xing Hui. They had even forgotten about the existence of Blackfire and the others. Big brother, you'd better not act rashly this time. The 8th prince glanced at Xing Hui before turning to the first prince and saying softly, "This was a blatant threat. If the first prince ordered Yu Hen to make a move, the 8th prince would also order Gu Du and Feng Yin to make a move." When the first prince heard this, his face was full of helplessness. Although he really wanted to save Star and Moon, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. When she saw Xing Hui's attack, a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a strange sword light shot out in an instant. Whoosh! The strange sword light and Xing Hui's fist collided and exploded in an instant. After the dust settled, Xing Hui's fist still had some power left. Under his control, it directly bombarded Star and Moon. Xing Hui's strength was originally much stronger than Star and Moon's. In the Divine Wind secret region, Xing Hui had also encountered some opportunities. Now he could completely crush Star and Moon. Boom! Punch after punch. A majestic fist glow appeared above Xing Hui's head. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the fist glow gathered together and formed a majestic fist glow. Xing Hui's strength is too strong. Star and Moon can't withstand it at all. It seems that Star and Moon is going to fall. No one can save Star and Moon. It's a pity that Star and Moon is going to fall here. Such a genius is going to fall here. Many warriors sighed. The first prince narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Star and Moon's scar sword. A delicate voice came out from Star and Moon's mouth. In the next moment, the long sword in Star and Moon's hand suddenly danced, one sword light after another. These sword lights contained an extremely powerful aura. After such a long time, Star and Moon had already cultivated Star and Moon's scar sword to the perfection realm. Its power was incomparably strong. Moreover, this was Star and Moon's most powerful move so far. Humph, it's useless. Xing Hui's eyes were full of mockery when he saw Star and Moon perform such a sword technique. At the same time, he controlled the majestic fist light and blasted it towards Star and Moon. Crack! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the majestic fist light collided with the strange sword light. The entire space seemed to be frozen in an instant. Then a thunderous sound resounded through the sky. Then everyone was shocked to find that the majestic fist light was actually drilling into the strange sword light little by little. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by Xing Hui's attack. The attack that Xing Hui had just launched was too powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Boom! When the majestic fist light completely drilled into the strange sword light, the strange sword light shattered with a loud bang. Then, Star and Moon's delicate body was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her white dress was instantly stained with blood. Star and Moon fell to the ground. Her face was pale. Her blue hair draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth were stained with blood. I said that no one can save you today. Xing Hui walked toward Star and Moon step by step. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xing Hui. No one noticed Blackfire's actions. At the moment, Blackfire had secretly inserted the key into the restriction, causing it to shatter quietly. When Xing Hui walked in front of Star and Moon, the restriction on the 6th floor shattered with a loud bang. A deafening sound was heard. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. When they turned their heads to look, Blackfire and the other 5 elders had already entered the 7th floor. Furthermore, Blackfire had pulled out the key, and the restriction had reappeared. Damn it! The eighth prince roared furiously when he saw this. How is this possible? The eldest prince's eyes were also filled with anger. All the martialists were furious. Their attention was attracted by Xinghui. They simply didn't notice Blackfire's actions. What if they obtain the inheritance? Someone cried out. The eldest prince and the eighth prince were also very anxious. They were thinking of a way to break the restriction. At this moment, Xinghui didn't pay any attention to the scene. His mind was completely focused on Star and Moon. If he didn't kill Star and Moon, the hatred in his heart wouldn't be appeased. Xinghui, go to hell! In front of Star and Moon, Xinghui clenched his fist and punched toward Star and Moon's head. Star and Moon closed her eyes in pain. She hadn't expected that she would die here. Rumble! A dazzling light erupted from Xinghui's fist. The power of this punch was very tyrannical. Star and Moon would die without a doubt. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen's group of four arrived. At this moment, Fang Chen's group of four had entered the 6th floor. After searching for a long time, they finally found this place. I wonder where the eldest prince and the others are, said Broken Heart. As the four of them were chatting, Fang Chen suddenly saw many martialists standing in the distance. At first, he didn't pay them any attention, but when he carefully observed them, he instantly flew into a rage. Damn it! Fang Chen was instantly enraged. His figure flickered, and he directly rushed toward Star and Moon. Stop! Fang Chen roared. He wanted to stop Xinghui, but he wasn't as fast as Xinghui. No. When Xinghui saw Fang Chen arrive, a cold smile appeared on his face, and his fist directly smashed down. Fang Chen saw this scene and roared furiously. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. This black shadow charged toward Star and Moon at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then it raised its little paw, and a dusky aura of destruction instantly appeared and collided with Xinghui's fist. Boom! Xinghui's fist collided with Little Mouse's paw. The aura of destruction instantly drilled into Xinghui's fist, blocking his attack. How is this possible? Xinghui cried out involuntarily when his attack was blocked. His body continuously retreated, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. At this moment, Little Mouse's aura was weak because it had just forcefully activated the aura of destruction. It directly fell to the ground. Just as Xinghui retreated, Fang Chen quickly ran to Star and Moon, picked up Little Mouse, and put Little Mouse into a special interspatial ring. Then he secretly activated the Golden Heart, and an invisible aura drilled into Little Mouse's body. After doing all this, Fang Chen looked at Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and gently helped Star and Moon up. He asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Star and Moon said softly. After a brief examination of Star and Moon's body, Fang Chen learned that Star and Moon was seriously injured. "You guys take care of Star and Moon." Fang Chen turned to the Broken Heart trio and said, "You stay with them for a while." "Leave this to me," Fang Chen said to Star and Moon. Star and Moon nodded and walked over to the Broken Heart trio. Many cultivators who were anxiously waiting to enter the 7th floor looked over when they saw Fang Chen appear. "It's Fang Chen," the Crown Prince called out. When Xinghui saw Fang Chen, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Fang Chen, are you here to die?" Xinghui said coldly. "You were the one who injured her," Fang Chen said calmly. Everyone knew that the her Fang Chen was referring to was Star and Moon, who had been injured earlier. "Yes, I was the one who injured her. Not only did I want to injure her, but I also wanted to kill her. However, since you've appeared, I'll kill you first," Xinghui said gravely. After receiving Xinghui's affirmation, Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. This smile gave people a very terrifying feeling. "Since that's the case, you can go die now," Fang Chen said word by word. Chapter 203. This time, Fong Chen was truly enraged. Xing Hui had tried to kill him time and time again, and had even seriously injured Star and Moon. This made Fong Chen want to kill him. This time, he was not going to let Xing Hui leave alive. "Your brother died at my hands, and so will you," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Xing Hui was enraged. "Fong Chen, if I don't kill you today, my name is not Xing Hui." Xing Hui thought that he could crush Fong Chen, but in reality he was no match for Fong Chen. "You won't have that chance." As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, the majestic aura of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm burst forth. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Looks like Fong Chen has had a fortuitous encounter. His cultivation has broken through to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, the eldest prince said, his eyes shining. That's right. When he was at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was already comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. Now that he has reached the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, I wonder how strong he has become, Yu Hen said. In the 8th prince's camp, Gu Du and Feng Yun's faces were full of disdain. Although Fong Chen had reached the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was nothing in their eyes. Humph, trash will always be trash. Even if he has broken through, he's still trash, Gu Du said coldly. That's right. Although Fong Chen has broken through to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he's definitely no match for Xing Hui, Feng Yun said. Hearing Feng Yun and Gu Du's words, everyone nodded. Among the people present, Gu Du and Feng Yun were the strongest. The two of them, together with Xing Hui, were the top 3 on the Qi ranking. Their words carried a lot of weight. "Fong Chen, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xing Hui roared in rage as he unleashed his strongest punch. Above his fist, a resplendent light appeared. Within this light, there was an aura of death. Die. Xing Hui's figure flashed. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and directly blasted towards Fong Chen. Above his fist, resplendent light shone brightly. When Star and Moon saw this, they were a little worried about Fong Chen. Their eyes were filled with worry. When Fong Chen saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. "I will let you know how big the gap between us is," Fong Chen said coldly. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, a majestic aura erupted from him. Next, Fong Chen clenched his fists and executed the solitary void fist. With Fong Chen's current strength, even if he used the solitary void fist, he could easily crush Xing Hui. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. Everyone thought that Fong Chen would be sent flying, but the reality was beyond their expectations. Someone was indeed sent flying, but the martial artist who was sent flying was not Fong Chen, but Xing Hui. How is this possible? Many martial artists widened their eyes as they watched this scene. They did not understand how Fong Chen's strength could be so tyrannical. He sent Xing Hui flying with one punch? How is this possible? Even Gu Du and Feng Yun's faces showed a trace of doubt. Fong Chen stepped forward step by step. With each step, his aura skyrocketed. His fists were clenched, and a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Ah! Xing Hui, who had fallen to the ground, instantly stood up and let out a furious roar. Then he once again activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fong Chen. He did not believe that Fong Chen was so strong. He wanted to kill Fong Chen. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xing Hui was once again sent flying. At this moment, everyone finally understood that Fong Chen's strength completely crushed Xing Hui. This child is too terrifying. In such a short time, he has actually grown to this extent. The 8th prince secretly said in his heart. At this time, the 8th prince had secretly made a decision. He must find a way to kill Fong Chen. Otherwise, leaving him alive would be a disaster. I did not expect Fong Chen to be so tyrannical. Seeing Fong Chen's current performance, the first prince was the happiest one. Fang Chen's current strength had already surpassed Yu Hen, and he had become the most tyrannical martial artist on the first prince's side. Yu Hen, who was standing beside the first prince, felt very uncomfortable. When they entered the Divine Wind secret realm, the gap between him and Fang Chen was huge. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had surpassed him. Moreover, the current Fang Chen was so strong that he had to look up to him. What a monster! Thinking of how Xing Hui had helped Fang Chen kill him, Yu Hen's face was full of bitterness. I said, you can die now. Fang Chen punched out again and again. Every punch heavily smashed on Xing Hui's body, making Xing Hui's bones crackle. Originally, Xing Hui wanted to counterattack, but after being hit by Fang Chen one after another, Xing Hui had lost his fighting strength. His internal organs were seriously damaged and his breath was weak. He directly fell to the ground. Impossible! Impossible! I don't believe it. Xing Hui's mouth kept mumbling. This sudden turn of events was something he could not accept. He kept telling himself that this was not real, that this was an illusion. However, the pain of Fang Chen's punches on his body was piercing. Ah! Xing Hui was full of unwillingness. In the previous few battles, he had the strength to kill Fang Chen, but he missed it. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, he would be seriously injured by Fang Chen. Boom! Another punch blasted out, smashing directly on Xing Hui's arm. Suddenly, a bloody mist gushed out, and one of Xing Hui's arms was directly blown into a bloody mist. Xing Hui screamed miserably, but Fang Chen ignored him. He punched once more, and Xing Hui's other arm exploded. Seeing this, Feng Yun finally opened his mouth to speak. Fang Chen, where it is possible to make mistakes, you should be lenient, said Feng Yun. Where it is possible to make mistakes, you should be lenient. If I hadn't come today, would he have spared Star and Moon? If the one who lost today was me, would you have told him to be lenient? Fang Chen raised his head, his eyes shining with golden light. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Feng Yun frowned slightly and said, You've already crippled Xing Hui. Stop. Feng Yun was a bit unhappy. Fang Chen's strength might be tyrannical, but it wasn't enough to threaten him. He hated it when Fang Chen spoke to him like this. However, Fang Chen didn't give Feng Yun any face. Who do you think you are? If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. As he spoke, Fang Chen suddenly punched out, directly shattering Xing Hui's head. The third on the Qi ranking had fallen. Seeing Fang Chen's actions, Feng Yun's expression sank. Fang Chen, not giving him any face in front of so many people, infuriated him. Do you think that just because you killed Xing Hui, you can be placed on the same level as me? Asked Feng Yun icily. Fang Chen's eyes were icy. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Fang Chen was extremely domineering at this moment. He had the capital to be domineering. You're playing with fire, continued Feng Yun. I'm standing right here. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Feng Yun finally couldn't hold back. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let me teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you, said Feng Yun icily. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Feng Yun's body. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Star and Moon called out from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned around and gave Star and Moon a faint smile. If anyone wants to fight, I, Fang Chen, will welcome them. Boom! A majestic light burst out from Feng Yun's body. In an instant, the entire ground was filled with an extremely powerful aura. The first disciple of Tianyan Mountain, Feng Yun, was extremely powerful. He wasn't someone Xing we could compare to. I'll give you a chance. Be my servant, and I'll spare your life, said Feng Yun suddenly. I'll give you a chance too. Be my servant, and I'll spare your life. Fang Chen repeated Feng Yun's words. You're courting death. Feng Yun's face was filled with displeasure when he heard this, as he said in a deep voice, At this moment, in the first prince's team, Yu Hen and the others were also looking at Fong Chen with grave expressions. After all, Fong Chen was also a member of their team. Eighth brother, tell Feng Yin to stop. We're here to find the inheritance, not to fight, said the first prince. Big brother, are you afraid that Fong Chen will be killed by Feng Yin? Asked the eighth prince playfully. Beside the eighth prince, Gu Du, who was first on the chi roll, had a disdainful look on his face. He said coldly, he's jumping around after killing Xing Hui. A martial artist like him deserves to die. That's right. He thinks that he can compete with Feng Yun and Gu Du just because he killed Xing Hui? He's really delusional. This kid is too arrogant. We should let Feng Yun teach him a lesson. Otherwise, his eyes will grow to the sky. Many martial artists in the eighth prince's area spoke out. On the contrary, everyone in the first prince's area was silent. This was because they couldn't provide any help to Fong Chen. Even the stronger Yu Hen couldn't do anything. The first prince, naturally, didn't want Fong Chen to die at Feng Yun's hands. He was a little anxious, but he couldn't stop it. You're the first martial artist to say that he wants to take me as a servant in so many years, said Feng Yun coldly. Chapter 204. Also the last one. Fong Chen was incomparably powerful. At this moment, he was like an infernal demon god, standing quietly on the ground and looking down on the world. Also the last one. When everyone heard this, they all thought that Fong Chen was too arrogant. Feng Yun, who was second on the chi roll, was simply not someone that Xing Hui, who was third on the chi roll, could compare to. Of course, there were also some martialists who believed that Fong Chen could exceed everyone's expectations and defeat Feng Yun. At this moment, a majestic power appeared in Feng Yun's palm. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. I will definitely kill you, Feng Yun said in a low voice. Xing Hui also said that he wanted to kill me, but you saw what happened to him, right? Fong Chen said coldly. Feng Yun could no longer hold back when he heard Fong Chen's words. He roared at the sky and pushed off with the tip of his foot. His body instantly flashed. At the same time, a majestic aura surged around him. Fong Chen, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Following Feng Yun's roar, he opened his palm and slowly extended his index finger. A white ray of light appeared on his finger. The appearance of this ray of light caused the faces of the surrounding martialists to change drastically. It was rumored that the reason Feng Yun was able to dominate the younger generation of Tianyan Mountain and even the Qi roll was because he had obtained a powerful finger technique in a mysterious mystic realm when he was young. Feng Yun relied on this powerful finger technique to instantly dominate the younger generation of Tianyan Mountain. Since then, this finger technique had become Feng Yun's famous consummate skill and also his trump card. At this moment, Feng Yun had used his trump card right from the start. It was enough to see how much Feng Yun hated Fong Chen in his heart. Finger of death. Feng Yun roared. The white ray of light on his fingertip became even more condensed. When the white ray of light condensed to its limit, a bloodthirsty light gushed out from his eyes. Then, Feng Yun gently pointed his finger. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Fong Chen felt a powerful pressure from this ray of light. This is... Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the finger light. He didn't expect Feng Yun to have such a tyrannical finger technique. Although the power of this finger was tyrannical, it wasn't enough to scare Fong Chen. At this time, when the numerous martial artists saw Feng Yun execute the finger of death, their faces were filled with shock. The finger of death is Feng Yun's trump card, the finger of death. He used the finger of death right off the bat. It seems Fong Chen is dead for sure. I've finally seen Feng Yun use the finger of death. What a powerful finger technique. Many of the warriors discussed. In the first prince's team, Yu Hen and the others had grim expressions on their faces. It was only when Feng Yun executed the finger of death that Yu Hen realized how big the gap between them was. Is this the legendary finger of death? Yu Hen's heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself. Beside Yu Hen, the first prince's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to save Feng Chen, but his strength was too low. He couldn't save Feng Chen and could only watch. Moreover, the most powerful person in his team was Yu Hen. Yu Hen couldn't even defeat Xing Hui, let alone Feng Yin. In contrast to the first prince's anxiety, the eighth prince's face was full of smiles. Feng Yin's finger of death had exceeded his expectations. As expected of the strongest person of the younger generation in Tianyan Mountain. When this finger of death is executed, even the number one on the qi roll, Gu Du, wouldn't dare to take it head-on, the eighth prince thought to himself. Beside the eighth prince, the number one on the qi roll, Gu Du had a gloomy expression. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the finger of death that Feng Yin executed. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as many of the martial artists were exclaiming, the hidden dragon sword in Feng Chen's hand also drew a strange trajectory. It was accompanied by a tyrannical swordlight that directly bombarded the finger of death. Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded when the swordlight and the finger of death collided and instantly exploded. Crash! The aftermath of the explosion directly affected the first prince and the eighth prince's teams. Many of the martial artists retreated as they looked at the battlefield with lingering fear. At that moment, the energy from the swordlight and the finger of death's explosion instantly engulfed the entire ground. Feng Chen and Feng Yin retreated one after another. When Feng Yin stabilized his body, the mocking look in his eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by a grave look. At that moment, Feng Yin finally realized his mistake. Feng Chen's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he could even block the finger of death, then Feng Chen's strength was enough to be comparable to his own. Crash! Countless martial artists on the ground were in an uproar. Heavens! Feng Chen even blocked the finger of death. How is that possible? Isn't the finger of death supposed to be invincible? Feng Chen actually blocked it. Could it be that Feng Chen's strength has already surpassed Feng Yin's? Feng Yin also heard the many exclamations. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Chen gave him a lot of pressure. You're not bad to be able to block my finger of death. You're qualified to be my opponent, but that's all, Feng Yin suddenly said. Is that so? Feng Chen's eyes were cold as he said, You just blocked my finger of death. Feng Yin said coldly. Hearing Feng Yin's words, all the martial artists were stunned. If it was just the finger of death, could it be that Feng Yin had a more tyrannical cultivation technique than the finger of death? For a moment, all the martial artists' gazes were focused on Feng Yin. Everyone thinks that the finger of death is my trump card, my strongest move. Feng Yin paused for a moment, then said, However, they don't know that the finger of death isn't my strongest trump card. My trump card is... Feng Yin suddenly roared, the finger of death. Following Feng Yin's roar, a violent storm suddenly rose in the sky. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged above Feng Yin's head and frantically poured into his body. This was the first time Feng Yin had used the finger of death. Everyone thought that the finger of death was his strongest trump card, but what they didn't know was that the finger of death was only one of the powerful finger techniques that Feng Yin had obtained. Feng Yin had never used the finger of death because he could rely on it to dominate the younger generation. There was no one who was qualified to make him use the finger of death. The finger of death was the complete opposite of the finger of death. Its power was several times stronger. Once it was used, even Feng Yin wouldn't be able to control it. When Feng Chen blocked Feng Yin's finger of death, he made a decision in his heart. He would use the finger of death and kill Feng Chen at all costs. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky. Countless sounds of thunder resounded across the horizon. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes. When he saw that Feng Yin was about to use the finger of death, his face turned solemn. The hidden dragon's sword in his hand also let out a sword cry. Oh my God, what level of battle is this? It's too exciting. Countless martial artists were excited. To be able to watch such an intense battle was really too satisfying. What kind of finger of death is more powerful than the finger of death? The first prince cried out. Beside him, Yu Hen's face was filled with helplessness. As for Gudu, who was standing behind the eighth prince, his face finally turned solemn. The current situation had already made him somewhat fearful. Is this Feng Yan's true strength? Gudu thought to himself. Just when everyone thought that Feng Yan was going to fight to the death with Fang Qin, the entire inheritance tower suddenly trembled. At this moment, what everyone didn't know was that on the 9th floor of the inheritance tower, the lady in red had already completely accepted the Fire Emperor's inheritance. The stooped old man beside her quietly disappeared from the inheritance tower with the lady in red. After the lady in red left, the entire inheritance tower began to tremble. Even Heihua and the 5 elders on the 7th and 8th floor came to the 6th floor from the last 3 floors. What's going on? Heihua cried out in panic when he appeared on the 6th floor. Impossible. When Heihua discovered that he was on the 6th floor, his face was filled with shock. According to their research over the years, after receiving the inheritance on the 8th floor, they should enter the 9th floor to receive the highest inheritance from their ancestors. However, they had appeared on the 6th floor on their own accord. It's Heihua! Suddenly, a martial artist cried out in surprise. Immediately, the first prince and the others all turned to look at Heihua and the 5 elders. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Since Heihua and the others came out from the last 3 floors, did that mean that they had already received the inheritance? If they could force them to hand over the inheritance, that would be even better. For a moment, all the martial artists no longer paid attention to the battle between Fang Qin and Feng Yan. Their thoughts were all on Heihua and the others. Feng Yan was stunned when he saw this. He had not expected Heihua to come out from the last 3 floors. At this moment, the first prince said, "Gentlemen, the most important thing now is the inheritance. Can the 2 of you stop fighting for the time being and wait until you have obtained the inheritance?" Feng Yan's heart wavered when he heard the first prince's words. He narrowed his eyes at Heihua and nodded. "Fang Qin, we will let you off for now. When we obtain the inheritance, it will be the time of your death." After saying that, Feng Yan's figure flashed and appeared behind the 8th prince. Fang Qin nodded at the first prince and led Star and Moon to the first prince's side. At this moment, many martial artists surrounded Heihua and the others like hunters watching their prey. How is this possible? Heihua could not accept this scene and roared furiously. Just as Heihua was roaring, the last 3 floors of the inheritance tower disappeared into thin air. Countless martial artists were shocked. The last 3 floors disappeared. They must have obtained the inheritance. A martial artist cried out. At this moment, the 8th prince took a step forward and stared at Heihua. "Hand over the inheritance, or you will die." "That's right. You can't keep the inheritance." "Hand it over," the first prince said. At this moment, Heihua felt like dying. He wanted to explain to the first prince and the others, but they would definitely not believe him. Chapter 205. Patriarch, what should we do? One of the elders was unwilling to give up. Their plan had finally succeeded. Once they obtained the highest inheritance on the 9th floor, they would be able to send these outsiders out. However, their plan could not keep up with the changes. They did not know what had happened in the inheritance tower. They were forced to leave before they even reached the 9th floor. Black Fire remained silent. At this moment, did he have any other choice? Back then, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with these outsiders in order to obtain the inheritance. He had thought that he had succeeded after entering the 7th floor. However, he did not expect that the final outcome would be like this. Heaven's will is toying with us. Blackfire's face was filled with a bitter smile as he shook his head slightly. Hand over the inheritance, or your entire Blackfire tribe will be annihilated. Gu-Du said coldly. Blackfire and the 5 elders had a simple discussion and finally made a decision. He was willing to hand over the inheritance, but he had a condition. I am willing to hand over the inheritance, but I have a condition. Blackfire said in a deep voice. What condition? The 8th prince asked hurriedly. You cannot touch any of my tribesmen. Blackfire said in a deep voice. All right, I promise you. The 8th prince said directly. Your words cannot be trusted. Make a martial oath. Blackfire continued. Seeing this, the 8th prince frowned slightly and made a martial oath. For warriors, a martial oath was very restrictive. If they violated a martial oath, they would be met with a very strong heavenly tribulation when they broke through. If they were unlucky, their soul would be scattered. Therefore, no one dared to openly violate a martial oath. Of course, warriors were most unwilling to make a martial oath. However, in order to obtain the inheritance, the 8th prince had no other choice. Everyone make a martial oath. Blackfire said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the other warriors were furious. However, under the leadership of the 8th prince and the 1st prince, they all made a martial oath. I swear that after obtaining the inheritance, I will not kill any tribesman of the Blackfire tribe. After everyone had made a martial oath, the 8th prince stepped forward and said coldly, Now, can you hand over the inheritance? Ihwa nodded and took out 3 balls of light from his bosom. These 3 balls of light contained extremely powerful auras. I have obtained 3 inheritances in the last 3 floors. Blackfire said and waved his hand, throwing the 3 balls of light into the sky. Quickly snatched the balls of light. Seeing this, the 1st prince and the 8th prince shouted at the same time. At the same time, Yu-Hen, Gu-Du, and the others also made their moves, trying to snatch the balls of light. Seeing this, Fang Chen tapped his toes and waved the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. He appeared directly at the spot where the light was descending. Scram! The first to arrive here was Gu-Du. He waved his fist fiercely, and immediately some of the weaker warriors were sent flying. The inheritance is mine. Feng Yun roared and used the finger of death. Wherever his finger radiance passed, some warriors on the Qi roll died instantly. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Qin, Gu-Du, and Feng Yin were left where the ball of light landed. The 3 of them formed a tripartite situation. Bang Yu-Hen wanted to join forces with Fang Qin, but Gu-Du sent him flying with a punch. This time, Gu-Du truly exposed his strength. Wherever his fist passed, the martial artists died instantly. Gu-Du, let's join forces and kill Fang Qin first. Feng Yin glanced at the 3 balls of light that were descending from above and said in a deep voice, All right. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Gu-Du nodded. As long as he killed Fang Qin first, Feng Yin would be no match for him. At that time, no one in the entire inheritance tower would be his match. Gale kick! As soon as Gu-Du finished his words, he tapped his toes and kicked towards Fang Qin. The Gu family's secret technique was leg techniques. Gu-Du had already practiced his leg techniques to the extreme. When Gu-Du used the gale kick, Feng Yin also used the finger of death. Boom! Fang Qin was surrounded by Gu-Du and Feng Yin. He suddenly waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand and instantly used the 2nd level of the 3 swords realm. Sword flash. Crash! The sword radiance flashed, and its power was incomparably tyrannical. It directly hit Gu-Du's gale kick. Bang! The flashing sword radiance shattered, and Gu-Du's gale kick was also countered by Fang Qin. Gu-Du was forced to retreat. At this moment, Feng Yin also used the finger of death. The power of the finger of death was several times stronger than the 1 finger of death. Whoosh! When the finger of death's radiance hit the hidden dragon sword in Fang Qin's hand, it suddenly broke the attack of sword flash. Fire and water sword technique. Fang Qin did not hesitate to use the fire and water sword technique. The tyrannical fire and water sword radiance fiercely blocked the finger of death. Crack! However, the fire and water sword radiance could not withstand the attack of the finger of death. Fang Qin was forced to retreat. Fang Qin, you can die now. Seeing this scene, Gu Du attacked again. Together with Feng Yin, the two of them used their strongest attack and directly attacked Fang Qin. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the golden heart beat rapidly. In Fang Qin's mind, a tyrannical aura emerged. In the next moment, the third level of the Three Swords realm was instantly displayed by Fang Qin. Sword Explosion. Sword Explosion was the third level of the Three Swords realm. Its power was much stronger than Sword Flash. When Sword Explosion was displayed, the flashing sword radiance in the sky instantly exploded. Countless tyrannical sword qi rushed directly towards Feng Yin and Gu Du. Bang! Bang! The majestic sword qi collided with the finger of death and gale kick, temporarily blocking the attacks of the two of them. At this moment, Fang Qin suddenly saw 3 balls of light falling from the sky above his head. The hidden dragon, sword in his hand, suddenly brandished a sword radiance. With a whoosh, the 3 balls of light were directly collected by him. Seeing this scene, Feng Yin and Gu Du's faces changed drastically. They said in a deep voice, "Fang Qin, hand over the balls of light." At the same time, Gu Du used the strongest attack of the gale kick. The tyrannical attack directly shot towards Fang Qin's head. Sword Explosion. Fang Qin used the sword explosion again. However, this time, the furious Gu Du's gale kick was too tyrannical. Even the sword explosion couldn't block it. Crack! The power of the sword explosion was directly dispersed by the gale kick. Then, it continued to shoot towards Fang Qin. Finger of Death. At the same time, Feng Yin also pushed the finger of death to the extreme. A bright finger radiance shot out from his finger. It moved side by side with the gale kick and attacked Fang Qin. Fang Qin, be careful. Seeing that Fang Qin was facing the top 2 experts on the battle chi list alone, Star and Moon and the others were very worried. However, they couldn't help at all. Gu Du and Feng Yin's attack is too tyrannical. Once Fang Qin is hit, he will definitely die. At this moment, the eldest prince was very anxious and thought to himself. In the 8th prince's camp, everyone's face was filled with madness. They could already see Gu Du and Feng Yin joining forces to kill Fang Qin. When Fang Qin saw the 2 tyrannical attacks coming towards him, he kept retreating. At the same time, he used the sword explosion of the 3 sword realm and the first level of the water and fire sword technique. However, he still couldn't block the attacks of the 2 experts. This time, I would like to see how you are going to block them. Feng Yin said in a deep voice as a finger radiance appeared on his finger. Everyone was shocked. Even if Fang Qin was defeated this time, he was still very powerful. Fighting against 2 experts alone was something that they wouldn't even dare to think about under normal circumstances. Rumble. In the sky, thunder was unceasing. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. At this moment, Fang Qin pushed the hidden dragon sword to the extreme in his hand. However, he still couldn't block the attacks of the 2 experts. What should I do? In Fang Qin's mind, he was quickly thinking of a way to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, the gale kick and finger of death appeared in front of Fang Qin. Gu Du and Feng Yin's eyes were filled with madness. For Fang Qin to be able to resist to this extent, his name was enough to shake the entire divine Wind Nation. Fang Qin, although your talent is very good, you still have to die, Gu Du secretly said in his heart. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the gale kick and finger of death instantly collided with Fang Qin's body. An explosion instantly sounded. All the warriors thought that Fang Qin had died under the attacks of the 2 experts. However, when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that Fang Qin was quietly standing on the ground. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a dense golden sword aura. This golden sword aura contained a majestic aura. How is this possible? All the warriors were shocked. Fang Qin didn't die from such an attack. Even Gu Du and Feng Yin were shocked. Gu Du cried out involuntarily. Feng Yin, who was beside him, was also a little stunned. Crash! Fang Qin slowly walked out from the shock waves of the explosion and suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden ray of light shot into the sky. I see. Fang Qin's face revealed a trace of a bright smile. The water and fire sword light that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time had finally been comprehended after the collision. Just a moment ago, when the two attacks collided with Fang Qin subconsciously activated the water and fire essences to surround his body. However, he didn't expect that the water and fire essences seemed to be stimulated and suddenly had a breakthrough, allowing him to comprehend the second level of the water and fire sword technique in an instant. The golden sword aura around his body was released because of the second level of the water and fire sword technique. On the ancient sword continent, every concept had 3 minor realms. Previously, Fang Qin's water and fire essences were in a state where he had just comprehended them. However, after the transformation just now, his water and fire essences had both reached the first realm. When the two essences reached the first realm, merged together, it instantly stimulated Fang Qin, allowing him to comprehend the second level of the water and fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Qin's face revealed a bright smile. The water and fire sword technique had reached the second level, and his combat strength had increased further. Even if Gu Du and Feng Yin joined forces, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 206. Seeing Fang Qin's majestic golden sword chi, Gu Du and Feng Yin's faces were filled with astonishment. Fang Qin had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle. Damn it! Gu Du cursed and immediately said coldly, "Let's join hands and use our ultimate move." At this moment, Feng Yin also realized how terrifying Fang Qin was. The two of them wanted to end the battle quickly and not give Fang Qin any chance. In the Crown Prince's camp, all the cultivators were full of smiles when they saw that Fang Qin was safe and sound and had even made a breakthrough. What a genius to be able to make a breakthrough in this kind of life and death situation. With Fang Qin's current strength, Gu Du and Feng Yin are not his opponents in a one-on-one battle. Yes, the current Fang Qin is truly number 1 on the Qi ranking. It's really hard to imagine. Before entering the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Qin hadn't even entered the Qi ranking. Now, his strength has actually reached such an unimaginable level. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, the Crown Prince was very happy. He had seen that Fang Qin had great potential, so he didn't hesitate to give Fang Qin a spot to enter the Divine Wind Secret Realm. He hadn't expected that Fang Qin would really not disappoint him. Good job. He had been very worried about Fang Qin, but now the Crown Prince wasn't worried about Fang Qin at all. After making a breakthrough, Fang Qin should be even stronger. Fang Qin, just how strong are you? The Crown Prince faintly had some expectations in his heart. The one with the ugliest expression was none other than the 8th Prince. He had thought that Gu Du and Feng Yin would be able to kill Fang Qin and take back the Ball of Light, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur midway. Damn it! The 8th Prince's cold eyes stared at Fang Qin, and he couldn't help but curse. Finger of death. Suddenly, Feng Yin roared and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his finger. Suddenly, an overbearing, dazzling light appeared on his finger. The appearance of this ray of light shocked all the warriors. It seemed like Feng Yin was going to fight to the death. Seeing Fang Qin use his strongest move, Gu Du did not show any weakness and used Gale Kick. Gale Kick, shattering the world. Gu Du roared furiously. He immediately lifted his leg and a faint, destructive aura shot towards Fang Qin. This time, The attacks that Gudu and Fengyan displayed were too tyrannical. All of the martial artists stared with wide eyes at this scene. Success or failure depends on this. The eighth prince's heart was also restless. If Feng Chen could not block this attack, then Feng Chen would undoubtedly die. However, if Feng Chen was able to block such a powerful attack, then he would have completely lost the battle for the throne. "You must win!" The eighth prince shouted in his heart. At the same time, the eldest prince was also anxiously watching. He hoped that Feng Chen could block this attack. These two attacks are too tyrannical. I don't know if Feng Chen can block them. A disciple asked in a deep voice, "If Feng Chen can block them, then no one among the younger generation of the entire Divine Wind Nation will be his opponent. Maybe Feng Chen can give us a surprise." Just when all the warriors were hoping that Feng Chen would give them a surprise, in the sky, the leg light and finger light actually slowly merged together. What? Yu Hen saw this and cried out involuntarily. He naturally knew better than anyone what the fusion of the leg light and finger light meant. At this moment, Yu Hen's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Feng Chen. The fusion of the two will multiply the power. Feng Chen may not be able to block it, Yu Hen said anxiously. Not only Yu Hen, but the other warriors also saw this scene and were shocked. "Feng Chen, let's see how you can block it this time." Feng Yin, who was running wildly, controlled the fusion of the finger light and leg light and said coldly. On the other side, Gudu was also controlling the leg light and crazily urging the spiritual energy in his body. This time, no matter what, they must kill Feng Chen. "Go to hell!" Gudu roared. In the sky, the leg light and finger light instantly merged together, forming a circular light beam. This circular light beam contained the aura of death. Rumble! This circular light pillar attacked Feng Chen with a loud bang. At this moment, Feng Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the rapidly approaching light beam. He said in a low voice, "Do you want to fight to the death?" As soon as Feng Chen's voice fell, he instantly activated his one-star Dao body. His defense reached the peak in an instant. Then, Feng Chen displayed the second level of the water and fire sword technique. The second level of the water and fire sword technique was much stronger than the first level. At the same time, two completely opposite concepts of water and fire emerged around Feng Chen's body. These two concepts had reached the first level, the imposing aura of a rainbow. Finally, under Feng Chen's control, the water and fire merged, and then directly drilled into the hidden dragon sword. Suddenly, the hidden dragon sword let out a dragon's roar. Then, Feng Chen waved the hidden dragon sword, and the water and fire sword light instantly filled the sky. Crash! When the first water and fire sword light appeared, everyone was shocked. When the second water and fire sword light appeared, all the warriors were speechless. The two water and fire sword lights, one in front and one behind, collided with the terrifying pillar, and suddenly a deafening sound was heard. Kacha! When the first water and fire sword light collided with the pillar, a sudden kacha sound was heard. Then, everyone was shocked to find that cracks had appeared on Feng Chen's water and fire sword light. "Ha ha ha, Feng Chen, you're dead meat." Seeing this scene, Gudu's face was filled with wild laughter, as if he had already seen Feng Chen die in his hands. In an instant, the first water and fire sword light shattered, but Feng Chen didn't care at all. This was because he knew that the real power was contained in the second water and fire sword light. The first one was just a catalyst. Boom! Sure enough, when the second water and fire sword light collided with the pillar, the entire ground suddenly trembled. The majestic aura directly engulfed Feng Chen and the other two. All the warriors outside widened their eyes, wanting to know what was going on inside, but they couldn't see at all. At this moment, inside the majestic aura, Feng Yun, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly froze. This was because the power of the second water and fire sword light was not what they had imagined. After the water and fire sword light collided with the pillar, the pillar actually began to shatter. How is this possible? Feng Yin cried out involuntarily. Even Gu Du was terrified. Impossible! Gu Du roared loudly. Boom! Under the attack of the water and fire sword light, the pillar suddenly shattered. Gu Du and Feng Yin's bodies instantly flew out. At this moment, all the warriors outside were nervously paying attention to the situation inside the majestic aura. Suddenly, the majestic aura instantly dissipated, followed by two figures flying out. At this moment, all the warriors were filled with shock. On the open ground, the warrior standing quietly was Feng Qin. He used unprecedented strength to defeat the top two experts on the Qi ranking and wrote his own legend. Suddenly, someone shouted, Feng Qin defeated Gu Du and Feng Yin. The entire sixth floor was instantly in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the eighth prince was filled with shock. Heavens, Feng Qin has created another miracle. He fought against two strong cultivators alone and even defeated them. From now on, Feng Qin's name is destined to become a legend in the entire Divine Wind Nation. Feng Qin's strength is the strongest among the younger generation. There is no doubt that he will be number one on the Qi ranking. This is too shocking. This is the most shocking battle I have ever seen in my life. All the warriors were shocked. Hiss! Hiss! After the aura dissipated, Feng Qin stood quietly with the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. Not far away, Gu Du and Feng Yin fell to the ground in a sorry state. Their faces were a little pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Feng Qin won. Star and Moon and the others cheered happily. After a long time, all the warriors slowly calmed down. At this moment, Feng Qin walked to Gu Du and Feng Yin. Feng Qin, these two are the chief disciples of the top 10 sect. You have to be careful, Yu Hen reminded. Feng Qin frowned slightly and said, If the one lying here today was me, they would not hesitate to kill me. Hearing Feng Qin's words, Gu Du and Feng Yin's faces were full of anxiety. Feng Qin, you have already defeated us and obtained the balls of light. Can you stop now? Gu Du said. That's right. Feng Qin, we are all working for different masters. There is no need to fight to the death. Moreover, once you kill us, Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan will not let you go. From now on, there will be no place for you in the Divine Wind Nation, Feng Yin said in a deep voice. The two of them also noticed the killing intent in Feng Qin's eyes, so they spoke up to make Feng Qin wary of the forces behind them. Are you threatening me? Feng Qin narrowed his eyes and asked. Feng Qin, this is not a threat. This is a kind advice, Gu Du said. That's right. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat the Gu clan and Tianyan Mountain. You have to think clearly. Don't waste your life for a moment of pleasure, Feng Yin said. The two of them believed that Feng Qin would not dare to kill them in the face of the pressure from Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan. As long as they did not die this time, they would have a chance to rise again. Once they returned to the Divine Wind Nation, they would immediately mobilize the forces of Tianyan Mountain and the Gu clan to surround and annihilate Feng Qin. Feng Qin turned to look at the first prince. The first prince immediately expressed his stance. Feng Qin, no matter what you do, I will support you. The first prince thought for a moment before replying, As long as you are still in the Divine Wind Nation, even the top 10 sect will have to think twice before making a move on you. When Feng Qin heard this, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Since the first prince had already said this, he knew what to do. Voila! Feng Qin flicked his wrist, and two balls of light shot out. One appeared in front of the first prince and was caught by him. The other was caught by the star and moon. Chapter 207. When the crown prince heard Feng Qin's words, he nodded his head. His face was filled with joy. Although he really wanted to take all 3 balls of light for himself, it was very unrealistic. Now that Feng Qin had broken through, his strength was unrivaled. No one could stop him. It was already very good that Fong Chen was willing to give up one ball of light. Moreover, Fong Chen had casually thrown out 2 of the 3 balls of light. Whether or not he could get a heaven-defying ball of light would depend on luck. After Fong Chen said this, he turned to look at Gudu and Feng Yin. The Crown Prince knew that Fong Chen was about to make a move, so he did not stop him. Fong Chen slowly raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand. A trace of light flashed on the blade. "Fong Chen, are you sure you want to do this?" asked the 8th prince. The 8th prince wanted to save Gudu and Feng Yin. After all, the 2 of them were his right-hand men. If they didn't die, he might be able to make a comeback. Don't you already know the answer? As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory and pierced deeply into Gudu and Feng Yin's bodies. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had never thought that they would die at the hands of Fong Chen. Bang! The 1st and 2nd on the Qi ranking had died at the hands of Fong Chen. Even with the Starlight ranking, Fong Chen had killed the top 3 on the Qi ranking. This battle record was unprecedented. After killing Gudu and Feng Yin, Fong Chen took their interspatial rings and turned to look at the 8th prince's team. When the members of the 8th prince's team saw Fong Chen looking over, they all retreated. They were afraid of angering Fong Chen. "Let's go." The 8th prince glanced at Fong Chen, then at the 1st prince, and said coldly. After the 8th prince left, the other princes also left. Soon, only the Crown Prince's team was left on the 6th floor. "First prince, go ahead and accept the inheritance." "I will stand guard for you," Fong Chen said. As long as the 1st prince accepted the inheritance, he would be considered to have won the battle for the throne. In that case, Fong Chen would have a backer in the Divine Wind Nation. "Thank you." The 1st prince cupped his hands and expressed his thanks. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to receive the legacy from the ball of light. "You guys should accept the legacy as well," Fong Chen said as he turned to Star and Moon's group of 4. Star and Moon's group of 4 nodded. The ball of light was placed in the center. The 4 of them surrounded the ball of light and began to receive the inheritance. Seeing this scene, the other warriors were envious. However, they knew that it was useless to be envious. As for Fong Chen, he had just broken through and had not completely consolidated his foundation, so he did not plan to accept the inheritance now. Under Fong Chen's protection, the 4 members of Kamikaze Kenbu soon received the inheritance. When the 4 of them stood up, their auras skyrocketed. "Fong Chen, I have to thank you this time," Broken Heart said with a grin. "This inheritance is very valuable." "Fong Chen, if you need anything in the future, just call me," Zhu Tian said. "I owe you my life," Yunjiu said. Star and Moon, dressed in a white dress, looked like an otherworldly fairy. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chen with a trace of tenderness. She didn't say anything, but the expression in her eyes had already expressed her inner thoughts for her. Seeing Star and Moon's tender look, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Then he grinned. After spending a long time with Star and Moon, Fong Chen gradually realized that in his heart there was a trace of Star and Moon's shadow. Especially when he found out that Star and Moon had been seriously injured by Star Splendor, his heart ached. What a wonderful feeling. Fong Chen thought to himself. He could not explain what kind of feeling it was. It was hazy. Crash! Just as Fong Chen was lost in his thoughts, the eldest prince's acceptance of the inheritance had reached the most critical moment. At this moment, above the eldest prince's head, the ball of light slowly entered his head. At the same time, the eldest prince's aura skyrocketed. Hiss! When the eldest prince's aura skyrocketed to the extreme, the ball of light's aura was finally completely absorbed by him. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the air around the eldest prince exploded. At this moment, the eldest prince opened his eyes. Phew! The eldest prince breathed a sigh of relief and checked his body. He found that his strength had improved greatly after accepting the inheritance. His face was full of excitement. At this moment, the eldest prince was full of the dignity of a ruler. He stood up and cupped his hands at Fang Qin. Fang Qin, thank you very much. It's nothing, Fang Qin said modestly. After seeing the eldest prince accept the inheritance, Fang Qin knew that the eldest prince had won the battle for the throne. That was why the eldest prince thanked Fang Qin like this. Fang Qin, from now on, you are my good brother. As long as I am here, no one in the Shunfeng nation will dare to touch you, the eldest prince said with a smile. Thank you very much, eldest prince, Fang Qin said. The eldest prince chatted with Fang Qin for a while. Then everyone left the Tower of Inheritance, one after another. When everyone left the Tower of Inheritance, they were surprised to find that the Tower of Inheritance was slowly sinking into the ground. Perhaps this is its mission, the first prince said softly, not surprised by the sight. The trip to the Divine Wind secret realm is over. We should return, the eldest prince said. After that, everyone left. The group quickly walked on the ground. After an hour, they suddenly felt a strong aura fluctuation. Fang Qin stopped and frowned. It's coming from the east, the eldest prince said with a frown. Could it be the Black Fire tribe? Yu Hen said, Let's go and take a look, the eldest prince said. After that, the group quickly rushed towards the Black Fire tribe. After a while, they appeared at the border between the Black Fire tribe and the Heavenly Fire tribe. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the entire Black Fire tribe, including the Black Fire tribe, were all seriously injured and lying on the ground. The eighth prince is taking revenge on the Black Fire tribe, Yu Hen said. At this moment, the eighth prince and his group walked out of the Black Fire tribe. When they saw the eldest prince, they stopped. Eighth brother, are you not afraid of the martial oath? The eldest prince asked. When I made the martial oath, it was not to kill them, but it did not say that I could not cripple them, the eighth prince said coldly. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. When the eighth prince made the martial oath, he did not intend to let the Black Fire tribe go. After the eighth prince finished speaking, he turned and rushed towards the Heavenly Fire tribe. From the looks of it, he wanted to cripple the Heavenly Fire tribe as well. Crash! Fang Qin's figure appeared in front of the eighth prince. Fang Qin, what is the meaning of this? The eighth prince asked in a deep voice. You cannot touch the people of the Heavenly Fire tribe, Fang Qin said indifferently. He did not put the eighth prince in his eyes. You, the eighth prince said angrily. His eyes were filled with struggle. In the end, the eighth prince chose to compromise. Facing Fang Qin, his group did not even have the courage to attack. Let's go, said the eighth prince in a deep voice. Then, in front of everybody's eyes, the eighth prince's group disappeared from the Divine Wind secret territory. Seeing this, Fang Qin's figure flickered. In just a moment, he arrived at the Heavenly Fire tribe. Young Master Fang, you've returned. Heavenly Fire was pleasantly surprised to see Fang Qin. When Fang Qin had been in the Heavenly Fire tribe, he had taught the younger generation of the Heavenly Fire tribe. He had treated the Heavenly Fire tribe very well. So the Heavenly Fire tribe had treated Fang Qin very seriously. Heavenly Fire, the Black Fire tribe has already declined. Your Heavenly Fire tribe will become the overlord of the Divine Wind secret realm. Fang Qin gave a simple explanation of the Black Fire tribe. Heavenly Fire sighed. When Black Fire had made that decision, he had a premonition that the Heavenly Fire tribe would suffer. It's all because Black Fire was too greedy, said Heavenly Fire. Your ancestors' inheritance has already been obtained by us. Do you still want to live here? Asked Fang Qin. Young Master Fang, thank you very much. We have already lived here for our entire lives. Now that the Black Fire tribe has declined, our Heavenly Fire tribe will no longer have any enemies. This is a paradise. Without the inheritance of our ancestors, I'm afraid that no outsiders will come here. We can live in peace. Heavenly Fire thought for a moment before replying. Fang Qin nodded. Everyone had the right to choose. He had no right to interfere. Here are some of the cultivation techniques that I have practiced before. You can stay in the Heavenly Fire tribe. Fong Qin took out the sword techniques that he had practiced before. There was the Golden Light sword technique, Tai diffraction sword technique, and many others. They were all cultivation techniques that he had no use for now. Seeing these cultivation techniques, Heavenly Fire's eyes brimmed with tears. He said emotionally, "Young Master Fong, I thank you on behalf of the entire Heavenly Fire tribe." "It's just a small matter," said Fong Qin. After that, Fong Qin found a very young disciple of the tribe that he had taught before. This disciple was called Tian Xian, and he was Heavenly Fire's grandson. "Tian Xian, you and I are fated. I will teach you this sword technique. If you can reach the second level before the age of 25, you will become my first disciple." Fong Qin patted Tian Xian's head affectionately and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Xian raised his head. He didn't seem to know how powerful Fong Qin was, nor did he think that this was such a wonderful thing for him. "Tian Xian, hurry up and thank your master," scolded Heavenly Fire. "Thank you, master." Hearing this, Tian Xian pouted her little mouth and said, "Right now, I am not your master. One day, when you meet my requirements, you can come find me in the outside world," said Fong Qin. Tian Xian was a 10-year-old child. He had just started cultivating. When Fong Qin was teaching the young disciples of the Heavenly Fire tribe, he accidentally found Tian Xian. Although Tian Xian's talent was not outstanding, he gave Fong Qin a special feeling. Therefore, Fong Qin wanted to form a good relationship with him. If Tian Xian could meet his requirements, it was not impossible to take him in as a disciple. Everything would depend on Tian Xian's luck. When Heavenly Fire saw this, he was extremely excited. Tian Xian was his grandson. If he could be taken in as a disciple by Fong Qin, that would be great. "Young Master Fong, I will teach Tian Xian personally. I will let him practice the sword technique that you left for him." Heavenly Fire looked at Fong Qin and said. Fong Qin nodded and said, "There is no need to force it. Everything will depend on fate.